café.
And so they were going to be reading My Sweet Vampire Candice, or Vampires in the Sunshine State. So yeah, let's sink our fangs into it.
I'm testing something. Ignore.
Chapter 1. My sweet vampire leaves her home. My sweet vampire lived in an isolated mountain village named Martisor. The girl had originally been born in Florida. She had come to be very specifically in Miami Beach in 1925. At the time of her birth, her mother had been going through a bit of a depression phase. It took more than a year for her mother to finally give the girl a name. After roaming the world for a bit, Candice's family eventually settled in the village called Martisor. When the magic vampire finally settled down, she gave her only child a name, Candice. Her daughter liked eating candy more than she loved drinking blood. Many a time sweet Candice could go for months without drinking a drop of blood. To help nourish her vampiric child, the Kaiser of Martisor would feed her daughter gummy blood. Other times she got more and more creative with the bloody sweet. As for Candice, she lived a plain, ordinary, isolated life. Due to the remoteness of her village, her only glimpses to the outside world came in the form of movies. The first movie she ever saw was Metropolis. At the age of 2, she asked her Nana, "Where's that place? Is it real?" Her bored, half-asleep Nana said, "That place, yes, the movie. We got that film from a shipment that came from the U.S. From the U.S., repeated Candice. "Yes, the movie's from the U.S., said Candice's Nana. And thus began Candice's obsession with the country she hailed from. Had her Nana known that the silent movie was German, maybe Candice would have obsessed about Germany. In any case, Candice collected everything related to the United States. A Coca-Cola bottle became her treasure. She had that seal soda on top of the fridge as a type of decoration. One time, Ambrose, one of her first playfellows, drank the bottles and she had a serious fit. Another item she treasured was a $10 bill. One day her mother had taken the bill to buy supplies. Candice, in a fit of rage, called her mother a thief. Her mother in response laughed her before saying, "I feed you, clothe you, bathe you, I put a roof over your head. How am I the thief?" Her mother was not habitually physically violent, and Candice's mother did apologize after the fact. Despite forgiving her mother, a feature had been created, a feature in the relationship had been born. This feature sparked a chain of events that led Candice to leave her home for good. For reasons that Candice did not understand, her mother did not want to go live in America. All she said about the matter was that I lived there once and I hated it, and the people are all boiled-brained, run-fed louds who blame all the problems that they themselves created on anybody but themselves. If you want to go there, that's fine, but I'm never going back there. Times change, people change, insisted Candice. When you live as long as I have, then you will realize that morals and values change, but people stay the same, insisted the Kaiser of Martisor. You, said Candice, departing from her mother's presence. You never let me do anything I like. They usually had those little chats in her mother's studio. While her mother tried her best to isolate herself from the world's problems, Candice would come by every so often to ask permission to leave. Her mother would tell Candice to do whatever she felt like, and the girl would take it as a personal offense. Candice wanted her mother to show support, to tell her that she approved of her decision, to tell her that going to the U.S. was a good idea. As for the lady, she had been more insistent on the matter than usual. In the old days, Candice would come over and ask, "Can I go to the U.S.?" And her mother would answer, "Now it is not a good time. There is a war going on." By now it was 2001, and again Candice asked, "Can I go live in Florida?" "No, Candice, the people there are at war again," said her mother. "But Mama, you always say the same thing," insisted Candice. "You doubt me here, look," said her mother, pointing to a chest. Candice opened the chest, and she found inside a bunch of old newspaper clippings and old movie reels and tapes. After looking at them over the top, Candice said, "Patty, you weren't lying. There really is a war going on there. The way I see it, if you really wanted to go, you wouldn't let a city war stop you from getting what you want," said her mother, laughing. That morning, Candice slept on the matter. You get it, because like vampires sleep in the morning. When Candice awoke at night, she said to her mother, "I'm going to Florida. Over my dead body," said her mother. Candice grew stern, and then she took a step forward and another. Her mother smiled, and then she said, "As you wish. You have my blessing to travel to Florida." Candice left her little chateau, and she walked through the stone garden, and she breathed the familiar smells, and she walked over the same stone pavements. She walked and walked, and she saw the same familiar faces smiling at her. She walked again some more, till she was out of town. She walked and walked, and when her town was barely a light over the horizon, the realization suddenly struck her. She ran back home before the sun rose. She was short-winded a little, and her blonde hair was throbbing. Once inside, Candice breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother smiling said, "I commend you for your stubbornness, my dear Candice, but stubbornness alone will not get you what you want." Because you see, like, she planned to walk to the United States, but like they live in the middle of nowhere. You can't just walk from one country to from one continent to the other. Okay, back to the book. "I can see that, mother. I'm not stupid," said Candice. "Can you be so kind as to help me to get to where I want to go?" Candice said her mother, Maruru. "You are my only flesh and blood, and so the answer to your question is pretty obvious." Candice thought a moment, and then she said, "You will help me get there." "There, that's much better," said Maruru proudly. "You're going to need to have a strong will to survive in the hellhole you wish to enter of your own volition." "Is Florida really that bad?" asked Candice. "If the war in Iraq is not enough to dissuade you, will the dangers of Florida keep you from doing what you want?" said Maduro. "Look, if you want me to beg you to stay, know that I will not either stay or go." "Fine, sheesh, Mama," said Candice pouting. Candice then returned to her room and went to sleep. Normally she had an alarm to wake her up. Since Maduro was feeling particularly peeved, she took the alarm away. Candice naturally overslept. She overslept so long that when she awoke, an entire month had passed. And when she awoke, she whined, saying, "Mom, you took the alarm away." "No, I did not," said Maduro, pointing at the alarm that was placed inside her bedroom. "You just forgot to set the timer." Candice looked about all her familiar items, and she pondered what she would like to take with her. As for Maduro, she pondered on how hard or how easy she wanted to make things for her daughter. At times, Maduro wanted to disown her. Other times, she wanted to go with her, even if it meant returning to that place. In the end, Maduro opted for the middle ground. She would make things somewhat easy for Candice, but not easy enough that she would have a decent time in Florida. Martiso was the only place that had ever felt like home to Maduro. Maduro schemed, and she thought of her own mother. She was currently living in South Florida. She could keep an eye on Candice, and also be a bit of a heel at the same time. While Maduro was a vampire, her mother was an old crone, in every sense of the word. As an old crone, she hated others, but disliked being alone, and from time to time she bunked down in Florida in order to detoxify herself. During her purification process, she was absolutely intolerable to be around with. Okay, how much time we have?
6 minutes.
Nothing she said was ever going to be pleasant, and it was enough for a vampire to desire decapitation or a knife to the heart. Let me... While her daughter packed, Maduro looked through her drawers looking for her old Motorola cell phone. After trying to call her mother for a bit, she sent her a message to her beeper. The message simply read, "Call me mother." Despite bearing the title Kaiser, Maduro was far from being an ancient vampire. At most, she was only 130 years of age. Her mother, the crone, was an ancient being, rumored to be at least thousands of years old. Most ancient vampires Maduro had ever met described meeting her mother at some point or another. Since she regularly drank raw blood, Maduro kept her youthful splendor. She had long black hair and an elegant pin-up frame and expressive ashen eyes. Like her mother, Maduro tended to have bouts of darkness. While she dealt with it by over-mothering Candice, the crone crone went to Florida to isolate herself in her sea of dreams. The crone was often described as a lugal, and it seemed to Maduro that the Sunshine State was enough place for a lugal to roam about. Maduro had never seen the crone of her mother in one of her violent forms. Lugals were said to be ugly and extremely violent, and could attack you in your sleep, all Freddy Krueger style. Maduro had never seen this in action. It was common for non-violent vampires to embellish on their powers to keep even their own kind of bait. Skirmishes among vampires were only common among younglings. The older the vampire, the weaker the bloodlust. Marudo's frame of thought was interrupted when her cell phone rang. She answered it, and it was a fellow sending her spam. Marudo was out to hear with spammer. Anytime she got one spam, she did the natural thing. She forwarded to her family hitman. The fellow named Machine specialized in killing folks for petty reasons. Young or old, it didn't matter the reason. For 50,000 euros, Machine would kill whoever, whenever. Machine tracked down the IP of the spammer, and then he got on a plane. Marudo smiled when she received a text message. On a plane, it will take a week. After completing this task, Marudo set about doing her habit routine. She watered the flowers, weeded the garden, and she then went to the local clinic to read to the children. From there, she would visit the pound to take care of the animals. She especially liked helping tiny kittens. It was Sunday, and Marudo would visit the church to hear Mass. She did so out of habit, and she would sit in the back, and then she would kneel down to take a nice churchy nap. Kneeling while sleeping was a bit uncomfortable but doable. On Friday, she would take her daughter out for dinner. As living vampires, they had to take in human food at least once a week. At sunset, she would wake her daughter out to watch a terrible movie. Sometimes she would teach her a lesson or two, but Candice did not have an interest in learning anything. Marudo did not believe in compulsory education, so she never pressed Candice to learn anything. After being alive for almost an entire century, Candice only knew how to read and write. If you asked Candice to locate the US on the map, she would point to Russia. Candice's main source of education were the terrible movies and TV shows Marudo brought home. For a while, Candice was insupportable when she went through her dinosaur phase. Not that a traditional education would have helped Candice much. It was not interesting. And the information would enter, if it was not interesting, the information would enter one ear and come out the other. That's my long-winded way of saying that she's a bit of an airhead. As far as world history, Candice thought anything in print was fiction. By now, Candice had finished packing. Her mother had given her a single duffel bag to fill. Candice knew that Florida was hot, so she took clothes that did not occupy a lot of space. A good portion of the space was filled with her blood candy. She also had a fake doctor's note saying that she was diabetic. It was designed to explain the whole candy eating thing. Candy also made room for her pet rug. She was also thinking of the logistics of transporting her white cockatoo. As a vampire, Candice only bothered with pets with long lifespans. Her pet went by the name of Cassandra. It was 45 years old. Candice went to her mother to ask her about the bird, and when she saw her on the phone, Candice sat down on the sofa to wait for Marudo to finish her call. Marudo had finally gotten in touch with her mother, Anya. That was the name she went by now, but she was originally called Candice. Anya had changed her name because she hated being called Candy. Marudo was in that moment saying, "Yes, I know, mother, but still she has her heart set on that place, so what can I do?" "Oh, I don't know," said Marudo, looking at her daughter. "Fine, I trust you to make arrangements on your end," said Marudo. "Bye, I love you too, Mom," said Marudo before kissing the phone and hanging up. The following day, Marudo took her daughter Candice to the local market to get her a passport done. Candice smiled to get her photo taken. She even winked because she thought it made her look cute. Marudo said to Candice, "This is a serious thing, Candice, and the folks in the airport only like serious pictures, so pretend you are dour and glum, why don't you?" Candice passed her hand over her face, and as she did, her expression became a parody of somberness. The photo was then taken. In about a week, Candice received her passport from the U.S. Embassy. She looked at her slender frame, her long blonde hair, and her expressive blue eyes. Her real hair was the color of night, but she dyed it blonde because she thought it made her look cute, and she was right. Due to the pallidity of her skin, black hair tended to give her a bit of a dead When Marudo's figure was full, like that one of those things. Okay, so like we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice. Candice was like a skinny twig. Oh yeah, second spirit. There was a certain fragility about her, and that it made it seem as if she might break. Despite her fragility, Candice was tough for her supposed age, which was 14. In addition, in addition, like she resembled a 14-year-old bride. In addition to having a slow aging process, living vampires only age for a week. At her tender age of 14 or 76, depending on how you want to count, she was 5 feet 6 inches. She had never had a need for a bra, but at least she was not flat-chested. There was a hint of something. Due to her night roaming, she had well-toned legs without a hint of fat. Her face was round and childish. She had elegant small nose and a small forehead. As with most vampires, the entire charm was in her eyes and the reddish mouth. None of the teeth rays were captured in the passport photo. Due to the flash era, Candice of most of her natural coloring. Her eyes acquired an unnatural red glow and her mouth seemed almost bluish. Frowning, Candice said, if there was ever a photo that captured my vampire-ness, it has to be this one. Marudo looked at the photo and she laughed, and then she said, it's fine, nobody ever looks at it, it looks good in a passport photo. If you say so, mother, said Candice, sighing. The day finally came, and Marudo took her only daughter to the airport. They first took a train for 2 hours, and then from there they took a taxi, till they reached their final destination. When she arrived, she saw some of her childhood friends waiting for her to say goodbye. There was Rupert. He was a human, some 63 years of age. Holly and her daughter, whom Candice had babysat for a few spare coins. Her self-proclaimed bodyguard Nigel, who was a werewolf, and many others. About 67 folks came to see Candice go off into the big wide world, or America, as Marudo liked to say it. This was the way Candice pronounced the word America, and she was in the habit of eating the eggs at the start of each of the words. Nigel said to Candice, you promise to write? I'm sorry, Nigel, you know I don't believe in pen pal, but if you want to hear me, you are going to have to call me. Candice did not know how long she was going to spend there, but she wanted to maintain good contact with all of her friends. Marudo kissed her daughter on the cheek, and then she handed Candice a cage with her little pet parrot bird, Cassandra the cockatoo. Candice had never been on a plane. The little airport did not have standard TSA. The fellow just passed a metal detector over Candice before letting her go. The thing had been out of batteries for weeks, but nobody had bothered to check if the thing still worked. Since Candice worried about Cassandra, Marudo was forced to pay extra to have the stupid bird sit on the plane with her daughter. The plane she was entering belonged to Qatar Airways. As with most airplanes of the day, the passengers were parked like sardines. Since Marudo had paid extra, Candice had a little private booth. She placed the bird on a nearby table, and then she settled down to watch some TV. While she waited, Cassandra the cockatoo said, get a plastic bag. Candice thought it odd. Her cockatoo tended to say the oddest things from time to time. Before she could fully comprehend what her pet was trying to say, the stewardess started her announcement. The language she spoke was one that Candice did not understand. The lady repeated the message in other languages. Eventually she said it in Spanish. Candice understood Spanish just fine. Her father only spoke Spanish and English. While her mother was rooted to the ground, Candice's father liked to roam. He made sporadic appearances throughout the year, except during her birthday month that fell on December. He always made it a point to spend all of December with his family. During Christmas and on her birthday, her father had the bad habit of overcompensating with stuff. Candice was thinking of her father as the plane slowly started to move. She pondered on whether he would make an appearance this December in the States. Candice reached into her luggage and she brought out a photo of her old man. Her father normally hated getting his photo taken. He was self-conscious about his looks, with his lack-of nose, his strange silvery black skin, the sunken cheekbones, and the lack of lips and the very thin lips and his balding head. The eyes were golden, and the white of the eyes was pitch black, with the pupils being greenish. Every time a fellow asked him about his look, Candice's father gave a different answer. Sometimes he claimed to be a dead vampire. Other times he said that his father was a zombie, to explain his corpse-like looks. If he was feeling particularly candid, he claimed that his father was Eric. He had recently stopped saying that his father was Eric since folks stopped getting the reference. Eric was the name of the Phantom of the Opera. Unlike Eric, Candice's father Marlowe got the girl. Whenever he spoke truthfully about his past, it related only to his relationship with Maduro and Candice. The plane shook a bit as it was taking off. It made Candice drop the picture frame with her father's face on it. As she reached down to grab it, the motion combined with the movement of the plane gave her nausea. This naturally caused her to empty her stomach contents. Since she had taken her bloody candy, her stomach content looked gruesome indeed. It made the stewardess scream and make a big fuss. A different nearby passenger also threw up as a result, and there was an old hag who fainted a bit. With all the fuss, the pilot wanted to duck and call a doctor. It took much convincing of Candice to get them to continue the flight as planned. Thankfully, vampires on empty stomach tend to be pretty persuasive. How much time we have on the clock?
8 minutes.
Oh wow. Let's drink a little bit of water.
Or blood.
Blood water. Chapter 2. A vampire in the sunshine scene. After drawing out, Candice continued with her terrible flight. Since she wanted to get to the States quickly, she had insisted on a direct flight. Unfortunately for her, such a flight was going to take 9 hours. To add to her misfortune, the storm followed her on the plane as well. She had seen such an effect many times as a child when she would travel with her father by train or by car. Her mother would only roam far from the village when Marlo was around to drive. Marlo hated driving, and she would run on her errands on foot regardless of how long the street would take. It was a good thing she was fleet of foot. Since Candice was on a plane, however, the Stocker storm translated into turbulent. When she looked out the window, she saw lightning passing near the wing. It was at the moment when she thought of her maker. She looked through her sins and she found her little rosary. Her father had gifted it to her, and she would place it near the edge of her coffin in order to ward away nightmares. Some vampires tended to be allergic to rosaries, but Candice did not suffer from such allergies due to the blood of her father that flowed within her veins. Her mother too was not allergic to church and its icon. Candice closed her window and she went to focus on the current in-flight movie. The current movie scene featured a person in a tuxedo torturing a car while the song Stuck in the Middle with You played in the background. Candice found the scene pretty stupid, but it still made her laugh. The plane gave a sharp drop before regaining height again.
Rest of War Dogs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she was watching the see, you got the reference. The plane gave a sharp drop before regaining height again. So Candice returned to her current situation. The plane continued to be a hill even after it arrived to Florida. The pilot was forced to circle around Miami for hours till he got the go-ahead to land. Due to the storm and the fact that the plane arrived at midnight, Candice was not able to see much of anything. There was a darkness before and behind the plane and to either side. And it was even darker still when it felt like landing. The plane's landing seemed more like a drop than anything else. As it touched down, the wheels skittered over the wet pavement, and it was the final sudden drop that further caused Candice to reach for the paper bag. Despite having an empty stomach, she managed to summon more matter to spill down. While the plane lazily made its way across the runway, Candice indeed had the look of a corpse. She looked at Cassandra, her pet. The cage was sideways, and her meal was spilled all over the table. Candice composed the cage, and she placed the bird seats back in place. Cassandra sighed and she said, "What a horrible night to sleep outdoors." Who said anything about sleeping? Said Candice, straightening herself up a bit. She stretched her limbs, and then she slumbered back down into her seat. Candice sighed and said, "What a bother." She nestled on her seat waiting and waiting. The plane has stopped away from the docking station. Candice asked one of the nearby passengers, "Can we get off now?" "Nope, apparently we were still waiting," said the fellow near her. "We're still waiting for a spot." "A spot? It is like, what time is it here?" asked Candice. The fellow in the business looked at her watch and he said, "Now it is 1:20 a.m. "I will figure that nobody will be arriving this late and will be traveling so late at night," said Candice. "You will figure indeed, but around this time the northerners start migrating south to avoid the frozen winter." Sighing, he added, "I suppose it is a little early for that sort of nonsense. The runway does look pretty empty. It seems like an arbitrary delay at best." After a half an hour that felt like an eternity to Candice, the plane finally docked, and she was able to lumber out of the plane while carrying her pet cage in one hand and her hand luggage in another. Candice read the signs, and then she did as other passengers did. When the fellow asked her reason for traveling, Candice said, "I was born here, so I want to see what the place looks like." "All right, then, everything seems to be in order," said the lady before giving Candice her passport back. Candice was so nervous that she forgot her pet. Cassandra Jenny said, "Aren't you forgetting something?" Candice, feeling sheepish, returned to pick up her pet. She roamed the Miami International Airport for a bit. Part of her delay was due to her fear of the moving staircases. She had never stepped on one of such platforms. She half worried that it would suck up her tennis shoes. Eventually, she found exit D27. It took her a while to get there. The plane had landed near the exit J1. Had landed in the exit J1. When she got nearer, she looked around a bit. She found her grandmother, Anya, sitting on the floor watching a movie on a laptop with a fellow. The fellow sitting beside her was a gentleman wearing a black kimono with sandals and socks. Beneath his kimono, he had short shorts. The movie they were watching was his personal favorite, The Last Dragon. Candice leaned over to see the movie over the top. She sat down beside her grandmother, who was resting the computer on her lap. They were at the climatic final scene when Leroy gets the glow and he defeats his opponent with martial arts. When the movie concluded, Anya closed the laptop and she said to her weird companion, "Well, that was certainly interesting. I think my life is now more enriched now that I have become aware of the existence of this movie." The fellow in the kimono laughed and said, "Come now, you love it. No need to be ashamed." The kimono weirdo got off the floor and then he helped Anya stand up. Candice got up on her own before scratching her caboose. She straightened her underwear and then she smelled her hand before frowning. Anya opened her bag and she poured a bit of alcohol on Candice's hand so that she would sanitize herself. "Oh yeah, at what time?"
2 minutes.
When she saw that Candice was clean, she deemed her worthy enough to give her salutation. Candice had not seen Anya for quite a long time. The last time she had seen her, Candice used to call Anya Nana. Anya had grown distant from her family as soon as Candice had grown to the age of a 10-year-old girl. The main point of bifurcation seemed to stem from the fact that Anya wanted to move, but Marudo had set roots in Martisor. Candice remembered her Nana being a lovely lady, just like her mother. The creature standing before her was an old crone. She had a bent back with a face and skin like melted candle. Her ashen hair was short and unkempt. She had the shriveled frame of someone who had starved to death. Beyond the folds of the skins of her face, two piercing cold black eyes reflected back Candice's youthful splendor. She was sporting a simple denim dress with white stars and a black jacket with flat-heeled shoes. Candice shocked asked, "What happened to you?" "Life happened to me, Candice, and it will happen to you as well if you negate your beautifully grown Anya." Alright, so I guess we'll continue from here a little later.
Yes.
Alright, so we're continuing with my vampire Candice and continuing with chapter 2. It's written by me, Teresita Blanco. "I wasn't planning on sleeping much since I don't want to miss out on stuff," said Candice, walking beside her grandmother. "It is fine. Since this is your native soul, you will naturally wake up from your nap a lot sooner. The further you are from your native soul, the less nourishment you will get from your beauty sleep. Just look at me. Whether I sleep or not, I still look like a dry raisin," lied Anya. "I guess," said Candice. Don't worry, I will not let you oversleep, said Anya. You promise? Said Candice, offering her pinky. Promise, said Anya, returning the gesture. With a symbolic promise, Anya picked up one of Candice's bags and the pair made their way towards the parking lot. From there, Anya called a cab. After waiting for half an hour, a bored fellow came to pick them up. The cab driver asked, "So where are you headed?" "To Hialeah," said Anya. Hialeah, let me go," repeated the driver before heading off. The ride to Hialeah from the airport was not too far. Candice asked the driver, "Can I lower the window?" "I wouldn't recommend it. We are going to Hialeah after all," said the cab driver. Even with the windows closed, Candice started to become aware of a putrid smell. Candice frowned and said to her grandmother, "Good gracious, why are we going here?" "Because you caught me in the middle of moving, and so we had to go to a cheap motel while I get everything in order," said Anya. "Why did you move this time?" asked Candice. "Well, I lived on the second floor of an apartment, and the folks downstairs thought I was the reason why a drop of water was falling from the roof. They made a big fuss about everything, and then it turned out to be someone else," explained Anya. "Is that it?" asked Candice. "That and the fact that they were doing home repairs during the time I normally slept. Not even the most soundproof," said Anya, changing her phrase, "bedding arrangements could drown out the noise of a chainsaw." Because Anya didn't want to say the most soundproof coffin. "How exactly can you make a bed soundproof?" asked Candice. "I'm curious about that myself," added the driver. I was talking about a coffin," said Anya, exasperated. "Ah, a coffin. You seem a little too spry for somebody who sleeps inside a coffin," said the driver. "Do you ever just drive?" said Candice, complaining. "What do you think I'm doing right now, girl?" asked the cab driver. "Ah, screw it. I'm going to turn you into a vegetable," said Anya, putting her hand into her pocket. She brought out a small bag of earth and she sniffed the bag a little till it gave her the desire to sneeze. Candice started looking at her grandmother as well as the driver, who was starting to slur off to the side of the road. When Anya noticed Candice staring at her, she said, "Damn it, Candice, you stole my sneeze. Now I can never turn him into a vegetable." By now they had left the Palmetto, and they were now driving down Okeechobee Road. Due to the length of the road, it was common for folks to do street racing. One of such races skidded a little too close to the taxi. The impact caused the taxi to leave the road and drop into the Okeechobee River. Anya ripped off the roof of the car as it was sinking. Candice went to the shore with her parrot Cassandra, who was in a foul mood. The pair afterwards rescued the luggage from the murky waters. The taxi driver was knocked out. As his car was sinking, Candice said, "Should we rescue him?" "Nah, he should have been paying attention," said Anya. "Or maybe we should not have been talking so much," said Candice. In the end, Anya faced the driver before calling an ambulance. Anya took out her cell phone, but it was drenched. Anya noticed a nearby gas station. She told Candice, "I'm going to call for our help. Keep an eye on our stuff, and be careful when crossing the street." While Anya went to get help, Candice went to see what had happened to the other car. The other car was a Mustang or something. It was pretty hard to tell due to the damage. The thing had crashed against a palm tree, and it had practically been cut in half. The car, not the palms. The palms in Florida are really, really strong. Anya looked about the smoke to see if there was anything still left alive. She saw a severed hand and she picked it up. Since Candice had vomited her blood on the plane, she felt that this was a good way as any to get some blood. Candice reached into her pocket and she brought out a bit of candy. She placed it in her mouth and she sucked on the blood. It was then when she heard a fellow moaning. This made her skin jump. A somewhat sharp person was outside the car near the palm tree. His face was slashed due to the impact that had caused him to pass through the front view window. Candice made a tourniquet on his severed hand. Smiling gleefully, she said, "Hey, mister, let me give you your hand." He gave him his severed hand back. Candice then handed the man his own hand. The fellow moaned in response. Candice, feeling sheepish, said, "Sorry, it is not a good time to joke around. Here's your hand, mister, and try not to lose it next time." After 5 minutes, an ambulance came. The accident had occurred near the Baptist hospital. Both the driver's driver and the racer were taken away in the ambulance. The paramedics also gave a cursory look at Candice and Anya. The pair declined to be taken to the hospital. The couple who attended the accident was sorry for the pair. Anya told the fellow that where they would be lodging. Anya sat at the front with the officer, while Candice sat in the back with Cassandra and the officer's canine unit. This time neither Candice nor Anya talked during the ride. When the officer parked at the motel, both Anya and Candice breathed in a sigh of relief. Candice said, "Thank you, officer, and sorry we were super quiet. We had jabbered on too much, and then the accident happened to our poor taxi driver. It's not your fault," said the police officer before taking a bite from his donut. His face lightened up and his mood improved tenfold. He then added, "It is like this every night in Okeechobee Road. Street punk races up and down the tracks at night. Most of the time there aren't any accidents, but every so often someone gets run over or a car crashes against a palm tree. I sometimes wonder what those palm trees are made of. One time I found an accident with a car slashed through the entire country as if it was made of paper, but then when it hit the palm tree, that caused the car to be broken into." Oh yeah, what's the time?
8 minutes.
"Those palm trees are certainly something else," said Candice. "You watch yourself in the dingy motel. All sorts of sordid business occur there, and I would be remiss if something happened to you. If you need anything, don't forget to call 911, said the officer, helping Candice and Anya get their stuff out of the police vehicle. The motel where Anya lived had 2 floors and a small parking lot facing the street. There was a group of maidens in the bottom floor standing about waiting. They lived in what the Mexicans call the tolerance zone. Candice paid the maidens little mind, but the maidens and their manager did notice Candice. The fellow soon came and knocked on Anya's door. Candice made a motion to open it, but Anya said, "Go and spread your things out to dry." "Dry them," whined Candice. "By the smell of them, I think I'm going to have to burn them." Candice placed her first luggage on the floor, and then she opened it to see the damage. She was relieved to know that they were all in waterproof bags. Candice said to Cassandra, "You can be randomly helpful at times." While Candice pressured Cassandra for more useful prophecies, Anya was talking to the fellow outside. He said to Anya, "You have been living here for a long time without paying rent." "4 years, but the owner of this establishment and I have a thing," said Anya, not feeling intimidated in the least. The fellow smiled and all his golden teeth gleamed. Like, diente. Teeth. He said, well, you see, him and I have a little thing as well. And if you care even a little about his well-being, you will face the little debt he has because of you." "I do not care the least about his well-being," said Anya flatly. "I thought you might say that," said the man entering the room. He sat down before Candice and he said to the maiden, "Hey girl, you're new in town. Want to go to a party?" "Sure, I haven't got my fill yet. I can go to your place for a small bite," said Candice, giggling. "You're going to regret this," said Cassandra while staring at the man. The man's face was covered in tattoos. He was short and stout and had a beer belly, and due to the hot weather, he was wearing a white tank top and cargo pants. Candice got up from the floor and then she said, "Well, I should bathe first." "It's fine, you can bathe when you get over there. I will even get you a change of clothing," said the man. "Can I go, Grandma?" asked Candice. "Can she go, Grandma?" said the man in a mocking voice. "Candice, you can do whatever you like. If you truly wanted my permission to do something, you would have stayed back in the old country." Candice hesitated a little, but in the end her newfound stubbornness won. She left with the man and some of the ladies that worked for him. The man normally preferred the safety of the hotel, but sometimes he had to bring the party to his clientele. The man as he drove, he kept his eye on Candice. Something in his lizard brain kept warning him of danger. There was something about the sweet, innocent, harmless way of Candice that did not sit right with him. In the end, money talked. Candice looked fresh enough, and one of his clientele wanted a younger maiden. Candice was a bit tall, but looked the part. The house was in Palm Springs, Hialeah, and this one had an elegant gate and everything. The clients were the usual fellows from one of the nightclubs. There was a couple of young men here and there. as well as an older gentleman. Candice saw the interior of the house without being impressed. The doormat said welcome, so she took this as an invitation to enter within. Because, you know, you gotta, like, invite vampires into your house. So every welcome mat invites vampires into your house. So keep that in mind. Any fellow who knows vampire will never leave a welcome mat in front of the house. Candice said to a random fellow, "Geez, this party is like so boring. Put on some music, why don't you?" The man took this excuse to go outside and smoke, to go out for a smoke, and let his clients deal with the rest. Back in the hotel, Anne had laid down to sleep. She was weary from sitting the entire night. While she slept, Cassandra got out of her cage, and then she dialed a phone. Hey God, the parrot called someone. She knows how to use phone. Well, cockatoo. A 45-year-old cockatoo. They're bound to know a lot of tricks. The clients realizing the dullness of the situation, they put it on some music. A different fellow brought the drinks. As for Candice, she asked the older gentleman, "Where's your bathroom? I wanna like shower and get changed." "Here's a bag with some clothes," they said. The old gent who got out to follow after Candice. He made a motion to touch Candice's shoulder, but she turned around before he could do so. "Walk facing him," she said. "You will take me to the bathroom." The old man, forgetting his initial impulse, led Candice to the bathroom. He did not live in the house, so he kept opening random doors till he found the right one. The man attempted to have an intelligent thought, but he was still in trouble. Candice noted the neatness of the bathroom. She grabbed a nearby towel before finding the soap and the shampoo. The bathroom had a modern design with granite walls and a glass partition of the shower. Candice opened the shower and she raised the heat. While she waited, she sat down on the toilet. The old gentleman opened the door slightly and was disappointed to see that Candice was still dressed. When it got steamy enough, Candice got undressed and she entered the shower. The old gentleman tried to follow in suit. It was then when Candice noticed that she had forgotten the conditioner. She left the shower and then she noticed the intruder. Smiling coldly, she said, "There you are, you old bugger. I don't normally do this, but if you can help me with a little problem, I will really appreciate it. I will help you with anything," said the old gentleman. "Turn around," said Candice. The old gentleman did as Candice thought. It was often said that vampire powers grow stronger as their hunger grows. Candice said, "Cover your eyes." The old man did as Candice told him. Candice tugged at his shirt till she saw a piece of exposed flesh. Candice particularly liked to bite the trapezius, close to the infraspinatus, the spot between the shoulder and the spine, of course. While she ate, she sunk her teeth into her victim, and then while she ate, it was then she realized she had forgotten her candy. While most vampires like to drink from the neck, she would draw blood by using her nails. Alright, we'll continue this later. Bye bye, guys.
Go.
Alright, action. We'll continue with my sweet vampire Candice, written by me, Teresita Blanco. The blood was sugary enough due to the diabetes. Still, it had a particularly acrid taste. Normally, Candice did not drink much of the fellow, but since she was particularly hungry, she drank 400 milliliters of blood. She would have drank more, but the back of the fellow started looking pale, so she stopped. At that moment, one of the other clients entered the bathroom. He was agitated due to something he had taken. He screamed when he saw Candice biting the fellow. When he pulled out his gun and then he shot the old man. He would have shot Candice too, but a large claw entered through the back of his head and it exited his mouth. The human fellow died on the spot due to the severity of the blow. Candice recognized the noseless face and the sunken black eyes and golden eyes. Standing before her was her father, Marlowe. He said to Candice, "What are you doing here, Candice?" "Well, said Candice shyly. "Are you really that stupid, Candice?" barked Marlowe. "I'm sorry, Daddy, but," said Candice, "wasn't that a little overkill?" Candice, said Marlo. And when we get back, I need to have a serious talk with your grandmother of yours, Anya. Apparently she has been homeless for quite a bit. Candice entered the bath and she started washing herself. Marlo sat down on the toilet while staring at the floor. He noticed the dazed and confused old man. The old gent who had been shot looked at Marlo, and then he looked at Candice. Eventually he bled out. As for the others, they had heard gunshots and ran away. Chapter 3. A Good Day. The following night, Anya awoke to find Marlo staring down at her. Due to his grimly form, she had the natural reaction of screaming before punching his face. Marlo sighed and he said, "Good night to you as well, dear Candy." "It is Anya," said Anya. "Whatever, who cares," said Marlo. He then added, "So, Candy, how long do you plan on keeping Candice here?" "I was hoping she would get bored and return home. I don't really feel like looking for a permanent home. Therefore, here don't bother me with anything. I am quite contented. And if my room is needed, I can just go sleep under a bridge and come back another time," said Anya. "You're a hobo, Grandma?" asked Candice, shocked. "I am not a hobo," screamed Anya. "See, there is a roof. It is just not there most of the time." "Why must you torture yourself in this squalor?" asked Marlo, sitting by the bedside. I'm not torturing myself. I like it here. I can stay here and go as I please, and nobody does or pays me any mind. It is practically as if I did not exist. And besides, who are you to judge, Marlo?" asked Anya. Candice had gotten out to check up on her phone. She had all of the core components drying inside a jar of rice. Marlo was quiet after this rebuke. He was not one to tell Anya how she should live her life. Marlo then said to Anya, "Your life stopped being your own after you had Maruru. You owe her at least an explanation as to why you left, as to why you abandoned her." "Gosh, again with that," said Anya, getting up. She paced around the room a bit before storming out. That was the final night Anya spent in the dingy motel. As they were leaving the hotel, the police arrived. Candice looked at her father, worried. Marlo regarded the police officer with bored amusement. One of the officers looked at Marlo and then at Candice. The officer ignored Candice and her party in order to continue with whatever business they had in the motel. The trio and the bird made their way through the commotion of police cars and sirens. Candice parked her items inside her father's Nissan Maxima. Even with the overall roominess for the front driver, Marlo felt like he was stuck inside a sardine can. Marlo drove slowly, not because he was loud, but because of traffic. After thinking a bit, he drove to a friend's house. He would crash there every so often in his garage. He had a bed and a tiny closet. Candice and Anya slept on the bed, while Marlo preferred to sleep standing up inside the closet. From this safe haven, Marlo started looking for a more permanent residence. Since Anya had grown fond of roaming the Westland Mall, it's funny when the music sings cheers. Since Anya had grown fond of roaming the Westland Mall, Marlo set about looking for an apartment near the place. Marlo eventually found a quaint little apartment complex called Savannah Apartments. The apartments were near a kids' water park called Ducky Den. The park also featured other venues like baseball and a soccer arena. There was also a playing grass area for kids to play whatever. Marlo thought that the place was a good hunting ground for his little daughter. At night, the park was visited by drug dealers. The juvenile dealers sometimes appeared alone. They were perfect targets for vampires or for something worse. The day Marlo was ready for the move, he found his daughter floating upside down in the pool. Marlo gingerly lifted the chin of his daughter till her face was above the water. Marlo said to his girl, "You keep floating like that and all the mosquitoes will bleed you out." "Mosquitoes?" asked Candice, confused. As she incorporated herself, she felt that her back was rather itchy. As she scratched, she said, "Filthy bloodsuckers." Since Candice was having a bad time with the itching, Anya, who who was reading while wearing a burqa, went about to make her an ointment. Anya had long since given up on the fight against the true vampiric menace of South Florida. It didn't matter what spell, scent, or ointment she used, those bloodsucker mosquitoes were relentless. In the end, the only real feasible solution she found was to wear a burqa or a beekeeper's outfit whenever she went out at night. Candice, like her grandmother Anya, had what the local Cubans call mosquito blood. Those miniature Aedes aegypti suck more blood than all the vampires in Florida put together. From time to time, there was a new project to get rid of the darn thing or to control the population. Nothing ever worked. The most ancient of residents knew it was a losing battle. Florida will always be a swamp, a mosquito-infested swamp. Candice asked her father, "Do you think the police is still looking for you?" "Why would they?" asked Marlo, showing his hand. Candice patted her father's hand. Smiling, Marlo said, "See, no fingerprints. I think the humans call it a dermatoglyphia." Candice looked at her hand and she saw that it was the same as her father. Frowning, she said, "It is amazing how you can go your entire life without looking at your hand closely." "Oh yeah, what time?"
7 minutes.
"But if I don't have fingerprints, whose prints did they use for my passport?" asked Candice. "Mine," said Anya. "Am I going to die?" asked Candice, worried. "No, silly. You might not sweat as much, but other than that, there's nothing to worry about." Candice made bubbles with her mouth in response. Marlo left the pool area and he returned with a newspaper. On the front page, there was all the details of the gruesome crime. Marlo, smiling, showed the newspaper to Candice. "See, they are blaming the Mexicans. They think it was an execution-style, drug-related crime, blah, blah, blah. Oh, look, the forensic guys think I killed the guy with a shotgun. Hey, I outdid myself." Because remember, like in the chapter, he just punched right to the guy. So, like, they equated his punch to like a shotgun blast. "You're a meanie, Daddy. Don't you think that was a bit of an overkill?" went Candice. "My sweet Candice," said Marlo, smiling. "If a fellow tried to harm your mommy, what would you do?" I will pump that guy full of lead, and I don't even own a gun," said Candice, making her small hands into a fist. The night rolled by quietly. The silence was eventually interrupted by the arrival of Marlo's friend. He was a milk drinker, and I consider a true vampire by modern standards. He went by the name Vazuki, and like most of Marlo's friends, he was quite Asian. He was so Asian that he had been a disciple of Siddhartha Gautama. That's a Buddha.
Vampire Buddha?
No, just regular Buddha.
Alright.
Like Buddha lived in the year 700 before Christ. But now I'm rambling.
Okay.
Like, so basically I'm saying that he was 2,700 years old.
Gotcha. And you, Vampire Buddha.
No, the Buddha is not the Buddha. He was a disciple of the Buddha.
Okay.
As a meal drinker, he liked the sharp teeth, and his nails were not useful for drawing blood. Without those basic physical attributes, without the vampiretism and claws, Vazuki looked like a normal human. He was 5'4". His eyes were pitch black and was the color of molasses, and his hair was short, black, and curly. Marlo had freed Vazuki from the control of an evil sorcerer about 2,500 years ago. Ever since then, when Marlo needed something, Vazuki was always eager to help. Vazuki noted a very bored-looking Candice. He said to Marlo, "Why don't you take her out to eat some human food or something?" "I would if she asked," said Marlo. "Can you show me to a good food place?" asked Candice. "I could. I know of a fun place nearby," said Marlo, smiling. "You do?" asked Candice, getting out of the pool. Candice ran to the garage door and she went to the bathroom to take a quick bath. While she showered, Anya was sewing while she saw reruns of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Vazuki could not help but smiling at the scene, like a vampire watching the Vampire Slayer. Johnny, he said, "I'm going to check up on my goat. Call me if you need anything." I need a
what?
Goat.
Oh.
Cabra. Bah. No way, that's a sheep. It's a goat.
Got it.
It's a milk drinker. He needs a goat to drink milk in order to extend his lifespan. It's a type of vampire from like India.
That drinks milk.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's not considered a vampire by modern standards.
But he totally drinks milk.
Yeah.
Goat milk.
Yeah. I need a bigger room, said Anya. This is what you get for the amount of money you're willing to pay, said Vazuki, smiling. By the time Candice was ready to head out, Anya had switched gambits. She started to read over the top the information that Marlo had gotten her. She pondered on whether she wanted to move to the Savannah apartment. There were several other rooms available for purchase. One on the first floor, second floor, and a multi-family condo. Marlo drove out, and since he was feeling in a particular evil mood, he drove Candice to a McDonald's. Candice had never seen such a place. She naturally gravitated to the slides and the ball pits. Once she fooled around there, Marlo got her a little Happy Meal with a toy. When it came time for her to eat her meal, Candice held the chicken nugget and she asked her father, "What is this?" "It is chicken. You like chicken," said Marlo, grinning. Candice raised an eyebrow and then she bit down on the chicken nugget. She soon made a face and she spat the nugget into the napkin. Marlo laughed and then he said, "Alright, let's go to a real restaurant." Marlo, while he drove, he kept giggling. Candice was in a foul mood and was not saying anything to her father. It had been quite a while since her father had teased her. She had to build her immunity to his childish pranks again, otherwise they were going to become more frequent. Wait, what time?
2 minutes.
Eventually, Marlo took his daughter to the Versailles in 355 Southwest 8th Street, Miami, Florida.
Hashtag not spons.
Hashtag not spons. Like the place is it was a good restaurant back in the day, but everything went to hell with like the modern. Okay, I'm divagating. The place had opened in 1971. It was famous for serving Cuban food. Candidates asked for election would sometimes appear there in order to try to get the Cuban vote. When Marlo drove near the place, Candice thought he was messing with her again. The nearest parking lot was near a creepy-looking building surrounded by willow trees. Indeed, the area of Versace at night seemed like a good place to get mugged. The restaurant itself had a decent vintage exterior. Alright, let's just continue with this later. Bye-bye and God bless. Is it recording?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Archie's sister, and today we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice, written by me, Teresita Blanco. We're continuing with chapter 2. Candice looked at the menu over the top. She asked her father, "What is mojo?" It says plantains in English, but I feel mojo is important or something. Mojo is a type of sauce, and it is to die for, said her father, Marlo, smiling. I guess I will get that. And some empanadas and fufu con masita sounds fun. So get me some of that too for appetizers, said Candice. You should get some croquettes as well, said Marlo. He added, "Now close the menus, otherwise we're never going to get any service." The waitress came and she took the order. Marlo normally did not eat human food, but having his daughter around always got him in the mood to eat normal stuff. Since it had been like forever, Marlo ordered a crema de malanga, a type of creamy soup. For a drink, Candice got a Coca-Cola. The waitress brought Candice a Diet Coke. After compelling the waitress to bring a regular Coke, Candice's good mood returned. Since it was midnight, Marlo ordered a medianoche, or a midnight sandwich. It came with ham, roast pork, Swiss cheese, mustard, pickles, and with fries on the side. He added some croquettes to the sandwich as well for good measure. As he got his hunger growing, Marlo added to his main course a Spanish baguette, a tamal, some tostones, and galletitas preparadas. Candice raised an eyebrow when she noted how much her father was stuffing down. The sound of his jaw snapping and the way he rambled with food in his mouth unnerved the waitress, who was unlucky enough to tend to Marlo and Candice. After browsing the menu a bit, Candice asked, "What is a vaca frita?" "Look, honey, if you're going to survive in Florida, you better speak Spanish, my love," said Marlo before chugging down a croquette. He was no longer in a polite type of mood. He summoned the waitress by compelling her to come. She filled his glass with strawberry milkshake. Marlo drank it down a bit too quickly, and it gave him a brain freeze. Candice eventually ordered her back a frita and arroz imperial. Candice ate most of the food, but she was one to pace herself. Since she was a sweet vampire, she always made plenty of room for dessert. What she did not eat was quickly gobbled down by her father. Candice ordered all the 4 varieties of flan they had available. She also ordered alongside 7 scoops of different flavors of ice cream. She also added, following her father's suggestion, a 3 meals and a 4 meals. The creme de la creme of the dessert was the buñuelos, made with yuca, with brown sugar and cinnamon made into syrup. At the end of her meal, Candice lay back and she sighed. She unbuttoned her jeans since she had taken in so much food. Candice said, "I think I ate too much." "It's fine, don't worry about it," said Marlo. The manager himself brought Marlo the check. With everything they had ordered, Marlo spent about $350 plus tip. Candice said, "Isn't it a bit expensive?" "It is actually a great deal, all things considered," said Marlo. Candice smiled and said, "Yes, tonight was a good night." "Do you want to roam the area or go home?" asked Marlo. "I am still a bit jet-lagged, so I'm going to call it a night." "I'm just going to let the digestion take care of the food," said Candice. "Sure, there are plenty of things to do in the day," said Marlo. Candice changed for the night, but not before dropping some little presents in Basuki's toilet. The girl showered afterward, and then she went to sleep. Anya had by then finished picking an apartment. She had also moved the bed in the guest room ever so slightly. Anya had seen a roach on the wall, and after slaying it, she had set about finding all the tiny entry points for the critter. She then had sealed it with silicone sealant. She had been occupying herself in that when Candice finished her shower. Marlo said to Anya, "Candice is going to head out in the afternoon. Take her to the beach or something." "I would do one better. I would take her scuba diving," said Anya. "You're not going to take her to do that, are you?" asked Marlo. "Dad, well, you always complain about everything I do," barked Anya. "Sorry," said Marlo sheepishly before entering inside the closet. Do you remember that they're like in somebody else's house? They don't got like their coffins and stuff, so he just lives in the closet. Because it's the thing that most resembles a coffin. Candice left the bathroom wrapping a towel. She then removed it to enter the bed to sleep. Anya asked, "So how did it go?" "Fine, I guess," said Candice. "Nobody minded your father?" asked Anya. A few of the customers didn't mind, especially had that seem as if she saw a monster or something. But then the nonchalantness of the waitress and the manager caused the folks to come down, said Candice with her eyes closed. "Well, he's not the biggest weirdo to appear after midnight in Miami," said Anya. "Good night, Grandma," said Candice. "Good night, my little muffin," said Anya before lying down to sleep. The following day, Anya woke Candice around 10 a.m. Candice bathed and got dressed. She was good to go by 11:30. Since they were going out for a swing, Anya had bought food from the bakery before heading out. She bought some croquettes, 2 loaves of bread, some sodas, a tray of pastelito, 11 empanadas, and some bono bread. Well, that's like...
So you just want to make me hungry right now, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing but listing foods and delicious stuff that I want to eat. Got it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, how much time we had left?
Oh, like 8 minutes. You're good.
Well, Anya drew, it was Candice's job to feed Anya some bono bread whenever the light turned red. For the diving scene, Anya drove down to Isla Monada to the Wahoo Bar and Grill. She had rented a boat from a friend who supplied the shrimps and fishes to the restaurant. Candice passed by the place and she smelled the fish. Candice was not a fish or shrimp eater, so she quickly lost interest. Since it was now noon by now, Candice was starting to feel the heat. Candice had always thought of herself as a day walker. Still, after 5 minutes under the blistering sun, her nose was starting to burn a little red. Anya smiled when she noticed her granddaughter's discomfort. Anya had come prepared for the scorching sun. Since it was particularly hot November, the temperature in Florida was about 91 degrees. A lot of the most drunken crowds had been stopped by the Hurricane Michelle. The hurricane had just finished passing over South Florida when Candice landed. Some of the turbulence had been caused by it, by its redness. As for the attire, Candice and Anya were polar opposites in this occasion. While Anya was wearing long sleeve shirt and nylon pants, Candice had a bikini top and short shorts. Aside from the long sleeve shirt, Anya had sneakers and an elegant red sombrero. This straw hat was a meter in diameter. The top part had a red sash with fake camellia flowers and with a fake cotton flower. Candice wore a marlin visor and some flip-flops. The dog seemed interesting enough. It had a U-shape to shelter the boat from the waves. Facing the sea was a sculpture of dueling marlins. The beach was pretty rocky and it had a do not swim sign. Candice looked about a bit through her mirror shades. She saw that beneath the water there were plenty of sharks passing by. Candice asked Anya while they were at the yacht, "Do you think it's going to be safe to go swimming with the sharks? Sharks are always in Florida water. If you are not going to enter the water because of sharks, then you might as well never go to the beach," said Anya. "Point taken," said Candice, getting the soda from inside the cooler. No, getting the sodas inside the cooler. Anya took the helm and slowly they made them sail away. The yacht was a 1970s fur tram. It had an elegant pink undercolor. The cushions were vanilla color. The yacht had a moderate speed and quite balanced form. It took the waves with very little turbulence. The water had barely any waves, and there was no wind as well. This created the ideal sailing and dehydrating conditions. The sky was a particularly crisp blue, with the sun at the center of the horizon. Eventually, Anya reached the alligator lighthouse reef. There were already a couple of ships there assembled, with fellows snorkeling. Anya handed Candice a free diver oval mask. Candice asked her grandmother, "Aren't you going to wear one?" "I was born in the sea, so I don't really need one," said Anya. "Wait, but doesn't that mean that technically I don't need one?" asked Candice. "I don't know. When you open your eyes underwater, can you see?" asked Anya. "Nope," pouted Candice. Candice removed her pants and then she was ready to go. Anya dropped the anchor and she jumped into the water. Candice kind of brought herself in as well. When she did, she swam back to the surface. Whining, she said, "It's cold." "Of course it is cold. It is almost winter," said Anya. In Florida, even if the temperature stayed up, the ocean followed the natural course of the season. Since it was almost winter, the water was a cold 57 degrees. Candice trembling made the effort to make the best of the situation. She used her diving lessons and she dove deep. The old abandoned lighthouse had an entire fish community beneath. Beyond it there was a reef with even more fishes. Napping beneath the lighthouse at the moment was a school of reef sharks. Candice found her grandmother poking one of the sharks in the face to wake it up. The shark swam away from Anya and started circling around her before settling down elsewhere. The sharks slept with their eyes wide open. Candice had seen a couple of Jaws movies, so she was weary of sharks. The weariness wore off soon enough. Anya returned to the surface of the water and then went back down again with a bag. Anya then proceeded to try to feed hands to the reef sharks. Some sleepy sharks bit the hands before spitting them back out again. Eventually, a bull shark came and ate up the human hands and limbs that Anya had offered them. Some of the other divers who were further away just saw Anya feeding something to the sharks. Due to the water distortion, they assumed that the food was just fishes. Eventually, as Candice swam, she bumped into a Jesus statue that was underwater with his arms extended upwards. Candice looked at the rendition of Jesus and she thought him handsome. Candice always liked to look at old Jesus statues and paintings. She knew that the artist drew from life. She always pondered on the life models who resembled Jesus. A curious hammerhead also passed by. He noticed that Candice was looking at something, so he came to take a closer look. The shark bited the hand of the Savior and then saw that it was made of a strange material. Sharks touch things with their mouths, which is unfortunate for humans. Candice grabbed onto the fin of the shark and the shark allowed her to tag along. Together with the hammerhead, Candice toured all the nooks and crannies of the reef. Aside from fishes, she saw snails, turtles, snakes, and even one alligator. The reef looked nice and healthy, and the biggest highlight was a white shark. Candice swam to the surface, and then she started yelling, "Shark! Shark!" Some of the younger divers ran for it, and indeed it did not help much that the hammerhead followed Candice to the surface. With the one fin on the surface, naturally one of the fishermen tried to do the gentlemanly thing. He went to shoot at the shark, but he shot Candice instead on the shoulder. The shark just grazed her, and she yelled, "You son of a bitch, you shot me, you miserable bastard!" His body started yelling at the fellow for his terrible marksmanship. A guy in a ski jet eventually came to get Candice out of the shark-infested water. The wound in her arm was bleeding quite a bit, and it was a good thing too because the bull shark had been eyeing Candice. So when he saw that she was wounded, the bull shark thought she would make an easy meal. The bull shark's face surfaced as he almost bit Candice on the leg. The fellow in the ski said that they should all be destroyed. "I agree," said Candice, looking at the fisherman with a gun. She added, "No drunk person should be allowed to hold a weapon." "Oh, I was talking about the shark," said the fellow on the jet ski. "I don't mind the shark, I just mind the asshole who shot me," said Candice. The fisherman and his buddies came out to Candice on their motor sailboat. After apologizing a lot, Candice agreed not to sue them in exchange for whatever cash they had on their person. The jet ski guy drove Candice back to her boat. As he dug, he said, "You should still sue them. I know their names, and you can make a lot of nice cash for them. And you can make a nice case for scarring your shoulder in the bit of a botched rescue. If I bring up in court, the guys might end up going to jail for aggravated assault or something. After this happened, there's no need to make a big deal about it. If it was not done on purpose," said Candice. "Show yourself," said the fellow before the party. How much time?
1 minute and 4 seconds.
Anya had surfaced a bit to get so near when she noticed her granddaughter back on the boat. She asked Candice, "What happened to you?" "I got shot. What does it look like?" said Candice, frowning. "So I guess you're not immune to bullets," said Anya, laughing. "Hardy, hard," barked Candice. She added, "Can you fix this?" Oh yeah, like. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with my Sweet Vampire Candice, a book written by me, Teresita Blanco. We're continuing with chapter 2. Alright. Anya brought out a fishing hook and line, and then she went about mending Candice's shoulder. While she worked, Candice noticed the fisherman from before fishing at a shark. They then proceeded to plunge the shark to death before throwing it back to the water. Candice frowned and said, "What a bunch of jerks. They did not even eat the shark, so why did they kill it?" "Some folks just like to kill because it is so much fun," said Anya. She added, "I went through a phase like that myself, but it wore off quickly." "Yes, I remember. It was a time when you were a vigilante," said Candice, reminiscing. When Anya concluded this, she said, "You know what? We should avenge you, Brother Shark." "Brother Shark?" asked Candice. She added, "It is not as if we need to make a big deal about every little creature that bites us." "Yes, but don't you like sharks?" asked Anya. "Yes, they are mild enough," said Candice. "Well, and like us, they don't hurt anyone without a reason," said Candice. "Just do your thing, Grandma. You don't need my approval," said Candice, shrugging her shoulders. Candice did not feel like she had a right to judge her grandmother. Like her, they were particular living creatures she could not tolerate, like roaches. Anya gave a bit of speed to her boat, and then she ran against the sailboat that was stuck. The strike scratched the hull of the sailboat, but it at least did what it had to. The sailboat sank and with it the sailor. By now it was dusk, and the reef sharks had awakened. They had seen what the fishermen had done to their fellow hammerhead. That hammerhead was particularly loved in the alligator reef. He was both a poet and a good dancer. The second the fishermen landed in the water, the reef sharks had a field day. Nobody lived to tell the tale. Anya drove back home pretty satisfied with herself. She had done a bit of vigilante work, and she felt that the world had become a little bit more righteous due to her work. Candice was still nursing her ouchie. Her shoulder stung, and it made gripping items painful. It also did not help that every exposed piece of flesh was burned. Candice had used sunblock and everything, but it did not help at all. Chapter 4, The Bucky Dent. I thought it was... we were in chapter 3. Now we're in chapter 4. The fabled day came, and when Candice moved into her first apartment with her grandmother and her father, the first major problem was getting the bed into the house. Regardless of how much they pushed into the stairs, the mid-race could not make it to the second floor. Candice had settled for an apartment on the second floor. The ones on the second floor had 2 stories with the bedrooms on the 3rd floor. From that high up, Candice got a good view of the sunset and some trees as well. Candice was all about seeing the sunset. Anyhow, as for the bed, in the end they had to tie it to a rope and hoist it up the 3rd floor. The furniture they had rented from Vasuki also required similar logistics. Marlo had to return the dining room and the living room as soon as Candice settled on something. Before the furniture had even entered, Anya had done a roach inspection. She had placed a roach killer coop and sealed up all of the holes she could find. Since it was a smaller space, Anya was able to roach-proof the apartment, a rare feat indeed. The apartment had a small kitchen, and the air conditioner was nearby and on top of the water heater. Beyond the kitchen area, there was a green carpet. It went all the way out to the bedrooms. The walls themselves were painted yellow and green. This made the apartment look smaller and darker than it really was. This worked well for vampires. When Marlo and Nadia sorted the logistics of getting stuff inside, Candice started looking about the neighborhood. She noticed a fellow who was painting facing a wall. Candice focused her eyes on the pretty picture, and she noticed that the fellow was painting a landscape that only his eyes could see. Around the parking lot, there was a couple of paths running around the place. Mainly, there were a lot of cars parked. There were even some parked in front of the Savannah. Apartment sign. Downstairs, Marlo was pitching a fit to get his parking space. It was common for residents to park in locations that did not belong to them. Candice smiled as she saw her father acting silly due to the parking situation. She then lowered the air conditioner a bit in order to help the room get cooler. The previous owner had left the air conditioner on, and the apartment felt like a steam room. Candice closed her blinds and she lay down on top of the queen bed. The ventilator was making a creaking, distracting sound. Candice got up on the bed and she wiggled the ventilator a bit till it stopped making the sound. As soon as she got comfortable again, the stupid noise returned. Anya entered the room and then she said, "Now that is annoying. If you need me, I'm going to sleep in the coffin room." So the apartment had 2 bedrooms. The second bedroom was filled with 3 snug coffins. The coffins were custom made to order. Anya's coffin came with a flat screen TV. When she closed it, she could watch her telenovelas, and when computers became better, she would replace the TV with a laptop. There was a computer in the coffin room as well, and it was placed inside the closet with a table and a chair within. Both the TV and the computer relied on the same Wi-Fi cable, so whoever had to use the internet had to take the cable from the television. There was also a TV in the living room against the wall that led downstairs. Since Candice did not want to delay the inevitable, the following nightfall she went with her father to get some furniture. They acquired a small dining room set with round glass table. The table looked small and metallic and chic. What it had in beauty, it lacked in utility. Most of the time, either Candice or Marlo were bumping their knees against the table. Eventually, Marlo gave up on the table and he started eating dinner on the club chair. The other furniture was a green Chesterfield sofa. The overall color scheme combination was green and golden. It seemed easier to Candice to combine the furniture with the walls than to paint the entire apartment. Aside from the vampiric stuff, Candice was working on making the balcony more comfortable for Cassandra. There was a pet store within walking distance near the public, and she had bought there some food and a bigger case and some toys for Cassandra. Cassandra was usually picky about her toys, so Candice had brought the bird in with her to the shop. Cassandra chose a little hexagonal ball that she could grab and jiggle it to. She got for herself some mini sneakers, cause tearing apart shoes is fun. She also got a colorful new purse. Candice wanted to get more items, but there was not a lot of items that caught Cassandra's interest. Most of the items in the pet store focused on dog and cat toys. Sorry, Cassandra said, "I told you we should have packed my stuff as well, but no." "Sorry," said Candice meekly. The days passed easily in Hialeah, and by now it was close to Christmas. During her wanderings, Anya had discovered the Buckingham Park. Candice liked the pool, so Anya took care to check the hours. Candice made a note to fall asleep early to visit the pool in the morning. Her Spanish lessons were progressing tortuously slow. Anya was thinking of getting Candice to school, but Marlo did not believe in education. Aside from some last in Spanish pronunciation lessons here and there, Candice was learning most of her Spanish from watching telenovelas. There was a particular one that she caught at 9 p.m. It was called A Clone. It took place in both Morocco and in Rio de Janeiro. Both places did not appear often in American flicks that Candice used to watch. She was slowly getting enamored with the idea of roaming in the desert and of visiting Rio. As with most of her usual fancies, they were short-lived by the new Chinese scene. A Clone was Candice's first introduction to Brazilian telenovela. After watching A Clone, Candice saw Zika da Silva. This was a bit harder to catch since it sometimes aired at 4 a.m. or even 5 a.m. Manal knew Candice was trying to keep up with Zika, so he made an effort to record the episodes. When not catching telenovelas, Candice started to see the old telenovela tapes Anya had recorded over the years. She had piles and piles of them in the warehouses. She was ever increasing the acquisition of old ones she liked, and one that deeply disturbed her and made her afraid of the moon was Mujeres de Arena. There was a scene when Thornhill is asking the moon to take him away, and they have to tie him down to prevent the moon from sucking him up into the sky. Another fun one was called La Flor de Jorge Tadeo. The main scene focused on a flower that when women ate it, it made Jorge Tadeo manifest, and he would show them a good time. For this reason, the flower was quite popular. As the telenovela unfolds, you discover why the flower had such powers. Candice was also watching Uga Uga. It was a Tarzan done in a Brazilian telenovela style. Instead of monkeys, Tatu is raised by the indigenous folk, and he is eventually found and brought back to civilization by his grandpa. Despite the silly premise, it was quite watchable and a commentary on the plight of the indigenous population living in the Amazon, who are treated by the white population as less than human. With this choppy Spanish education, Candice was making slow, torturous progress with learning the language. After catching Zika, Candice decided to go to bed early. She had the intention of visiting the local pool. The second she tried to close her eyes in bed, the alarm went off. Candice jumped out of the bed and looked out the window. Cassandra said to Candice, "Sonja, pull the fire alarm." Candice frowned and said, "What a bother." Cassandra flew out to get away from the noise. As for Candice, she jumped into her coffin. She normally preferred sleeping on the bed. Her sleep tended to be a little too heavy when she slept in the coffin. She arranged the alarm to wake her up. Alarms for coffin vampires just made the lid open up. The sudden burst of thunder was usually enough to wake even the dead. The following morning came, and this time the scene that woke up Candice was a drilling. Neither Marlo nor Anya were in the apartment. Marlo had gone to roam about on his camper. As for Anya, she had left a note saying that she had gone to check up on her storage unit. Anya had seen in the news that some of the warehouses had been broken into. Candice got out of bed in a foul mood. She dressed quickly and then she went to the barking den. The front of the park had the entrance to the pool. She paid $5 entrance fee and she was soon inside the park. She tried a couple of the slides and she even swam a few laps. By noon she was bored and hungry. In the bucket, and the fellows looked at her weird. She was wearing short shorts and on top a long sleeved shirt. Candice ignored the fellow and she went about her business. Eventually she got into the game of volleyball with one of the younger kids. The kid asked Candice, "Are you new to school?" "Nah, I don't go to school," said Candice. "Why and how?" "My mom says I don't have a choice. If I don't go to school, they take me away to a foster home for being neglected," said the kid. "Sucks, don't it?" "But I think you have a homeschooling option or something," said Candice. "Yes, but Mom works all the time," said the kid sadly. "I don't even do the homeschooling either. My dad doesn't believe in education," said Candice. She added, "and my mom never bothered to send me to school." "So you don't know how to read and write?" asked the kid surprised. "Are you like a Mormon or something?" "Nah, I'm a vampire," said Candice nonchalantly. "Sure you are," said the kid laughing. "You know, seriously, if you don't get an education, you can't get a good job." "I'm not worried about jobs. I have all my needs are provided for, so I can do whatever I want, which at the moment is to see lots of telenovelas," said Candice. "Telenovelas," said the kid. A month passed and the conversations continued. Eventually, the kid spoke to his mother about the Candice situation. The lady who was a well-intentioned teacher appeared in Candice's apartment. Oh yeah, the time?
Yeah, you still got 2 minutes.
The lady looked at Marlo from head to toe and his visage made her skin crawl, but she stood her ground. The little meddler went on a tirade about what happens to students who refused to go to school and that they might end up in Jewish. She also illustrated how Marlo could face criminal charges for denying her daughter education. Marlo frowning said to her, I thank you for your concern for my daughter, but Candice is old enough to decide her life for herself. She has spent 60 years with just basic education and she never showed any inclination to learn anything else. And I was never the type of fellow to force her to do something she does not want to do. If you want Candice to get an education, you must convince her of the benefits that such a path would imply. As for me, I personally do not believe in education of any kind. When you have been alive as long as I have, you will realize the knowledge of murder is ephemeral and amorphous, and not worth investing any time and money. The conversation ended there, but the problem did not. Eventually, Anya was the one who had to defuse the situation. When the police came for Candice, Anya sneezed in their general direction. These things made them forget the reason they had come there in the first place. Anya then followed them home. At night, she hypnotically suggested that the kid's mother was crazy. With this forethought, the cousin about pressing the matter further. Anya did not stop there. She made the kid and his mother forget all about Candice. Candice was sorry at the loss of her new acquaintance, but she got over it quickly because it was not much of a conversationalist. Alright, we'll continue later. Is it recording?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Archie's sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice. Reading by me, Teresita Blanco. This is the third recording. Okay, we're at the start of chapter 5. A birthday cake and a funeral. December came and with it the closure of Candice's favorite meditation area. Despite her mood, Candice was doing exactly the same thing she had done back at home. Maruru pointed out as much when last Candice spoke to her mother on the phone. Candice wondered why she had come to the United States in the first place. Maybe her mother was right. She was just being infantile. It was not as if Martiso was lacking in anything. Martiso had lovely mountain vistas, and when it snowed, it became hauntingly beautiful. Candice was feeling homesick during the December month. She said to her father, we should go home and visit Mom for the holidays. Her birthday's coming up, and she must be lonely. I wouldn't if I were you, said Marlo. Jeff said Anya. If I know her well, she's probably still fuming. I think you're over exaggerating, Lady Candice, said Marlo to Anya. Marlo from time to time called Anya by her true name, which annoyed her quite a bit. In the end, the trio boarded a plane to visit Maruru. Along the way, Marlo thought to himself, I think I left the iron on. The daughter of the apartment going up in smoke gnawed at him. In the end, he called up a friend to go check it out. Marlo relaxed as soon as he got confirmation that the iron was off, but the stove was still burning. With this problem solved, the family was able to board the plane. While the plane flew, the family engaged in polite conversation. Who is a friend you trusted and to give him a key to our house? Asked Anya, who was suddenly paranoid. His name is Pietro. Him and I go way back, at least 5 years. He was there, and he offered me comfort during a time I thought I was going to die, said Marlo casually. What? Asked Candice alarmed. Don't worry about it, Candice, said Marlo. If I truly had that condition, then I would be dead by now, and it turned out to be a bad diagnosis. What condition, insisted Candice? Is it hereditary? Isn't it nice to have such a sweet daughter concerned for her dear old dad, said Marlo, hugging Candice and pinching her cheeks. Marlo, said Candice sternly. Marlo grew somber and he became a stoic brick wall. He was quiet for the entire trip. Eventually Candice asked Anya, what condition is he talking about? It is a condition that only afflicts ancient vampires. Nothing is meant to last forever, dear Candice, though to humans with short lifespans, vampires might seem as eternal, explained Anya. Said Candice a bit bummed out. The thought of suffering a natural death filled her with dread. Anya seemed a bit inclined to quantify it with Candice. She wanted to explain to her the concept of negligible senescence, and how it could be avoided by entering a state of cryptobiosis.
What?
In the end, Anna decided not to bother Candice's pretty little head with such nonsense. She bought Candice an ice cream at the new Baskin Robbins at the train station exit, and she had the girl try out all the flavors. While Candice ate her ice cream, she suddenly remembered something. Yelling, she said, "Cassandra, you left her door open, right? You know they forgot the bird." Said Candice, struggling to remember. Just then Marlo got a text message saying, "Found psychic parrot alone in your apartment. I am taking it home with me." Wow, this Pierre is like a super nice guy, said Candice, reading the text message. Yep, he's a nice guy. And it is Pietro. Poor Pietro. He hasn't been the same since his husband died, said Marlo sadly. Aw, that's too bad. How did it happen? Marlo carried the bath and he summoned a cat to return to Martysor. Candice again tried to retake the subject matter, but Marlo was not one to talk. To put the subject to rest, Anya said, "Look, if your father told you about all his dead friends, we will be talking till doomsday. And don't give me that sad face. It is the side effect of being old, like super old. Everyone goes away in the end. You're bumming everyone out," said Marlo to Anya. The pair started bickering all the way back to Martysor, and when they descended the cabin, they were greeted by a funeral procession. Everyone in town was in mourning. A fellow said to Candice, "Sorry for your loss." "My loss?" asked Candice. Ambrose came out to Candice and then he said, "You are right here too late. There's nothing for you to do." "What?" asked Candice, even more confused. Anya sighed and she said, "What a bother." "I'll believe it when I see it," said Marlo. A very confused Candice went to church with her grandmother and father, and they were having a funeral for her mother, Maruru. When Candice saw her mother in the coffin, she started crying on top of her body. Candice asked the priest, "How did she die?" Father Servatius said with a clear expression on his face, she lost the will to live. Ambrose then added, "He means she died of a broken heart or an of neglect. One day she started drinking blood, and then she died of malnourishment." Anya inspected the corpse of her daughter, and she commented, "She looks like a bloated, drowned corpse. Ah yes, her malnourishment caused her to fall down to the river. And you know that moving water kills vampires," said Father Servatius. "I did not know there was a river near Martysor," said Candice. "I'm in the lake," said Ambrose. "But the lake doesn't have running water," said Candice, poking holes into the entire story. During their banter, Anya came out to the corpse of Maduro and she pulled at her nose. Maruru's face clenched as she stoically pretended to be dead. Marlo thought a moment and then he said to Anya, "If she's dead, then she won't need her hair." Ambrose handed Marlo a scissor. Candice yawned and she said, "You're not making my mom's corpse bald." "Why?" asked Anya. "She's a dead body. You like eating carrion meat, don't you?" "Yes, but this is different. This is my mommy," said Candice, holding her mother's hair protectively. "She isn't dead, Candice," said Anya dourly. "Remember when you were small and you used to hold your breath when you didn't get what you wanted? Well, this is where you get that from." "If that's so," said Candice, looking at her mother, frowning, she added, "I suppose we can do the Gilgamesh thing and wait till a worm comes out of her nose to bury her. Or here's a better idea. I'm going to put a worm up her nose and then we can bury her now. 'Cause I have mass like real soon and I need all this fake funeral," said Father Servatius. Father Servatius was an art character in Martysor. He was the only Catholic priest of the church. He ministered to the townsfolk and the monastery hidden in the mountains. He claimed to be a descendant of a cousin of John the Baptist. When he became a priest, he took on the name and identity of his ancestor. He claimed that this gave him healing powers. Candice's reality was full of vampires who could shapeshift and turn to air, and she knew of all the powerful arcane creatures. Still, even with this broad perspective, she found it hard to believe that Father Servatius had any miraculous power. He claimed to be able to heal bunions, blisters, and athlete's foot. All three problems usually went away by themselves, so Candice naturally thought that he had a foot fetish. Had she read out the history of Saint Servatius, she would have gotten why Father Servatius was limited to just human feet. The Father carved from a megalithic red stone. It had 3 stories. The interior had a roof painted with lots of little angels. In the center of the temple there was an ancient Roman oil painting. It was the reliquary of the temple. According to Father Servatius, the painting was the true face of Jesus Christ. When Candice got baptized at the age of 10, she asked Father Servatius why his Jesus didn't look like the Jesus from her history books. Father Servatius cleverly said, "We all like to feel special. That is why St. Nicholas, like Jesus, takes the skin color of every children he visits." "So he's like a shapeshifter?" asked Candice. "Yes, humans are insecure about their looks, and they get sad if they feel like the entire world doesn't revolve around them. That is why St. Nicholas, or Santa Claus, puts the children at ease by resembling a grown man they trust," explained Father Servatius. The Jesus painting, depending on how the light shone on it, it had different color. Only the clothing had been painted with oil. The skin tone was done in a mosaic of different opal stones. During the Roman times, opal was the most valuable gem in the empire. Due to the optical blending, the weird Jesus relic was either black, blue, gold, red, or fair skin. It was quite clever indeed, but at least the artists of the weird Jesus relic agreed on a few things. Jesus had brown eyes and a lustrous mane of red hair, like the Virgin Mary. Father Servatius signed as he looked upon his heavenly ancestor. The rest of the church decoration was pretty standard, with the uncomfortable roll of chairs, the altar, the candles, the multiple statues of the Virgin Mary, and each with plenty of candles and a little donation box. There was also a little display box near one. This particular Virgin Mary statue was modeled after the Immaculate Conception by Diego Velázquez. Her hair had been painted with a strong ginger tint. Candice always prayed to this Virgin Mary whenever she wanted something in particular. Among the few things that Candice ever bothered to learn was a bit of the Virgin Mary. She had read everything about her, but only a few things had stuck. The birthday celebration in the church was quite amusing. One of the deacons had finally learned enough to become a monk. Due to the isolation of Montessori, everything related to the formation of priests was handled by the hidden monastery in the mountains. The new monk went by the name of Fray Agato. For many centuries, Montessori had chosen its priests based on merit and piety. So Father Agato took his role as a shepherd very seriously. During the parties, Father Servatius joked a bit about going out into the world to do God's work. He said, pointing to the Fray Agato, "Now that I have a successor, folks out here don't need me anymore. I can finally head out and follow the path of my ancestor Jesus of Nazareth." "Well, you are 30-something, said Marlo. If you want to, we can crucify you, and then you can finish your entire Jesus arc." "How kind of you to offer, Marlo, but these days human hearts are no longer moved by martyrdom. No, I have been far too isolated from the world. I am going to head out and bring back to Montessori a black sheep," said Father Servatius. No. Mondeliety. "We have things good here, Father, only because we managed to isolate ourselves from the outside world's influence. Why bring wolves to a flock of sheep?" complained Ambrose. "All dogs were wolves at some point, my dear Ambrose," commented Father Servatius. He added, "and besides, what is the point of so much religion if you do not show compassion?" While the father was going on with his rant, Candice was munching on cake. The cake had not been cut yet, and the folks were distracted. By the time they noticed Candice, she had already eaten all the corner pieces, which were her favorite. "Almost done?"
1 minute 41 seconds.
Frowning, Father Servatius said, "Well, Candice, since you were so gracious to help you, so do the rest of the cake. Do cut the rest of the cake for everyone else." "Sorry," said Candice, smiling. Alright, we'll continue this later. Bye-bye and God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice. We're like in chapter 5. Candice Herrera wants some cake. When she handed a piece to Anya, she was looking at something in her phone with a tense look. She looked startled when Candice handed a piece of cake to her. Candice asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Well, the last one died." "The last one has died," said Anya anonymously. "The last The obituary was posted a week ago, said Anya. We better hurry then, said Father Servatius. Candice hesitated. She looked at her father, Marlo, and then at her grandmother. Marlo said, here's some money. Follow your grandmother and see with your own eyes the nature of this sordid affair. The last one of them has died, so knowing the truth is not going to make much of a difference anymore. Candice followed Anya and Father Servatius. The party left on a car and then back to the train station they went. While on the train, Anya finally noticed that Candice was there. Frowning, she said, what are you doing here? Well, I saw you leaving, Anne, said Candice, who was bored, said Father Servatius. He handed Candice a Bible. Here, why don't you do something useful and read this book, and every time you finish a page, eat it. What? What? Do I have to ask Candice? If you don't, then you're going to have to stay on the train, said Anya. Candice started reading the small book. The book was quite familiar to her. It was Apocalypse. After reading the first page, she took a small piece of the paper and she ate it. Due to her barbaric nature, it burned as it went down her throat. The more she ate, the less it burned, and slowly she became cleansed of all of her impurity. As she got to the book cover, when she bit it down, she found it sweet. In her stomach, the book was transmuted into the sacred blood. Candice said to Father Servatius, wow, that's a neat trick. And you thought that all I could do was heal bunions, said Father Servatius, laughing. The train ride took 4 days. During that time, Father Servatius tortured Candice with a fresh dose of catechism. By the time the train ride ended, Candice had deeply regretted her decision to tag along. She looked at the train station and then to her grandmother. The trio took a taxi, and from there they headed to a small private airfield. Candice frowned when she noticed the size of the small plane. Anya smiled and she said, not too late for you to go back home. Candice in the end took the taxi back to the train station and then she returned home. Anya and Father Servatius breathing a sigh of relief. The two left the airfield and took a different cab. They weren't getting on the plane, they were just messing with her. Along the way, the cab stopped at a traffic light. It so happened that Candice's cab was also waiting there. Candice got out from her own cab and she had a mini tantrum. In the end, Anya and Father Servatius were forced to take Candice with them. After a short ride, they went to the local cemetery. Candice looked at the letters above the cemetery and she could not make out what they said. The cemetery had the graves above the ground. When they were above ground, they were above ground because it was impossible to dig 6 feet under. Anya read through the headstone and she eventually found the one she was looking for. Based on the granite, it was quite new. Candice drew nearer towards the headstone to read the name. Before she could read the name properly, Anya smashed the name with her fist. Candice chuckling said, Grandma, I did not know you had it in you to break solid stone. It is all thanks to my water aerobic classes, said Anya, laughing. Father Servatius saying, can we move this along? Anya placed her hand at the edge of the grate and she pulled the top stone lid open. Candice frowned when she noticed the rotting corpse full of maggots with parts of the bones exposed. Candice asked, how did those maggots get inside? All living creatures have miniature maggots in their skin, and if you not bathe once a day, they start to grow and eventually you get eaten alive, explained Father Servatius. Ha ha ha, said Candice. That is just as far-fetched as your reason as to why I must be married to sleep with a man. How about the young men you slept with stayed with you? Asked Father Servatius. No, said Candice sadly. If they only love you for your body, they will leave you as soon as the next exciting thing comes along, said Anya. There was an uncomfortable silence for a bit. The cemetery looked especially creepy with the low-lying willow trees, the cold breeze, and the moon up high. Candice looked behind her, and she saw a shadow pass by quickly. While Father Servatius recited Psalm 23, Candice found herself looking behind her shoulder from time to time. Whenever there was any praying involved, she recited mechanically, with her perception honed from decades of repetition. At the end of the song, Anya brought out some nails, which she hammered into the hands and feet of the corpse. Father Servatius said, we should decapitate him to be safe. Anya decapitated the corpse using a sharper cleaver. Father Servatius then brought out inside the facial orifice of the corpse. Before doing this, he took care to put on gloves. Candice said, I heard that if you desecrate a corpse, you turn into a ghoul. A ghoul like this? Said Father Servatius, making a weird smile. I don't get the reference, said Candice. Yeah, me neither, Father, said Anya. Don't you watch old horror movies? Asked Father Servatius. Nah, I prefer musicals, said Candice. While they jabbered about the musical, the corpse started to whistle and twist and curl, trying to get up. Eventually it stopped, and a weird yellowish smoke escaped the mouth. Anya smelled it, and then she got it inside a small jar. Smiling, she said to Candice, this is his T-bonage. Apparently the old bugger had some free will left in him. If we do not get rid of it, he will pull a poltergeist on us. Pull a poltergeist? Asked Candice. Never heard that phrase before. Anya then took a small piece of the bone and she placed it inside a small bottle. Father Servatius then brought out a bottle of whiskey, and then he threw it over the corpse, and then he lighted it up with a match. Anya then closed the lid but left it somewhat ajar so that the fire would keep burning. Anya said to Father Servatius, I do not know what you had. I did not know you had one of those cliché whiskey bottles. Never leave home without it, said Father Servatius, putting it away. In addition to this, they painted words in the cobblestones around the gravestone. When the fire finally died out, they finished closing the lid on the subject. With this concluded, they went back to the taxi that was waiting for them to return. The fellow had left the meter running, and he got paid for that amount. And then some due to the hassle and the emotional scarring of being left alone in a spooky graveyard in the middle of the night. On the drive back, the taxi driver was complaining about all the weird things he had seen while waiting. He had seen an owl fly low, a creepy shadow passing by, a lady in white appearing and disappearing, and even an alien spaceship. Candice had been there and had not seen anything of the like, and so she laughed at his nonsense. By now it was early morning. Father Servatius was yawning and a bit hungry. They ate at a random restaurant, and the fellows kept staring at Father Servatius. The father smiled to himself knowingly as he stoically ignored their looks. Candice, on the other hand, found the human's reaction to the father rather creepy. While they ate, Anya had gone to a random shop and had bought a balloon. She tied the small bottle to the end of the balloon with a note. The note had two sides. On one side it read, to God, please do not let this bastard reincarnate and keep him where he deserves to be. The other side of the note read, to aliens, please drop this in a black hole or near the vicinity of a star that is about to go supernova, or even a random asteroid. Candice saw her grandmother releasing the balloon. As the balloon took flight, it soon disappeared inside a suspicious oval-shaped cloud. When Anya entered, Candice said, your food is getting cold. I can see that, said Anya. Are you still writing to your E.T. friends? Asked Candice mockingly. Why is it so far-fetched for aliens to be real? Asked Anya. I don't doubt they're resistant. I just doubt they will be talking to inferior beings, said Aunt Candice. I don't consider myself an inferior being, and neither should you, Candice. I thought we raised you better. Be proud of what you are, Candice, said Anya. How much time?
5 minutes.
Chapter 6, Water Droplets and a Drill Bit. The new year 2002 came, and with it nothing out of the ordinary in Martisor. Marudo's little tantrum at most lasted a couple of days. While Candice had been away doing nonsense with Anya, she missed her father begging and serenading her mother. Marudo enjoyed seeing Marlo groveling and humiliating herself for her sake. Marlo had repeated the region many times in the past, though it was the first time Candice had seen a hint of Marudo's infantile side. Despite all these years, Marudo was still a brat at heart. This was part of the reason why Anna spent so much time away from her daughter. She had expected Marudo to change after having a kid. Her refusal to modify her selfish behavior had prompted Annie to one day pack up and leave. During the time when Marudo had the luggage on top of her bed, she had done some thinking. Not too much. When even her daughter could not put up with her, Marudo truly started to consider if maybe, just maybe, she was a bad person. There was a change starting to happen inside her. When it it came time for Candice to return to the state, Maruru said to her daughter, "Take care of yourself." "That's it?" asked Candice. "You're supposed to say goodbye, mother," retorted Maruru. Candice hadn't kissed her mother on the cheek. Otherwise, she was a bit bemused. Even Marlo commented on it while on the train. He said to Anya, "Do you think Maruru's alright?" "It was bound to happen sooner or later," said Anya. "What was bound to happen?" asked Marlo, concerned. "You're a big man. Figure it out yourself," said Anya. Marlo was thoughtful of the while he was on the train. When it came time to board the jet, he said to Candice, "I think I'm going to return to see Maruru's alright." "You don't have to hurry yourself back," said Anya. "The bride might be getting a little lonely. Who knows? You might get lucky." "If I wanted to get lucky, I would not have married your daughter, Candice," said Marlo to Anya. While Candice was on the plane with her grandmother, she asked her, "Why did you change your name to Anya?" "'Cause if there were multiple folks with the same name in the same family, things might get confusing. I knew that Marula wanted to name her first daughter after me to force me to return her home. And you know what? It worked," said Anya. "After we were forced to break ties with our human side of our family, Marula got stressed and she had all sorts of abandonment issues. She went from having a big family to just being us." "You were married to a human, Grandma?" asked Candice. "I was. I wanted normal things and normal stuff when I was your age. But the years passed and the humans could not accept what I was and your mother's true nature. They were jealous of our wealth and our youth, and to keep your mother safe, I left them with other stuff to see them fight over one another over it. We run around a bit, and eventually we settled in Martisor, which is a safe haven for misfits like us, who turn their backs on the world," explained Anya. "Whoa, how come I'm just hearing about it?" asked Candice. "Well, while you were in the bathroom, I drank a lot of moonshine at the bar, and now this is my third whiskey, so there you have it," explained Anya cordially. Candice would have liked to speak more to Anya, but her grandmother pretended to fall asleep. This was Anya's go-to strategy for not continuing a subject she regretted bringing up. Her other strategy was to pretend to get a phone call. "What time is it?"
Oh, we still got like a minute.
A minute. Before the plane ride back to Miami took longer than expected. There was an annoying cloud and it kept dropping turbulence. Candice got up from her seat and she went to the bathroom. While there, she opened her first and took a... Oh yeah, we'll continue this later. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the RC sister, and we're continuing with my...
You want to pause?
Candice. No, we're continuing.
Okay.
Alright, we're in the plane. And Candice is in the bathroom, so that works. Candice got up from her seat and she went to the bathroom. While there, she opened her purse and she took out a suppository.
What?
After putting it out, it immediately made her super sleepy. It also took care of her nausea. It was an extreme solution to her nausea problem, but Candice was not in the mood of throwing up in the plane again. After wobbling to her seat, Candice sat down and she rested her head on her grandmother's shoulder. She immediately fell asleep. When she awoke, she was being hauled in a wheelchair by her grandmother. Anya said to Candice, "Don't worry, go back to sleep." Candice, on cue, returned to sleeping. She was having a particularly lucid dream she was meaning to get back to. Since she had a lot of stuff in her old home, Candice only took a small carry-on. Anya picked up her bags and she placed them on top of Candice's lap. Eventually, Anya hailed a taxi and together with the driver, they hauled Candice into the cab. Candice could walk, but she tended to be a heavy sleeper whenever she took a suppository. Since she was a living vampire, she had all the benefits and all the negative aspects of being alive. By the time the pair got to Hialeah, the drowsiness had worn off a bit. It also helped that Anya started pinching Candice to get her out of the car. Together with her grandmother, Candice went up the 2 flights of stairs till she reached her coffin room. Someone had left the air conditioner off, and the place was a furnace. Candice turned on the ventilator, and then she went to take a cold bath. As for Candice, she sat down and she entered her coffin. She then activated the mini air conditioner inside her coffin. That was more like a freezer type arrangement. Under these conditions, Candice literally hibernated till spring. She would have continued hibernating, but she awoke to the sound of a drill. The drill was so loud that it felt like it was inside her brain. She found a note on the lid of her coffin. The note read, "This is what you missed. I got myself a job at a chick berry. It opened where the GameStop used to be. I think that locale used to be a dollar store, but now it's an ice cream thing. Anyhow, Candice, I normally don't like day jobs, but the noise is intolerable, so have fun, my dear." Under that note, there was a couple of other notes, including one that read, "I went to the Echo Center with Cassandra." The other note said, "Cassandra told me to buy a Monopoly scratch at the lottery ticket at the gas station. At a certain time, at a certain day, as soon as a day labor bought a ticket. Following her instructions paid up, we now have $50,000. Eat this note after you read it." Candice ate the note and she yawned. "I'm tired of reading paper."
I want to ask you about that. Are we reading paper in your book?
I'm tired of reading paper. The drill started again, and Candice was forced by it to head out. After locking the door, she went outside to see the source of the noise. The neighboring apartment was getting remodeled. Candice had a dry look on her face. She seemed keen on asking them to work a little quieter, but after seeing the power tool, she realized that this was an impossible request. Candice looked at her watch, and she decided to see her grandmother at her new place of employment. Candice walked up with a quick pace. Eventually, she made it to the parking lot of the apartment. She looked on both sides. She had always taken the part of the block. She had always walked on the side that had the tree. This time, since it was cloudy, she decided to take the route that passed by all of the school. When she happened to be passing by, the kids from the primary school and middle school were outside waiting to take the bus or be picked up by their parents. Candice passed through the mass of Brad. A 12-year-old Brad noticed her and liked her. As tradition in the U.S., the boy tried to bully Candice to make her notice him. The boy looked about for an item and he found his water bottle. He partially opened the cap and then he threw it at Candice's feet. The bottle opened and the water splashed her lap and powdered her face. The kid was expecting Candice to stop and clean herself or complain, but Candice continued her way. The kid followed after Candice. If it wasn't for the fact that Candice tended to go on foot most of the time, she would have gotten overweight. Candice had already gained 20 pounds, and the fact that she had gotten to the States so skinny meant that her new growth was not noticeable yet. So she had new little biscuits behind her back and a little tummy growing. Candice looked over the top and then she saw the new ice cream place. She entered the empty shop and this was a self-serving ice cream system. She poured herself a couple of strawberry ice cream and a dulce de leche ice cream. For toppings, she added a bunch of cheesecake bites, some sprinkles, and a healthy dose of mini gummy bears. That's a lot of eating in this book. The bears tended to harden with the cold, but Candice liked munching through them. Candice's grandmother woke up for a moment and then she said, "Oh, it's you." "How can they afford you if there's no business?" asked Candice. "What are you, a cop?" asked Anya. "Stop asking stupid questions." "It's not stupid," mumbled Candice. "I'm sorry, there was this lady at the bottom and she came to our house while you were sleeping looking for a non-existent washing machine. And she searched the entire bottom floor and she was a real heel. And then there was the other neighbor who was there shaking and complaining about a water droplet and the water coolers knew. So it wasn't us, but they were going to send someone, a mechanic, anyway, because they want to sue us." "What a bother," said Candice. "See, this is why I hate living in condominiums. When it's not the renters remodeling, it is the other neighbors trying to sue you out of your apartment," explained Anya. "Is everyone a jerk in Hialeah, or are we just unlucky?" asked Candice. "It is a mixed bag, but for the most part we only notice the bad people because they are actively looking for a chance to do evil, while the decent fellows just do their own thing." "I guess the painter guy in the balcony seems nice," commented Candice. "Yes, that's the spirit," said Anya. Candice finished her ice cream in silence. Meanwhile, Anya went to keep an eye on the brat that had followed after Candice. Since the girl had not taken blood, she was feeling hungry. Candice's newly acquainted stalker started serving himself some ice cream. As he did, he got a bit of sleepy. Candice was draining him of his life energy without realizing. Before the kid fainted, Anya kid who had no money placed the ice cream on top of Candice's head before leaving. Candice, with a low look on her face, got up and she said, you know, I think I'm going to go murder that kid. It's not worth it, Candice said, and if you kill him now, he will not grow out to be a miserable adult. Look at his scrawny size. As soon as he gets to middle school, the taller kids will eat him alive. Yes, I suppose it would be best to let them have him, said Candice. That's the spirit, said Anya. The following day, Candice and I head out. While she stayed indoors, she talked with Ambrose over the phone. Around April, Ambrose tried to convince Candice to get into the computer scene. Anya did have a computer, but she rarely used it other than for browsing purposes. She mainly relied on it for acquiring TV shows that were no longer on the air. For that reason, her computer was always in the process of downloading something from LimeWire or Sharasha. What time?
6 minutes.
The internet was a new thing for Candice, and as with any type of new skill, Candice was allergic to learning it. As for Ambrose, he was going through a bit of a hacking phase. If any large business had a computer, Ambrose was certain to leave a rootkit or a ransomware or a Trojan filled with phobia. He did just about anything to be a little bit of a computer bother. Ambrose said to Candice, you can see more shows on the internet. Yes, after Grandma copied them to a CD. I don't see the point of streaming content on a website. It goes a lot faster if you download it, said Candice. We can play Age of Empires together. I can show you my killer car, insisted Ambrose. Candice lay down on top of the bed to continue her conversation. Nah, last time I played a game with you, you threw a fit when I defeated you. I did not, said Ambrose, conveniently forgetting the past. So how's your mom and dad? Asked Candice, changing the summer. Your mom is fine and she's doing the same thing she always does, said Ambrose. And father, asked Candice, I don't know, you tell me. He left on a plane after you left, said Ambrose. So he's here? Asked Candice. Maybe, let me check, said Ambrose. After checking on his computer, Ambrose said, according to his recent credit report, your father is right now in Australia. Doing what? Asked Candice. He's following the Elton John tour called A Journey Through Time, said Ambrose. I didn't know Father liked Elton John, said Candice. Me neither. You should give him a listen to. I'm going to email you some of his music, said Ambrose. Huh, said Candice to herself. She then said, bye, Ambrose. Ambrose wanted to say something else to keep the conversation going, but Candice had hung up. Ambrose left his computer desk and he stretched his nimble limbs. Ambrose looked at himself in the mirror. He then looked at his ID image, and then he gave himself a refresher. Whenever he spent a long time without looking at his ID photo, he tended to get the details a bit off. Currently, he spotted the skin of a 20-something man with tan skin, short curly red hair, a strong chisel chin, and elegant nose and bright green eyes. His eyes had an episantic photo, which made many folks think he was Asian. Ambrose was actually born in South Africa. Ambrose looked at an old photo of himself with Candice. It had been taken decades ago when Candice was a bit more present. Ambrose scanned it and then he sent it to Candice by email. The photo had the intended effect. Candice got a bit nostalgic about the time when she was a wee 5-year-old brat, both in body and mind. Her parents too were more present when she was smaller, but then came the war. Time?
You still got like 3 minutes, 4 minutes actually.
Her father and grandmother chose to go out into the world and play hero. Meanwhile, Maduro stayed behind raising Candice in isolation. Anya returned after 2 years with a strong, I don't care anymore attitude. As for Marlo, he had been possessed by a blood frenzy. He made a number on both the Germans and the Russians. This frenzy wore off as soon as the soldiers learned to avoid the forest haunted by a demon. After the frenzy, Marlo realized that he had lost sight of his original instead. Marlo tended to ignore war. However, the possibility of the Germans getting a nuke and conquering the world had frightened him into action. During the war, Anya had spent her time healing the sick, and one day she came back to check on her wards, and they had all been poisoned. The news of Marlo's eventually reached Anya's ear, and as a good mother-in-law, she focused on the bad stuff and diminishing the bit of good he had done. And since then, both have been practically at each other's throat. And when Anya could no longer tolerate Marlo, she left the house. With Anya gone, Maruru became more argumentative, and now not even Candice could put up with Maruru's nonsense. Candice's train of thought was eventually disrupted by a tapping near the window. There was a bright, upside-down scratch in the window, and by now it was like super late. There had recently been a partial blackout, and since the apartment had its own generator, the place had light. Candice came near the window to see what was up. The upside-down fellow had glowing red eyes and exaggerated canines and long nails. The frame of the fellow was small, almost like a 12-year-old child. Candice observed the kid with a dull, bored expression. The upside-down brat himself seemed disappointed by Candice's reaction. He said in a muffled voice, "Are you not afraid?" "I saw the alien movie when it was new," said Candice. "A brat hanging upside down is not scary at all." "I suppose it takes a lot more to scare kids these days," said the brat. "Still, even by today's standard, this little jump scare trick of mine works every time, except on drunk people or high people. You always seem unfazed by the thrill. Are you a normal human?" Okay, what time?
You got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I think it's a good place to leave it.
Alright, cool.
Creepy kid in the window. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're reading My Sweet Vampire Candice. We're continuing with chapter 6. So I don't have to like scream over the music. My grandmother says that I am human, but she says the same thing about my father, so I'm not too certain about it. She calls Father Servatius human as well, even though I have never seen another human that looks remotely like him. Then again, we live in a small town, so we don't get out much, said Candice. Want to go hang out? Seems like you are bored, said the brat. Why not, said Candice, getting up and closing the door behind her. The fellow came to see her on the other side of the apartment. Under the glow of the streetlight, the kid had a normal appearance. Just like the other time she made her terrible decision, Candice went along with the brat to see what was up. The kid jumped the fence to the schoolyard. From there, they entered one of the small portable classrooms. The kid turned on an electric lantern that barely watered away the darkness. The kid said, "You're very pretty. We should make out." Candice, who was up to date with the meaning, with what he wanted, she said, "Nah, you seem a little experienced, but not too much. Call me back when you have matured." The kid seemed a bit serious, and he said, "Now that is strange. Normally my prey cannot refuse me. You must be indeed a vampire." "If you said so," said Candice, shrugging her shoulders. She added, "This classroom still smells like blood. A lot of people have died here, and they seem angry." Candice saw the redness of all of the phantoms clinging and cursing the name of their killer. The stronger the curse, the more monstrous the visage of the child. With the mask off, his frame became even more hideous. His body became hunched and taller, and the hair began to fall in addition to the nose. The skin shrunk and his bones became delineated. The creature laughing said, "Yes, you must be a vampire. I'm a vampire too. You are the same, you and I." Candice stared at him with an air of boredom. Some of the spirits started moaning to Candice to escape. Due to her grandmother, Candice had always been able to perceive and hear the dead. Whenever they were agitated, the noise became confusing, like the sound of static. Since the ghost folks were sounding like static, Candice narrowed her eyes, and she closed her heart and mind to the spirit realm to focus on the scene that stood before her. After rattling her head a bit, Candice said, "Ah, yes, you are a ghoul." "No, I'm not. I'm a vampire like you. I do the hypnosis, I drink blood for sustenance, and I have sharp teeth and nails. See?" said the creature, extending his hands to Candice for her to see. "Why is it so important for you to be a vampire?" asked Candice. "There's nothing wrong with being a ghoul. My friend Ambrose is a ghoul, and a fine chap. When he was wee small, he was orphaned by humans, and he used to eat the flesh of the dead in a funeral home. He was eventually picked up and raised by trolls, and now he's a productive member of society." The creature grew angry at Candice's rant. He lifted her by the shoulders and shook her while yelling, "I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire!" initial impulse took over him. He went to bite down Candice in the throat, and as he did whenever he played vampire. The problem was that the moment that he would taste the flesh of human, he would resume to devour. Candice knew from experience that a ghost should never eat the flesh of the living, for it would drive him insane. The creature bit down on Candice and it drew blood. It was only a light piercing, only as deep as a paper cut. Still, it stung. Candice angrily pulled her head back and she smacked her head against the skull of the ghoul. The creature flung Candice like a rag doll out the window. With cat-like reflexes, she landed on all her four limbs. As she flew, the words of her father rung in her head. "Are you really that stupid, Candice?" "I'll show him who's stupid," said Candice angrily. Standing straight, she held out her fist in a boxing position before her, yelling, "You came to fight? Bring it on!" The creature came straight at Candice, and he leaped up to avoid her punch. With the impulse, he used his claws to smash Candice's brain. The claws crushed Candice's head and took a part of her hair. With her new Cindy Lauper haircut and part of her skull bleeding profusely, she went into her own frenzy. Marlo's blood truly did flow through her veins, and with her unnatural fury, her skin turned to ash, and her hair grew and became pitch black. The white of her eyes turned black, and her eyes turned yellow. She jumped at the creature, trying to get a hold of it. The creature panicked and started running away, but Candice chased after him. She smashed his face, and in her clumsy, childish fury, Candice did not kill him, though the ghoul would wish she had. Before she got around to it, Cassandra appeared before Candice. Candice noticed her pet, and her rage subsided. She kicked the creature a couple of times before returning to her apartment. When she got there, she saw her grandmother, who asked her, "Who the hell are you?" "Fuck you, that's who," said Candice before returning to her coffin. Anya, recognizing the voice, said, "Candice, what happened to you?" "Nothing, I don't want to talk about it," said Candice, locking herself inside her coffin. While inside, she started screaming as she scratched and kicked the wood of her coffin. Anya had always had her doubts, but now she had finally seen the truth. Marlo's blood truly did flow through Candice's veins. Chapter 7. Poor Marlo. A month passed, and by then Candice had calmed down. While she was dozing off a bit, she heard a bit of a racket in the other apartment. How much time we have?
8 minutes and 36 cents.
Candice held her ear to listen. A guy was throwing a fit about a bunny, a black bunny. The neighbor had bought a pet on a whim, and the day before the ice cream shop had closed and had been replaced by a pet store. Some of the pets that they saw were bunnies. Without the ice cream place to make money, Anna had changed jobs to that of a post officer. She processed whatever letters were delivered to her. As part of a side gig, she saw the names and addresses of everyone, in addition to their voting cards. A fellow voting fraud racket had offered her a deal she was unable to refuse. Her basic task was collecting information. Anna did not believe in the government, so she did not mind engaging in voting fraud for a fee. When the noise drowned somewhere, Candice saw a weird girl with a crazy looking her eyes, releasing the black bunny into the yard that led to the school. Candice made a mental note to go find the bunny and raise it for herself. When night fell, she went up to the schoolyard to look for the bunny. Look as hard as she might, she couldn't see it anywhere. Candice signed and she returned home. Back in the apartment, Anya was arguing with a hag. The hag was accusing Anya of being the source of a water leak in the downstairs apartment. Candice came to stand before the neighbor and she said, "Do us a favor and leave." The visitor was compelled to do as Candice demanded. Candice turned to look at Anya and she asked, "Is it that you love arguing? Why didn't you compel her to leave as I did?" "Unlike you, I respect people's right to ruin their own lives," said Anya, smiling. "So you were goading her to give you an excuse to kill her?" asked Candice. "No, I wasn't just goading her for my own amusement. When I was wee small, it used to be my favorite pastime. My mother and father, they loathed bad words, and to spite them, I learned all laughing. Folks should really learn to lighten up, said Anya, laughing. At that moment, Marlo came to the door, and he smiled when he saw Candice laughing, and his smile quickly faded away when he saw Anya. Anya, staring at Marlo, said, "Wow, so it is true what Maruto said. You really are Candice's father." Marlo left the apartment, slamming the door behind him. The slam broke the door, and it made Marlo feel quite foolish. Sighing, he drove to the nearest Home Depot, and he brought back a replacement door. While he was installing it, Candice said to her father, "Papa, why do you get so angry? The hag is just good at pushing my buttons," said Marlo. "It is my duty and so right as your mother-in-law to make your life a living nightmare," said Anya, laughing. "Mama says that when she gets like that, you should just ignore her," said Candice. "That's easier said than done," said Marlo, fixing the door. Anya explained, "You probably don't remember this, but when you were just a babe, Marlo would take you out to the countryside and to the nearby villages to get different airs. And as you know, Maruto was not one to run, but she trusted Marlo with the baby. While stalking Marlo, I saw him showing you to some of the ladies that had their own children in their cribs. The ladies were laughing at Marlo, saying, 'Oh, the poor demon, she has your eyes.' I thought at first that he was going to rip one's head off, but instead he started crying most pitifully. Ever since I saw that, I had my doubts about your paternity." "Marlo, but if you had doubts, why didn't you just do a DNA test or something? I wanted to hold on to that hope that maybe, just maybe, my sweet little vampire did not have kinship to a fiend like you," said Anya. Why do you cry, Papa?" asked Candice. "I cried because the girls were right. I had forgotten your baby battle, and a hungry, angry baby Candice had a fierce look on her face. It made me sad to think that women would bully you for not being pretty. It is a good thing that you grew up to be a rose like your mother, and not a sick, decrepit, demented old spawn like me," said Marlo. "Sheesh, Marlo. I never knew you were so sensitive," said Anya, coming to sit on the floor near Marlo. "Dad, you're fine the way you are," said Candice. "Fine to you. But human words hurt, and with time you get immune to hurt, but it's different when those words are aimed at your children," said Marlo, sighing. And then he slapped his own face a couple of times before adding, "But there's no point in dwelling on that. Those human women are dead, and I am alive, ha ha ha. I may be an old fiend, but at least I'm not a corpse." "Poor Marlo," said Anya sadly. There was an uncomfortable silence for a bit. It carried all the way through the evening with Marlo cooking human food for himself, Candice, and Anya. While he was cooking, Candice said, "Can I help?" Marlo said, "Sure, here, cut some potatoes. I will season them, and then we can have amazing French fries." At the time?
2 minutes, 3 seconds.
Candice started cutting the fries ever so slowly. In the meantime, Marlo was having the steak marinated in a plate covered with spice and cooking wine. Marlo said to Candice, "Do you want to practice your Spanish a bit?" "Sure, I don't see why not." I was thinking back a bit, and I think I remember you used to sing to me a stupid Spanish song when I was with Mom," said Candice. "Oh yes, it has been decades since I thought of that song. The song was originally about me. Son Atacama folks wrote that song after I haunted the nearby city," said Marlo. "Why do you rampage nearby?" asked Candice. "Well, it's hard to say. From time to time, I'm compelled to go back there to take a really good nap. I think I was probably born there or something. I just like taking a good nap inside Machu Picchu. The view from there is great. My sleeping there sometimes coincides with tourists visiting, and my presence freaks people out. It is a lot of fun," said Marlo, smiling. "So about this song, I remember it went something like, soy un vampiro negro, que nunca tuve padres. Un día una monja me adoptó y después la maté," said Candice. No. I think that is a newer version of the song. Mine went something like, yo soy un vampiro negro que nunca tuve padres. Nací en las montañas y yo solito me crié. Yo soy un vampiro negro que nunca tuve novia y cuando tuve una con mis manos la maté. So that's why you jump straight to marriage, right? Said Anya, laughing. The time?
1 minute.
mate, said Candice. It is the act of killing, explained Marlo. Alright, we'll continue this in a bit. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice, written by me. And this is we're continuing with chapter 7. Candice sliced a potato and then she said, ah yes, I always get mata and mori confused. So then what happens? Yo soy un vampiro negro que nunca fue a la escuela. Y cuando fui a todos los maestros decapité, said Marlo. Why did you decapitate the teachers? Asked Candice. I don't like being treated like an idiot, barked Marlo. Which reminds me, Candice, I do want to apologize. What for, Daddy? Asked Candice, feeling sorry for the fellow. When I find you in the shower with a pervert, I call you stupid, and I have been feeling terrible about it, said Marlo. It isn't like you to experience remorse, Marlo, said Anya, grinning. Maybe I'm just getting stupid in my old age, said Marlo. So how did the song continue? Asked Candice. I don't remember. I think I ended up killing more folks as the song progressed, said Marlo. The rants about the city song ended when there was a strange scratching sound outside their door. Marlo came to look outside, and it was a bizarre creature of many different animals chasing people. The place where the face was supposed to be had a combination of lizards, rabbits, and even roaches all melted together. It made a strange hissing sound when it saw Candice. Since it had a long roach-like limbs, Anya screamed. She jumped on top of the couch following her reflex. Yelling, Anya and Candice said to Marlo, kill it, kill it. With Candice yelling and echoing her grandmother's hysteria, Marlo panicked. The first thing that came to his head was to erase that thing's system so that peace would return to the apartment. He pulled at his hair with his hands before breathing in and spilling forth fire. The creature yelled as he burned to death. The creature jumped out of the second-floor balcony before landing on top of Marlo's car. Marlo frowned and said, I didn't think this one through. And he looked down at his sweet bride and said, I'm sorry, Marlo. Marlo sobbed and said, I just got it out of the dealer. Candice had come out to see the new car. It used to be an elegant red Hummer. Anya petted Marlo before saying, well, it was going to happen sooner or later. Or don't you remember that red cars always get into accidents? Yes, but it was a really sweet ride, said Marlo, sobbing. I barely drove the stupid thing for more than 10 blocks. The firefighters eventually came to put out the car. Marlo spent the rest of the month chugging down yogurts and Pepto-Bismol to deal with the heartburns. The burning sensation at the pit of his stomach was the main reason why Marlo only on rare occasions used his fire breath, which was uncommon among vampires. Chapter 8. Hungry Vampires. June came and weathered an intolerable heat. Marlo had recovered from his heartburn while Candice and Anya had picked up an extremely boring hobby. The hobby was diamond painting. Both men would sit for hours building up the set while Candice listened to the TV on the background. Around June the 4th, Cassandra commented, you folks could have picked up this hobby back in the old country. Well, we discovered it here, Cassandra, said Candice. I do not know why you bothered to move to the States, Candice, commented Anya. At first it was to sightsee and meet new people. Then after those two incidents, I never want to head outside, and every time a new apartment owner starts remodeling, I curse the entire human race. All in all, I think I was just tired of mother complaining, said Candice. Yeesh, I can't talk about any topic without it devolving into her listing all the ways that humanity should suffer, said Anya. It is like nobody can talk about the outside world, about the world outside Matriso without she going ballistic, said Candice. Stopping a moment to change the little square diamond. As a rule of thumb, Candice and Anya only worked on the diamond paintings for about 4 hours each day. They could easily go for longer, but the table they had bought was a cruel mister. Most of the time they were bumping their knees against the leg or the metal top. Since returning furniture was a bit of a pain, the family were just putting up with it. The conversation was dropped short when Marlo appeared. He said, Miami Beach has gotten some new art installation. We should go check them out before going to the beach. I never took you for an art buff, Daddy, said Candice. Yes, there is something strange about this invitation, said Anya, a bit paranoid. Alright, you got me. They have horses. I want to go see horses play polo at the beach, said Marlo. We should return before sundown, however, suggested Cassandra. Why, we are vampires. We have nothing to fear. In fact, we should go at night, said Candice. If we go at night, we will miss the horses, protested Marlo. And besides, Candice, the beaches are closed at night, explained Anya. Why? Asked Candice. Because of the turtles, said Marlo. What about them? Asked Candice. Well, the beach has no lights, and so the turtles are able to find their way towards the water easier, explained Anya. I want to go see the turtles, protested Candice. They are not in season yet, said Anya. Apple, and let's just go to Miami Beach then, said Candice. With this idea in mind, Candice, Anya, and Marlo ready supplies to go to the beach. Candice packed the umbrella and the chair, and Marlo had warned that the chairs in Miami Beach now were worse than animal legs. It was cheaper just to take your own. Marlo also went to Publix to buy drinks and salty snacks. Anya brought croquettes, bread, and other sweet pastry. Despite being three, they bought enough food to feed 10 people. What time?
8 minutes.
The trip to Miami Beach was simple enough for Hialeah. One only needed to go down to Okeechobee Road, and eventually you will make it there. Marlo was enjoying driving his new dashing pearl white Hummer when a rock had been thrown from a nearby pedestrian bridge. There was a fellow that was just throwing rocks at whatever car passed by. Marlo's car was one of the unfortunate vehicles that got struck by a rock. The good thing was that the rock had hit the metal frame holding up the windshield of the car. Otherwise, the rock would have pierced the glass considering the speed that Marlo was driving. Marlo did not believe in speed demons. He always hurried even when there was no need to do so. Despite the fact that the rock did not pierce the shield, it still startled the passenger. It made Marlo swirl a bit and almost strike a truck. Trucks in Florida were known by the Cuban community as borradores or erasers. Most of the cars that crashed against a truck tended to be completely erased, and so, as well as the occupant. If you drove a motorcycle, the death was almost guaranteed. Marlo cursed and barked at the stone, and then he lowered the windshield to extend his hand to show his middle finger to the truck driver. The driver was going to respond in kind, but the hellion-looking driver made him think twice about it. Candice and Anya frowned. The pair stayed quiet for a bit while Marlo drove in complete silence. Once he stopped fuming, he turned on the radio back on. By now, the bridge leading to Miami Beach was visible. From the high point, one could see the ocean on either side. The skyscrapers and hotels were also visible. The view was so pleasant and the sun so lovely that Marlo opened the top window of the car to let the sunlight in. Candice asked her father, Can the roof stop open? Marlo pressed a button to let it open for his daughter. Candice peeped outside and she allowed the sweet ocean breeze to envelop her. Smiling, she said, The air is so great here. It is at least better than the one in Hialeah, and that's for certain, said Anya. Candice, feeling brave, got out and she sat on the roof of the car. Cassandra, who was sitting in her cage in the back of the car, said to Anya, First bump of the road and she will fall off onto the freeway. Anya, who knew to trust Cassandra, grabbed onto Candice's leg, and sure enough, the car struck a bump on the road as it was going downhill. This made Candice wobble a bit, and she almost fell out of the car. The only thing that was keeping her inside the vehicle was her grandmother grabbing onto her knee. After this incident, Candice sat down like a good little girl. The speed of the ride did not last long, however. As soon as the sign read, Welcome to Miami Beach, the traffic began. Since this was her first time in Miami Beach, Candice brought out her camera and she started taking photos. She also photographed the building as well as the town folks she found amusing. They followed the road till they got to Collin Avenue. There was a restaurant that Marlo particularly liked, and they parked near the destination, which was 7300 Collin Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida 33141. Since it was noonish, they were going to eat brunch. And with most parking lots in Miami, Marlo had to pay. He paid for 8 hours in case they decided to linger. They opened Cassandra's cage to let her fly about. Marlo smelled the air and he said, I think I got my beaches confused. I told you they usually hold those venues in the other place, nagged Anya. Whatever, we are here already, sighed Marlo. He added, it is not as if we would have found parking there anyway. You can always fly there, Daddy. I have seen plenty of horses. So after dinner, after lunch, you can just hop over there and lure the horses all you want, said Candice, patting her father on the shoulder. Marlo frowned and he said, the way you put it, it makes me sound like a horse weirdo. You said it, not I, said Candice. The conversation lasted a bit till they crossed the street and they smelled the food of Manolo. Manolo was Anya's favorite lunch restaurant. The bread there was simply amazing. By the time Candice finished most of her human meal, she had to get up and stink up the nearest public bathroom. After eating her nice square mozzarella cheese pizza, Candice tried some churros. And since she was still feeling somewhat hungry, she called the waiter to ask for flan. Oh yeah, what time?
3 minutes.
Marlo stopped her and he said, the flans here are not good. Try the cake nevado and some caramel ice cream instead. It is to die for. Candice knew her father had bites, and while she waited she saw him eat. Candice had a soda, and her father and her grandmother were drinking milkshake. Marlo had a strawberry milkshake while Anna drank one made of dulce de leche. In addition to the milkshake, Anya also had a cortado, or a double espresso with milk. Marlo ate a hot dog combo with fries. And from time to time, Candice would steal a little fry. After eating 3, Marlo said, my dear, love of my life, can you stop eating my french fries, cause I fear for your safety. Eesh. No need to get so defensive about it, whined Candice, before getting a piece of bread instead. After that incident, Marlo started hovering over his food and growling whenever he thought anyone got too close to it. Meanwhile, Anna was stuffing her face with a burger called the Works. It had ham, cheese, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, and fried egg. During the few moments Candice was not eating, she took in the scenery, and she even photographed a thing or two, mostly the food. The restaurant had large windows, and the kitchen area had large photos of the meals akin to a Madonna. Before the counter there was a register and a stand with a bunch of pastry. The place was a hybrid between a bakery and a restaurant, and from the register one could order food to go. There was also 2 little aquariums filled with exotic fish, and hanging from the roof there was a couple of TVs. During soccer season the place would get pretty crowded. As was tradition in Candice's household, whenever there was a meal, it would get devoured post-haste. What time?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Since they were focused on the food, they did not speak to one another. From time to time, Candice would interrupt the eating ritual to take a photo of the entire plate of food before she ate it. Candice already had an ambo that consisted of all of her favorite foods. Alright, we'll continue this foodie thing later. Bye-bye and God bless. Is it recording? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's his sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice, chapter 8. When the brunch was concluded, Candice felt as tough as a balloon. She went to the public bathroom to stink up the place, and she was soon joined by Anya. Marlo was not a big fan of public bathrooms. He would either go at home or behind a bush. By the time Candice and Anya finished their business, Marlo had sorted out the bill and put away the scraps. From there, they tried to cross the road to return to the parking lot to get their stuff. Marlo waited a bit till there were at least 5 folks within to cross the street. They did not have to wait long. Candice asked her father, why did we wait? We had the light at one time, you know. Yes, but there were a lot of tourists that like to run over folks. They normally don't care if they normally do not dare if they have to run over more than one person, explained Marlo. I would think that would only happen at night, commented Candice. One of the fellows commented, "You must not be from around here, girl. You know, my mother tried to cross the street the other day, and then she got run over, and they never caught the guy." "So, that sounds dangerous," pouted Candice. "It is," added Anya. "In this country they don't respect the pedestrian, and even if you're on bikes or motorcycles, you are not safe either." A biker fellow who was crossing the road with their mother. "I cannot even begin to tell you how many times I have almost gotten run over. I think it is because they envy our freedom. After the fact, they make up some story about us being the reckless drivers, even if we were truly going at speed grammar, no offense. And I think Florida is just a hub for a lot of serial killers who like to run over folks. If I was a serial killer, I would be more personal about it. And none of this hit and run nonsense," commented Marlo. The fellow looked at Marlo for him to join, and then he said, "Well, you certainly do look the part with the creepy eyes and the sharp teeth and nails. A bit of grooming might not kill you. Girls don't ask for much, you know." "He is," groaned Bargania. "You should have seen him when he started courting my daughter." So like you and Petite?" asked the other lady. "Nah, she's my daughter," said Marlo, smiling. "Congratulations, man," said the biker dude, smiling. The banter continued for a bit. The group eventually settled near one another. The biker fellow was eventually joined by his mate, who shared the same shopper obsession. The lady whose grandma had gotten run over joined in later with her husband, and who had spent 2 hours looking for parking. Candice shared a bit of her food with the fellow since he looked really angry. Good food lightens the mood of any person. This is at least what Candice always thought. The lady who crossed the street with Karen, this party had 4 children. The smallest ones were related to her, and the teenagers were her cousin. Annie made a bit of an effort to read at the beach, but she fell asleep. Candice, while under her umbrella, took a good number of photos of the scenery. Eventually, she too was overtaken by the lethargy. Still, since it was super hot, she dragged the chair to the water. She found a good spot where the water was just above her ankle, and she settled her low chair on the sand. And then she sat there with her legs exposed, barely covered by water. She fixed her hat a bit, and then she went to take a cat nap that lasted for 2 hours. From time to time, she would wake up to take in the scenery, and then go back to sleep. As for her father, Marlo, he went behind a bush, and then he relieved himself. And from there, he turned into a pelican with golden eyes. He placed the camera inside his big pouch, and then he flew towards the other side of the beach to the Collin Avenue and the 22nd Street. As he got near the place, the smell of manure became intoxicating. Yes, he recognized the smell. It belonged to the horses. Candice awoke from her reverie when something large swam between her legs. This startled her, and she got up to see what it was. She sighed when she noticed that it was just a baby crocodile. At least she thought it was a baby. Candice reached with her hands and she picked it up. She started petting it a little before putting it back inside the water. A lot of folks started commenting on it, and Candice dragged her chair back under the umbrella. With just a hat, her feet and exposed arms had baked, and she had worn a tank top and a mini skirt. And both her elegant they had elegant tropical patterns. What time, bro?
5 minutes 13 seconds.
Candice fixed her arms a bit to remove some of the sand that had gotten inside. She only noticed when she got out of the water, and she felt icky. A small party of board-run locals and their kids had seen the whole thing, and the father gestured to his younger brother to whisper something to him. The kid nodded, and he came to Candice. "How did you make the crocodile so tame? Are you like an animal trainer or something?" "That was a crocodile?" asked Candice, surprised. "It looked like a big iguana or anguilla, or even a monitor. Then again, monitors are a little too skinny."
What's a monitor?
Like a monitor lizard.
Oh, I never heard of those. Okay.
The kid laughed at the response, and then he went to tell his father about the incident. Candice ate a piece of bread with croquette. The croquette had been kept warm by the heat of the sun. Candice, what she ate, said to her grandmother, "I had like a weird, stupid dream." "Well, we don't have seers in our family, except for Cassandra, but she doesn't always tell everything she knows, more the pity," said Anya. I guess it might be convenient to know what happens, but at the same time, not so much, said Candice. Well, she told me once that it had nothing to do with magic. She was just like a good mathematician. When she was wee small, she had found a crumbled piece of paper near her nest, and when she opened it, it had a formula called time shift, explained Anya. While most chance formulas give all events equal weight, this one narrowed down to the possibilities by using a weighted system. Like, for example, depending on how much it affected the world, it got a value of 99 to 1. When adding certain events, if it gave you a 99 at the end, it means that something major that you cannot control is going to happen, like an earthquake that comes with a tsunami or a volcano eruption. The long and short of it is that Cassandra only bothers to inform you of events that you can actually control and even change the outcome. Or like when she told me never to go to any parties or clubs at Miami Beach ever, said Candice. Yes, something like that. And to be honest, Candice, you do not need to be a seer to know that something bad always happens there, and it usually happens to the stupid, hot, dumb chick, said Anya. But I'm not really stupid, said Candice. Yes, but you certainly do look the part. And don't forget what happened to you on your first night, said Anya. That's because you were not looking after me and trying to lead me in the right direction or something. You know, grandmotherly stuff, complained Candice. Anna reached for a piece of bread and she added some butter to it. After taking a bite and swallowing it down, she said, Candice, you are like 90-something. If you haven't learned to watch out for danger by now, you are never going to learn. Must someone hold your hand forever? I suppose nothing is ever like the movies, sighed Candice. I think I might have to reevaluate my expectation of my life in the States. Don't get me wrong, my dear Candice. There is a reason why I still linger here. There are a great many scenes, and occasionally even nice people. It all depends on the social circle, and even then there are exceptions to the norm, explained Anya. She then added, about the dream you had, I don't really remember much, said Candice. Maybe it was important, you think? Well, dreams are important and unimportant. It depends really. Have you ever shown signs of being a lookout? Your dreams might be important. Alas, Candice, I'm afraid that for the most part, you take more after your mother, explained Anya.
What's a lugar?
There are vampires that like eat you in your dreams.
Oh, cool.
The Freddy Krueger vampires.
Mm.
Yes, they come in all types.
Cool.
Now, it means that you never had the inclination or desire to test yourself. Your father is aware of his own limitations, but my dear Maduro, she's a kind soul who, when push comes to shove, she never has the heart to take a life. And when dealing with confrontation, she runs and hides and waits out for the storm to pass, explained Anya. So that's why she hasn't called in months, asked Candice. This is a power play, dear, nothing more. Or in layman's term, a tantrum. It is important to draw your lines, but always be willing to make a concession or two, said Anya. Candice nodded in response. By now it was sunset. The surf had risen so much that they had to move the chairs and stuff back a few paces. While moving the iron, a gust of wind took the umbrella. Candice had to run for about 5 minutes. When she caught up to it, she was quite winded and a little angry. She strangled the umbrella and she kicked it around a bit before throwing it away in pieces. Her grandmother handed her sunglasses. She told her, your father's eyes are showing. You need to come down a bit. There's no need to let a stupid umbrella ruin your day. You're right, said Candice, sitting down to rest. By now, Marlo had gotten bored of the horses and had turned back. The first thing he noticed was his umbrella in the garbage can. He asked, what happened to it? Little Candice got in a fight with it, explained Anya. Ah, fight. You have a lot of pent-up aggression, little missy, said Marlo, grinning. He added, I suggest some aromatherapy. Hardy, hard, responded Candice. Before the sun fell, the trio had packed everything into the car. From there, they went to a nearby restaurant called Sazon, which meant seasoning. There they ate some nice Cuban cuisine, a great flan as well. The food took a bit to arrive, but a nice chat and a quick visit to the yard helped Candice make some room for more food. The Candice sat there on the back of the garden of the restaurant, and they enjoyed some 40s and 30s Cuban music. The food was well made and the plan of excellent quality. Still, it was the ambience and the lazy way of the restaurant that helped ease some of Candice's nerves. By the time they headed out, it was nighttime. The family paid the bill and then went to return to the car. Candice noticed Annie and Marlo looking tense. They kept eyeing all about like a cat waiting for something to happen. As for Candice, she was staring at the lights and the music of a public stadium near the restaurant. Before she realized it, a douche had tagged her and had dragged her through the floor in an effort to take her purse. She got mugged. Due to the fact that Candice was going through a stubborn phase, she did not let go. The robber proceeded to kick her in the face with his boots. Something about the scene made Marlo laugh, and Anna too smiled before asking Marlo, "You want to do the honors?" "Nah." She said she wanted to learn her limit. "Let's let her figure things out," said Marlo, laughing. Candice grabbed onto the robber's leg, and she instinctively took a bite. The robber fell and he screamed. With him on the ground, Candice took a bite from his face, and her bite removed the nose of the fellow, who started screaming. Candice got up and crossed the street with her father and grandmother as soon as the lights changed. Later that night, when they returned home, they saw in the news a report of a cannibal attack. According to the deranged witness, she claimed that she saw a homeless guy trying to rob a strung-up hooker. Candice frowned and said, "I don't dress like a hooker, do I?" "Everyone is a critic, honey," said Marlo. "In my time, my outfit was pretty provocative," said Anya, pointing to her long nightshirt. Alright, the time?
13 minutes.
Wait, what do you mean 13 minutes?
Yeah, that you recorded for 13 minutes.
Ah, I meant like how much time was left.
Oh, this thing can record for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but I like to cut them in pieces. Okay. Chapter 9. Pie Jesu. 2 years passed uneventfully.
Maybe we should stop it here at 9 since it's like 13 minutes.
Let's stop it now.
Yeah.
Alright, is it recording? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's his sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice, chapter 8. When the brunch was concluded, Candice felt as tough as a balloon. She went to the public bathroom to still comfort the place, and she was soon joined by Anya. Marlo was not a big fan of public bathrooms. He would either go at home or behind a bush. By the time Candice and Anya finished their business, Marlo had sorted out the bill and put it away the scraps. From there, they tried to cross the road to return to the parking lot to get their stuff. Marlo waited a bit till there were at least 5 folks within to cross the street. They did not have to wait long. Candice asked her father, "Why did we wait? We had the light that one time, you know." Yes, but there are a lot of tourists that like to run over folks. They normally don't care if they normally do not dare if they have to run over more than one person, explained Marlo. I would think that would only happen at night, commented Candice. One of the fellows commented, "You must not be from around here, girl. You know, my mother tried to cross the street the other day, and then she got run over, and they never caught the guy." "So, that sounds dangerous," spouted Candice. "It is," added Anya. "In this country, they don't respect the pedestrian, and even if you're on bikes or motorcycles, you are not safe either." A biker fellow who was crossing the road with the mother. "I cannot even begin to tell you how many times I have almost gotten run over. I think it is because they envy our freedom. After the fact, they make up some story about us being the reckless drivers. Even if we were truly going at speed, grandma, no offense. And I think Florida is just a hub for a lot of serial killers who like to run over folks. If I was a serial killer, I would be more personal about it. And none of this hit and run nonsense," commented Marlo. The fellow looked at Marlo from head to toe, and then he said, "Well, you certainly do look the part with the creepy eyes and the sharp teeth and nails. A bit of grooming might not kill you. Girls don't ask for much, you know." "He is," groaned Anya. "You should have seen him when he started courting my daughter." So you and Petite asked the other lady? Nah, she's my daughter, said Marlo, smiling. Congratulations, man, said the biker dude, smiling. Their banter continued for a bit. The group eventually settled near one another. The biker fellow was eventually joined by his mates who shared the same shopper obsession. The lady whose grandma had gotten run over joined in later with her husband and who had spent 2 hours looking for parking. Candice shared a bit of her food with the fellow since he looked really angry. Good food lightens the mood of any person. This is at least what Candice always thought. The lady who crossed the street with Karen, this party had 4 children. The smallest one were related to her, and the teenagers were her cousin. Annie made a bit of an effort to read at the beach, but she fell asleep. Candice, while under her umbrella, took a good number of photos of the scenery. Eventually, she too was overtaken by the lethargy. Still, since it was super hot, she dragged the chair to the water. She found a good spot where the water was just above her ankle, and she settled her low chair on the sand. And then she sat there with her legs exposed, barely covered by water. She fixed her hat a bit, and then she went to take a cat nap that lasted for 2 hours. From time to time, she would wake up to take in the scenery, and then go back to sleep. As for her father, Marlo, he went behind a bush and then he relieved himself, and from there he turned into a pelican with golden eyes. He placed the camera inside his big pouch, and then he flew towards the other side of the beach to the Collin Avenue and the 22nd Street. As he got near the place, the smell of manure became intoxicating. Yes, he recognized the smell. It belonged to the horses. Candice awoke from her reverie when something large swam between her legs. This startled her, and she got up to see what it was. She sighed when she noticed that it was just a baby crocodile. At least she thought it was a baby. Candice reached with her hands and she picked it up. She started petting it a little before putting it back inside the water. A lot of folks started commenting on it, and Candice dragged her chair back under the umbrella. With just a hat, her feet and exposed arms had baked, and she had worn a tank top and a mini skirt. And both her they had elegant tropical patterns. What time, bro?
5 minutes, 13 seconds.
Candice fixed her undies a bit to remove some of the sand that had gotten inside. She only noticed when she got out of the water, and she felt icky. A small party of board-run locals and their kids had seen the whole thing, and the father gestured to his younger brother to whisper something to him. The kid nodded and he came to Candice. How did you make the crocodile so tame? Are you like an animal trainer or something? That was a crocodile, asked Candice, surprised. It looked like a big iguana or a gila or even a monitor. Then again, monitors are a little too skinny.
What's a monitor?
Like a monitor lizard.
Oh, I never heard of those. Okay.
The kid laughed at the response, and then he went to tell his father about the incident. Candice ate a piece of bread with croquette. The croquette had been kept warm by the heat of the sun. Candice, what she ate, said to her grandmother, I had like a weird, stupid dream. Well, we don't have seers in our family, except for Cassandra, but she doesn't always tell everything she knows, more the pity, said Anya. I guess it might be convenient to know what happens, but at the same time, not so much, said Candice. Well, she told me once that it had nothing to do with magic. She was just like a good mathematician. When she was wee small, she had found a crumbled piece of paper near her nest, and when she opened it, it had a formula called time shift, explained Anya. While most chance formulas give all events equal weight, this one narrowed down to the possibilities by using a weighted system. Like, for example, depending on how much it affected the world, it got a value of 99 to 1. When adding certain events, if it gave you a 99 at the end, it means that something major that you cannot control is going to happen, like an earthquake that comes with a tsunami or a volcano eruption. The long and short of it is that Cassandra only bothers to inform you of events that you can actually control and even change the outcome. Or like when she told me never to go to any parties or clubs at Miami Beach ever, said Candice. Yes, something like that. And to be honest, Candice, you do not need to be a seer to know that something bad always happens there, and it usually happens to the stupid, hot, dumb chick, said Anya. But I'm not really stupid, said Candice. Yes, but you certainly do look the part. And don't forget what happened to you on your first night, said Anya. That's because you were not looking after me and trying to lead me in the right direction or something. You know, grandmotherly stuff, complained Candice. Anna reached for a piece of bread and she added some butter to it. After taking a bite and swallowing it down, she said, Candice, you are like 90-something. If you haven't learned to watch out for danger by now, you are never going to learn. Must someone hold your hand forever? I suppose nothing is ever like the movies, sighed Candice. I think I might have to reevaluate my expectation of my life in the States. Don't get me wrong, my dear Candice. There is a reason why I still linger here. There are a great many scenes, and occasionally even nice people. It all depends on the social circle, and even then there are exceptions to the norm, explained Anya. She then added, about that dream you had, I don't really remember much, said Candice. Maybe it was important, you think? Well, dreams are important and unimportant. It depends really. Have you ever shown signs of being a lookout? Your dreams might be important. Alas, Candice, I'm afraid that for the most part, you take more after your mother, explained Anya.
What's a lugar?
There are vampires that like eat you in your dreams.
Oh, cool.
The Freddy Krueger vampires.
Mm.
Yes, they come in all types.
Cool.
No, it means that you never had the inclination or desire to test yourself. Your father is aware of his own limitations, but my dear Maduro, she's a kind soul who, when push comes to shove, she never has the heart to take a life. And when dealing with confrontation, she runs and hides and waits out for the storm to pass, explained Anya. So that's why she hasn't called in months, asked Candice. This is a power play, dear, nothing more. Or in layman's term, a tantrum. It is important to draw your lines, but always be willing to make a concession or two, said Anya. Candice nodded in response. By now it was sunset. The surf had risen so much that they had to move the chairs and stuff back a few paces. While moving the island, a gust of wind took the umbrella. Candice had to run for about 5 minutes. When she caught up to it, she was quite winded and a little angry. She strangled the umbrella and she kicked it around a bit before throwing it away in pieces. Her grandmother handed her sunglasses. She told her, your father's eyes are showing. You need to come down a bit. There's no need to let a stupid umbrella ruin your day. You're right, said Candice, sitting down to rest. By now, Marlo had gotten bored of the horses and had turned back. The first thing he noticed was his umbrella in the garbage can. He asked, what happened to it? Little Candice got in a fight with it, explained Anya. Ah, fight. You have a lot of pent-up aggression, little missy, said Marlo, grinning. He added, I suggest some aromatherapy. Hard, responded Candice. Before the sun fell, the trio had packed everything into the car. From there, they went to a nearby restaurant called Sazon, which meant seasoning. There they ate some nice Cuban cuisine, a great plan as well. The food took a bit to arrive, but a nice chat and a quick visit to the jar helped Candice make some room for more food. The Candice sat there on the back of the garden of the restaurant, and they enjoyed some 40s and 30s Cuban music. The food was well made, and the plan of excellent quality. Still, it was the ambience and the lazy way of the restaurant that helped ease some of Candice's nerves. By the time they headed out, it was nighttime. The family paid the bill and then went to return to the car. Candice noticed Annie and Marlo looking tense. They kept eyeing all about like a cat waiting for something to happen. As for Candice, she was staring at the lights and the music of a public stadium near the restaurant. Before she realized it, a douche had tackled her and half dragged her through the floor in an effort to take her purse. She got mugged. Due to the fact that Candice was going through a stubborn phase, she did not let go. The robber proceeded to kick her in the face with his boots. Something about the scene made Marlo laugh, and Anna too smiled before asking Marlo, you want to do the honors? Nah. She said she wanted to learn her limits. Let's let her figure things out, said Marlo, laughing. Candice grabbed onto the robber's leg and she instinctively took a bite. The robber fell and he screamed. With him on the ground, Candice took a bite from his face, and her bite removed the nose of the fellow, who started screaming. Candice got up and crossed the street with her father and grandmother as soon as the lights changed. Later that night, when they returned home, they saw in the news a report of a cannibal attack. According to the deranged witness, she claimed that she saw a homeless guy trying to rob a strung-up hooker. Candice frowned and said, "I don't dress like a hooker, do I?" "Everyone is a critic, honey," said Marlo. "In my time, my outfit was pretty provocative," said Anya, pointing to her long nightshirt. Alright, the time?
13 minutes.
Wait, what do you mean 13 minutes?
Yeah, that you recorded for 13 minutes.
Ah, right, I meant like how much time was left.
Oh, this thing can record for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but I like to cut them in pieces. Okay. Chapter 9. P.A. Jesu. 2 years passed uneventfully.
Maybe we should stop it here at 9 since it's like 13 minutes.
Let's stop it now.
Yeah.
Are we recording?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice. And this is chapter 9, the start of chapter 9, P.A. Jesu. 2 years passed uneventfully. During that time, Candice spent her time visiting sunset place to amuse herself. There was a Dave & Buster that was pretty big, and Candice enjoyed feeding quarters into random arcade games. There was one she particularly liked a lot. It was Zombie Team. It was a Zombie Team amusement park shooter. Aside from the arcade, Candice liked going to the movies and to throw quarters at the giant fountain. Close to Christmas time of 2004, the family was in a bored type of mood. Candice asked, "Don't they do stuff in Miami, like events or something?" "We could go see the Nutcracker," said Anya. "I had season tickets to all this stuff." "Yeah, but your tickets are like super far away," whined Candice. "It is hard to take photos if you are close to the action," complained Anya. "You know you're not supposed to take photos of the ballerinas," commented Marlos. "If they don't tell me not to take photos every time, how am I supposed to remember?" asked Anya, laughing. "We could just run the streets or something," suggested Candice. "Sure, why not? Let's go to Bayside," said Marlos, getting up and taking his keys. "Have we gone to Bayside?" asked Candice. "I feel like we went there, but I can't remember off the top of my head." "I think we tried once, but Marlos got angry that he could not find any parking. And so we never tried to go there ever again," explained Anya. "Let's try it again. Are you up for it, Marlo?" "Well, it's close to Christmas time, so I expect that we will not find any parking. So if after 10 minutes I don't find anything, we're going home, cause looking for parking is one of my triggers at this point," said Marlo with a dour look on his face. And thus Marlo, Candice, and Anya went to Bayside. This time they got lucky. A person was departing as they arrived. Marlo's car was just not facing the right direction. He said to Anya, "Go outside and guard the spot while I turn around." "Aye, aye, Captain," said Anya, getting up. During the short interval, a different car saw the parking spot, and he went for it. Anya was blocking the spot, so the guy got out of the car to intimidate Anya. Anya did not back down. Marlo, who was now behind the other car, started honking and yelling, "Yo, fuckface, move your car!" The fellow turned to look at Marlo, and he saw his creepy visage, the golden eyes, and the sharp teeth. The fellow returned to the car, and he came out with a gun. Marlo too got out, and before the fellow pulled the trigger, Marlo had swiftly taken the gun and smacked the guy in the face with the butt of the gun. The guy drove away, and Marlo was left with the gun. Marlo parked, and he sighed before saying, "I really hate parking." "You want a gun, Candice?" "I was never much of a gun person, but I guess it can come in handy or something," said Candice, stashing the gun under the seat. After this short interruption, Marlo was finally able to park his car. The parking was a little narrow, and as such he was forced to come out of the back end of the car. Just at the moment the car on the driver's side had left, Marlo sang before closing the car. Together they made their way across the busy road. There was plenty of traffic because there was a concert in the American Airlines Arena. Whenever there was anything major going on, the traffic in Miami almost became intolerable. Just one street alone, Marlo had spent 3 hours driving at a 1 centimeter per hour rate. As to be expected, Marlowe was a bit on edge. His demeanor contrasted with the disdainful look of Anya and the happy face of Candice. Due to the comments on the TV about her wardrobe, Candice was sporting something with sleeves, a white tunic shirt, and a long gypsy skirt with floral pattern. With a white sash around the head and the white sandals as well, she looked like a cute little Cura Santera wish. With the sun down, a cold breeze from the ocean was sweeping the docks of Bayside. Anya trembled a little while Marlowe breathed in the cold air and he sighed with contentment. Close to the entrance of the mall, there was a restaurant. Candice poked a photo of it, and as she did, she turned around and saw that one of the tall skyscrapers had an interesting light show. It featured a silhouette of a lady dancing. The interior was just like any other one, only that the shots were smaller and a bit tacky. On the second floor there was a food court. Candice had already eaten, and due to the time, the food court had already closed. There was a particular shot that Marlowe liked. It had a bunch of cool gemstones, pearls, statues, and even bones. Marlowe naturally gravitated towards it. Anya ended up buying some jewelry made of malachite. From there, they made their way towards the arena to catch a show. The arena faced the harbor, and there was usually some cover band or another. Since it was Miami Beach, the current cover band was playing Cuban music. At the moment, they were playing Kimbara by Celia Cruz. Candice noticed a good portion of the force dancing. She started by looking and clumsily mimicking their movement. By the time they got around to the uncle, La Negra tiene tumbao, Candice was dancing like she was possessed. Her silly way of dancing made Marlowe smile. He took Candice's camera and he started to record his little daughter. A lady near Marlowe saw whom he was recording and she murmured, "Herbert. Pervertida la puta madre que te parió," said Marlowe. Marlowe got into an insult war with a lady who also spoke Spanish. Eventually, Anya intervened by explaining that Candice was Marlowe's daughter. Not want to allow a stupid woman to ruin his night any further, Marlowe got up from his seat and went to see the boats passing by. There was a particular small cruise that had a party. With the show over, the crowd made its way towards an open section of the harbor. From there, a boat was going to shoot fireworks. Candice wanted to follow along, but Marlowe said to Candice, "I have a bad feeling about those fireworks." "Bad like how?" asked Candice. "Well, if Cassandra was here, she would be saying that this is going to be TH-17, explained Marlowe. "That is not such a high number," said Candice. "Well, it is high. If you're afraid of who's not a determining factor," explained Marlowe. "What is a determining factor?" asked Candice. "It is someone who is too important," explained Nadia, "like a main character." "I want to be a determining factor," pouted Candice. As they were walking back, Candice recognized a familiar face. It was Sofita, one of the reclusive nuns from the mountain of Martisor. Like Candice, she was a young vampire, only that she had been turned due to reasons she never liked elaborating. Candice approached Sofita and she said, "How are you? Fancy meeting you here." "Fancy yourself, my sweet vampire Candice," said Sofita. Roll credits. When vampires turn non-humans into their own gods, they had to give up a portion of their power. It will sometimes take centuries to recover that power. It was for this reason that there were not a lot of strong new vampires. Only the young ones who were not powerful enough in the first place produced new vampires who were just as weak as themselves. As for Sofita, she was a new age vampire who had been turned by a kaiser. She was not weak. "Hello, Sofita. Here to do some Christmas shopping," asked Anya. "More or less. I am here to do a meetup. I read in a website called Four Chance that new age vampires gather in a garden in Bayside to find their limits. Since I was getting a little violent, the abbess of the monastery suggested that this venue for me as a good outlet for my aggression. Once I had cleansed myself, I can return to my sacred duties," said Sofita. Sofita had the appearance of a 16-year-old. She had been alive for about 50 years of age. She had a warm chestnut complexion with expressive green eyes and a long curly black hair. Her true first name was Sofia Anastasia, but she was called Sofita, or Sofina for short. Like other nuns in the monastery, she had stopped using her family name. Sofina had a cat-like way of walking. Currently, she was sporting a button-down V-neck dress that had a soft pastel lilac color. Candice asked her father, "Can I go to the meetup with Sofita?" "Sure, why not? But Sofita has to drive you home," said Marlo. "Why not? I don't mind at all," jumped Sofita. Candice stayed with Sofita to see the fireworks. Just as Marlo had predicted, an incident occurred. A dude had shut out the place, and the folks had left running in a panic. The only people injured had been those caught up in the stampede. Sofita and Candice saw the chaos from the distance. On top of a nearby tree, there were plenty of large trees in Bayside, and when things settled down, Sofita went about to look for the location of the meetup. What time?
It's been recording for 9 minutes and 37 seconds.
The garden had a large park, and it was surrounded by trees and bushes. It was nothing too far out there, but it had the semblance of seclusion. There was a homeless dude lying down in the bench. He started Candice's own feet with bored amusement for a bit before going back down to sleep. When the clock struck 3 a.m., some fellows started gathering. They all had a useful demeanors of all sizes and looks. There were two fellows who seemed to be the prime organizers of the meetup. Based on the pressure that Candice felt in the back of her neck, those two kids were not Kaiser per se. They were something far more powerful than ancient. They felt just as ancient as her father Marlo. The host creatures could either pass for teenagers or for adults if they grew some facial hair. The one who seemed the youngest went by the name of Horsanak. His hair was nice and curly. His eyes were black as night. Both had ebony skin. However, his founder had fair hair and brown eyes. The other-looking fellow went by the name of Siddhanta. They were dressed in the fashion of the day, with the oversized fat pants, the long t-shirt, and the cute beanies. Each was personalized with different chaps and pins. The thing that Candice found amusing was the bling bling. They went for gold and semi-precious stones. Their design made Candice think that they had raided the Egyptian exhibit of a museum.
I know Siddhanta from somewhere.
Siddhanta.
I know him from another one of your books.
Yeah. The Lover's Pentacle.
Oh yeah, he's the time.
This is what he does when he's not pretending to be a human.
Gotcha.
Little did Candice know that these two fellows were formerly part of an Egyptian exhibit.
Like I heard that name before.
Siddhanta was the first to speak. Hello for our newcomers. My name is Siddhanta, and this is my life partner, Horsanak. Hi, said Horsanak. One of the vampires who was a regular said to Sofita. Siddhanta always introduces his whore like that because he doesn't want the flies wasping around his mate. I think it is cute that he's protective, said Candice, smiling. Or possessive, commented Sofita. Anyhow, how many new folks do we have here today? Asked Siddhanta. This time it was a sizable group, about 28 new fellows. These weren't starting from square one. Siddhanta frowned and said, "Well, whore, you arbiter the old chefs, and I will take care of the tutorial for the new kids." Fine, said Horsanak, Johnny. Kids, pick your sparring partner, and don't forget to stop as soon as somebody cries, "Uncle." Candice and Sofita followed along with the newbie. Based on the pollution of their blood, Candice could smell that all the new fellows in the group had recently been turned. Sofita said to Candice, "All vampire lords train their kids. I am surprised that Marlon has not bothered you to teach you the basics. For him, the basic is how to walk, talk, and what fruits I'm allergic to, and how to keep a balanced nutrition, and what movies I'm going to see today," explained Candice. "I see. I'm quite surprised that such a belligerent vampire would raise such a sweet little thing," said Sofina with disappointment. "If it was up to my mother, I would never find myself in a hostile situation. But there are things that cannot be helped," sighed Candice. "Quiet down, children," said Siddhanta. "So let's do some basic grouping. Those who were turned by older vampires, stand over here, and those who were turned by new age vampires, go to this line." Candice stood in the middle, not knowing where to stand. Raising her hand, she said, "Teacher, I wasn't turned. My parents are vampires." "Then why the hell are you here?" asked Siddhanta. "Bored curiosity," said Candice. "I don't know my limits, and my mother doesn't fight. And my father doesn't want to train me because he thinks I'm a fragile little flower. And he's probably right. So, like, I need to test myself with folks who are also on level 1. Capiche? Now that is most curious, said Siddhanta, raising an eyebrow. Smiling, he said, well, it is the first time for everything, and it is foolish to assume that everything is the same for everyone. Honey, go stand with the kids who were turned by older vampires. I think they will be a better fit for you. Candice wants to stand beside Sofita. Giggling, Sofita said, last time we had a little skirmish, remember how I caved your nose in? That was like super mean, white Candice. Well, you shouldn't have touched Maria, said Sofita, smiling. Maria was the name of her porcelain doll. Sofita always thought that Candice was a clumsy, stupid child.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice written by me. This is chapter 10. Katrina wants to go to Disney World too. It was around August 17 when Maruru suddenly appeared in Hialeah. Being a bit of a judgmental type of fellow, the first thing she said, what a small apartment. Hello to you as well, mother, said Candice. Sitting beside Candice, drawing on the table was Sofita. She had tried the whole school life experience in order to torture herself. The nuns of the monastery were still refusing to let her rejoin their cult. Sofita had apparently failed to prove that she appreciated what she got. In the end, the headmistress told her that she must complete 5 years of public school in the U.S. before being allowed to return. Sofita was a little too big to do primary school. For that reason, she decided to do middle school and high school. She had heard that the Hialeah schools were full of chums, so now she was Candice's new neighbor. Candice continued on with her conversation with Sofita. So, like, what is school like? It is like your classes with Siddhanta, except that the teachers and the students are always trying to humiliate you, explained Sofita. Wow, so Roxana was right. Everyone is like a jerk in this country, said Candice. And everywhere else as well, added Marlo. I'm only here to enjoy the concerts and the movies while the good times last. Speaking of good times, I want to go to Disney World, said Maruru. Sure, let's go to the happiest place on earth, said Marlo, smiling. How many days should we stay there, asked Candice. Well, to enjoy the full experience, I think we should do about 2 weeks. We can go to all of the parks at least once, and there's also Blizzard Beach and Islands of Adventure, said Marlo. Wanna go, Grandma? asked Candice. Sure. It is not as if I have anything better to do with my time on this world. We should go there before it all turns into Harry Potter and Star Wars, said Anya. And it did turn into that. That's what it is right now.
You predicted that.
Yeah. With this decided, Maruru, Anya, Candice, Marlo, Sofita, and Ambrose packed everything and left for Kissimmee. Candice had not expected to see Ambrose in the flesh. Since it was a long car ride, the former lovebirds had plenty to talk about. It also helped that the road to Orlando was pretty boring. There was nothing but trees to see to the left and to the right. Ambrose said to Candice, so are you seeing anyone? Not really. Everyone's like a super jerk because I don't wear the right clothing or know the right movies, and I don't dance the way they expect you to. I was in the club the other day, and this weird lady started petting my hand. My teacher Siddhanta later explained to me that it was called imprinting, and that it was just a stupid way folks here hit on each other, explained Candice. Hit? asked Ambrose. Courtship, said Candice. To marry, asked Ambrose. No, to have pointless encounters in like the dirtiest bathrooms known to men. I tell you, Ambrose, I saw those bathrooms had not been cleaned once, like ever, white Candice. The way you two are talking, it makes you sound like old farts, retorted Marlo, laughing. Hardy har, said Candice, fake laughing. She grew quiet for a bit, but then the boredom compelled her to talk to Ambrose once again. Candice sighed, and then she said, there are times when I dream that I'm back at Marty's Shore. I dream that I never left the place. As for me, I dream that I stay with you despite the fact that you refused to marry me, said Ambrose sadly. I have been with Maruru for ages, and we never got married, said Marlo. But what about the wedding photos, asked Candice. Which days then, because when you were small, you started crying when folks told you that your parents were living in sin, said Maruru. So instead of living in sin, you're living a lie then, said Candice. Pretty much. It shouldn't matter what it says in a paper anyway, as long as there is love, said Marlo. Is there any of that left? Asked Candice. I tolerate your father, so be happy with that, said Maruru. Said Candice sadly. With the sun rising, Candice started falling asleep. She laid her head on Ambrose's shoulder. There was a small bump in the road, and this woke Candice. Candice was drooling a bit, and she then cleaned her mouth on Ambrose's coat. When she awoke, her mother was talking to Marlo. Maruro had asked Marlo, so how is the Pietro fellow? He's dead, said Marlo proudly. I offered to make him a vampire, but he refused. He said he wanted to be with his mate on the other side, and that it was too painful to live alone. Now that is a shame, said Anya, looking up from her Game Boy Advance. She had not commented on the conversation. Rather, Latius had ran away, and now she had to track it down again. In the trunk of the van there was the birdcage of Cassandra. Cassandra was watching the scenery go by. She said ominously, I'm going to miss this view when this fake earth turns to Southern Ash. Southern Ash? What are you talking about? Asked Candice. Man, I'm just a stupid bird. What do I know? Said Cassandra. More to the point, how do you know? Every time we ask you about something, you make up some other nonsense. But this new TA thing really takes the cake, you lying bird, said Ambrose, confronting Cassandra on her nonsense. At that moment, the song Soul Survivor by Blue Oyster Cult started playing. Ambrose liked the song, so he started enjoying it instead of bothering Cassandra. Cassandra looked abstracted for a bit, and by the end of the song she added, I used to be a giant, super powerful monster. Huh, said Candice, pretending to listen. I swallowed entire stars, said Cassandra, and now look at me, back to what I once was. More the pity. The peace and love
Is Cassandra an abandon?
used to be.
What? Which one?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, sorry, go on.
It's just a birthday weirdness.
Okay.
And Amanda's no longer exists, so then she's just back to what she was.
Before she became one. Okay, got it.
The peace I love, but she's cursed with memories. The peace I long for was nowhere to be found. Is that how you can see the future, Cassandra? Asked Amber, who was finally paying her attention. I know the future, but because I lived through this timeline once, a long time ago, though this is a clone of that original Earth, said Cassandra. Your parrot is talking crazy again, said Ambrose to Candice. She gets like that when she's like super bored, said Candice, yawning, paying her no mind. Candice looked to the backpack and she got out a miniature piano that actually worked. It had 18 keys, but it was enough to keep Cassandra's mind occupied. So the power started playing the piano. Ding, ding, ding. The family went to the rest stop. Candice got out with her mother to buy some snacks and to use the John. They came back with the stalest donuts that any mortal had ever tasted. Meanwhile, Marlo drove to put more gas on the car. Ambrose too got out to get some snacks while he waited in line to buy gas. While he was in line, he had Cassandra on his shoulder. Cassandra whispered to Ambrose, you should buy a Monopoly lottery ticket. Ambrose did as Cassandra told him. However, he was disappointed to know that the ticket was a dud. Ambrose said, I thought you said I was going to win. Cassandra's crest opened a bit, and then she said, I wanted to see your disappointment.
Bird.
But it's your fair. I wanted to see your disappointment. Jeez, you could have stayed back in the apartment, you know, said Ambrose. And miss all the fun. I will not miss the show for the world, said Cassandra, laughing. What show? Asked Ambrose, worried. You will see, little Ambrose, you will see, said Cassandra, puffing her chest feathers. After this rest stop, the family returned to the laundry to Kissimmee. Since Candice was dozing off again due to the fact that it was morning, Ambrose started making conversation with the dumb bird again. Ambrose asked Cassandra, so if this is not the true Earth, what planet is it? The humans from my time used to call it 2B, said Cassandra. I see. And you say you used to be a supervillain, continued Ambrose. Yes, I was the absolute worst, said Cassandra. Even worse than Bill Gates,
Cassandra's zodiac.
The weird mess continued till it was time to rendezvous to the car. Inside the car, Cassandra kept complaining about being bored. Oh yeah, what time?
Oh, we're still at 5 minutes.
At the moment, I am bored in the back. Inside the car, Cassandra kept complaining about being bored. At the moment, I am bored in the back of the van, and all I see are cars and trees, and the air conditioner doesn't reach the back, complained Cassandra before plucking a feather. Dad, can you open the back window a bit? Asked Candice. I wouldn't if I were you. A bump in the road and Cassandra goes out the window, warned Cassandra. 2 hours later, the family finally reached Kissimmee. The place looked a bit rural, and it had a bunch of old shops. Candice saw over the horizon a giant reverse bungee tower ride. Candice asked, pointing at it, "Is that Disney World?" "No, Candice, and don't distract me. I'm looking for a clown," said Marlo. "What clown?" asked Maruru. "Don't you remember the name of the place you made reservations for?" "I don't remember because I didn't make a reservation." "The hotel with the clown always has rooms. Look, there it is," said Marlo, turning. The hotel with the clown in the entrance was a Quality Inn, or something. I forget. The place had a jester dressed in a purple checkerboard pattern outfit. Marlo got 3 rooms on the second floor. Marlo stayed with Maruru alone. Sofita stayed with Anya, and Candice with Ambrose and the crazy parrot Cassandra. Ambrose said, "Well, it's a cockatoo." Ambrose said to Candice, "Together at last." "We can hear you from the other room," said Sofita, chuckling. "What a bother," said frowned Ambrose. "Well, at least the bed is not a slab of wood," said Candice, sitting on the bed. "Yes, only the pillow," said Ambrose, lying back. "I miss you," said Cassandra, mimicking Candice's voice. "Me too, babe," said Ambrose. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but that was Cassandra," said Candice. "Aw," said Ambrose, looking quite dejected. The following day, the family awoke super early. The first place they were going to visit was the Epcot Center. The road confused Marlo a lot, and he saw over the horizon the large golf ball, and he assumed that he was going in the right direction. In the end, he ended up arriving at the employees' parking section of the Epcot Center. After doubling back, Marlo ended up back in Kissimmee. In the end, they had to return to the hotel for Cassandra. They sat her on the dashboard of the car. While Marlo drove, she acted as a rudimentary type of GPS. When they finally parked, Sofita asked Marlo, "I don't see why don't we get a real GPS?" "It is not perfect and they're expensive," whined Marlo, "and it is not as if I get lost all the time. I'm not going to spend money on useless things." From the parking lot, they went to the center. Since this was Epcot in the year 2005, there was not a huge line, and the tickets were pretty cheap. They made their way around all the venues, and they took commemorative photos. Eventually, they rode the giant golf ball. All the rides were pretty mellowed out. Around noon, it started to rain, and Marlo cursed the very heavens. He was still a little tense because of the drive. He went to a nearby shop, and he tried to buy an umbrella. When he saw the price, he went to the shopkeeper, and he used his mind control abilities to buy it for $3 instead of paying $27. He kept at it whenever he ran into any shop. As to be expected, everything in other theme parks were expensive, but it was nothing that a vampire could not handle. Ambrose eventually asked Candice, "Does your father do that often?" "The mind control thing," asked Candice. "Nah, not often. Only when he thinks they are trying to stiff him. He's probably going to get a lot of shopkeepers fired, however." "Mother pity, it is not the seller's fault that Disney is a thieving bastard." "Disney is dead," said Ambrose. "He is?" asked Candice, surprised. "Ah, that's a shame." "I suppose the profiteering is to be expected with the main guy dead," said Sofita. "Don't read too much into it, Sofita. Humans are not in the business of running theme parks. They are in the business of making money to indulge in their hobbies," said Ambrose. By the time Marlo had returned with the umbrella, it did not rain for the rest of the day. The following day, they visited the Magic Kingdom. They went to the haunted house and the carousels. Alright, we'll continue with this Disney World trip later. Bye-bye, guys. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Arch's sister, and this is part 2 of chapter 10. We're continuing with the tour of the theme parks in Orlando. By the time Marlo had returned with the umbrellas, it did not rain for the rest of the day. The following day, they visited Magic Kingdom. They went to the haunted house and the carousels as well. Eventually, the family got into a weird fixation with Splash Mountain. They noticed that the ride took a cool photo when they dropped. They kept riding it to take the perfect photo. The third time was a charm, and so they bought the large commemorative photograph. It was then when Candice said, "Hey guy, let's take one with all of us looking creepy and transformed." "Nah, I'm sick of the ride already," said Anya. "You go ahead and play, Candice." "Sure. I don't see why not," said Ambrose, who had the tendency to be a bit of a tool whenever he was trying to win Candice's back. In the end, Candice took on her cool photo with Marlo, Ambrose, and Sofita. Since they no longer covered an entire row, they had to take the photo with two unfortunate humans. They sat on the back to make certain that they would not ruin the humans' vacation. Ambrose transformed into a chimera with the limbs of a squid, the face of a horse, and with many small blisters and eyes and the body of a reptile. Marlo thought a moment, and then he chose the form he thought would amuse his daughter the most. He grew the traditional vampire wings, and he expanded the horns on his head and elongated his face to resemble the skull of a bison. As for Sofita, she turned her eyes red, and she grew skeletal wings. She thinned up her face and made her ears long to resemble an eye. Candice was thinking a lot of something cool, but she was never good at transformation. When it came time to take the photo, she ended up turning into an alpaca again. Only this time she had added deer antlers. Her human face was still visible, only that her eyes grew larger, and her nose flattened and became animal-like. After taking the photo, Candice had bought some future ice cream. This future ice cream was just basically little small round ice cream balls, like super tiny, like little patties. A cup was about $30. By this point, Marlo was no longer spending money. He was just flat out taking anything without paying for it. "My husband can be quite infantile at times," commented Marudo. "You're one to talk, daughter," snapped Anya. "So, Sofita, how long do you have to go to public school and stuff?" asked Ambrose. "It was more or less till I learned something, and trust me, I had learned the error of my ways. And can you tell the nuns to take me back before I kill everyone in my middle school?" said Sofita. "I thought they wanted you to learn some compassion or something," asked Ambrose. Yes. And I pity the fool that has to be in such terrible places. It is like everyone is a jerk there, the teachers, the counselors, the principals, and it is like a compulsory behavior, said Sofita. "Oh yeah, how's the camera?"
11 minutes.
"If you think that is bad, you should try getting a day job," said Anya. "If it wasn't for the mind control, I would have to put up with many abuses. It is not easy being looking and employed. All the young ladies pink on you, and the boss sees it, and instead of punishing the douche, he makes the brat assistant manager. Don't let it get to you, Anya. I have been in many places, and I have lived a long time. Humans are like that, and there's no point in getting mad at a behavior that they cannot control. It requires a strong hand to beat the devil out of them. And then you wonder why I don't like leaving Martisol," said Marudo. "Come on, enough talk. You folks need to bury the hatchet and enjoy the nice days we are having," said Marlo. The moment after he said this, it started to rain again. Marlo walked a bit of a pace with his umbrella. Since the umbrella had a metal point, it lowered lightning. He fell over and his body had a white smoke coming out of it. Like he got struck by lightning. Marudo dragged him inside the shop, and some of the attendants came to look for a medic. Marudo calmly grabbed the nearest fellow, and she slipped his wrist to feed her husband. A nice dose of vitality was enough to get him to snap out of his daze. Candice, all the while, had a panicked look on her face. Marlo laughing got up, and he said, "Don't cry, honey. This is not the first time I have been struck by lightning in Florida, and it certainly will not be the last. I should have seen the signs and gone indoors, but I really wanted to get to that shop over yonder where we saw the swords. All right, Papa, let's go see the sword, said Candice with a melancholy look on her face. While Marlo looked at the sword, Candice was extra sick. She got like that whenever she feared becoming an orphan. Marlo kept laughing it off and he added, look, Candice, everyone, and I mean everyone, is weak to lightning. No need to make a big deal about my little accident. You think about it, makes sense. Everyone will be weak to lightning. Everything's weak to lightning. Maduro looked up out of bed in search of something fun to get herself. It was then when she noticed Sofita texting on her phone. Maduro peeked over her shoulder before commenting, before you head back, you should try the university thing. Should I try for a major, Sofita? Don't bother. With the prerequisites that require other prerequisites and the elective classes that you had no other relation but to take, you are going to be in the university till doomsday. It is best to take skill classes that you like, and then learn something for a change. I suppose, said Sofita. I'm gonna learn something new, said Candice. Sure, you can take the classes as well, said Maduro. I know a guy who knows a guy at FIU. I can use him to weigh the SAT requirements, and I can even hook you up with a few high school credits to get the ball running. I can even skip that useless orientation class, and I can even get you a nice bright future scholarship to boot, said Ambrose. That sounds like fun, said Candice, hugging Ambrose. The following day, the family went to Blizzard Beach. The sky was full of clouds and it was a bit windy. This was the perfect outdoor weather for vampires. This time Marlo arrived to the park without any mishaps. Since he had estimated that he was going to get lost, the family arrived a bit early. They released Cassandra to let her roam the park as she willed. The park had plenty of trees and natural stuff. From time to time, a bee would get like super close to Candice, freaking her out. The first venue they visited was the wave pool. After floating for a bit, the group segmented. Ambrose and Candice. Oh my god, that's like. Ambrose and Candice went to try out the slides. Oh yeah, time?
7 minutes.
Maduro and Marlo went to banter a bit as they went down the lazy river on top of an inflatable tube. Anna was not in a water type of mood. Instead, she found she had to catch up with her reading. Sofita, on the other hand, roamed a bit, and she kept going from the pool to the lazy river to other random slides. While doing a line, Ambrose asked Candy, "Is it always this cloudy in Florida? I thought this was a sunshine state." "I don't know, maybe it's a Kissimmee thing," said Candy, shrugging her shoulder. Ambrose wanted to ask more questions, but they reached the end of the line. Candice went first, and due to the velocity she got down from the slide, she felt as she had been in the air for a couple of seconds. It had been an odd, frightening sensation. The fright made her laugh as she concluded the slide. Ambrose followed along, jumping head first. As to be expected, he regretted his decision due to how much water he swallowed. After coughing it up a bit, they went to other ride. This time they saw slides that they could ride together. The final slide they went on had a pretty big line. Ambrose had purposely chosen this ride in order to get Candice to banter on. Eventually, Ambrose got the courage to ask, "Why do you not want to marry me, Candice?" "Because you gave her a small ring, probably," said another poor fellow waiting in line. A girl added, "Girls like guys with muscles. You should work on that." "If I had to guess, it probably has something to do with infidelity," said an old lady that was accompanying the little girl. "Do you mind?" asked Ambrose. "Ignore them. Everyone in this country is always up in your business. Even the most pointless conversation will have at least 20 ears listening to it," explained Candice. "Well, excuse me," said a teenage girl. "But what else am I supposed to do while waiting in line?" "You could look at your cell phone or something," suggested Ambrose. The back and forth continued till they reached the end of the line. This ride had the largest slide. The floater allowed for at least 8 folks to ride on it. At the end of the ride, Ambrose and Candice got fed up with unwanted conversationalists. They took the lead chair to chat because it could only fit 2 people. For now, there they could look down on everyone. From time to time, Candice would speak to try to hit a fellow. It amused her whenever she did manage to strike someone. After the fourth time she took the ride, there was an angry fellow waiting for Candice and Ambrose. The fellow said a good number of profanities that Candice and Ambrose tuned out. Eventually, the guy who was kind of drunk pushed Candice. Candice already knew from her teacher that this was a prequel to a fight. She dove behind the fellow before jumping and punching him just under the head and behind the spine. This laid the fellow flat, and a lot of ladies cheered because the drunken fellow had been ruining everybody's good time. Ambrose had pondered on helping out Candice. He knew from experience that Candice was the sort of fellow who liked to bash her head against a wall till she would pass through it, instead of using the door. Candice noticed the look that Ambrose was giving her. Guessing what he was thinking, she said, "I'm not that bullheaded, you know." Time?
4 minutes, so.
Who knows? It might be your animal familiar, or whatever your vampires call it. Perhaps you cannot help but be bullheaded, said Ambrose. I suppose you might be right, said Candice thoughtfully. Or maybe not, said Ambrose. Ambrose did not remember the last time that Candice had changed her mind about something. Perhaps it was still all for Ambrose, if only he persevered. After this incident, Ambrose and Candice went to the lazy river. They hoped to meet up with Marlo and Marulu to engage in boring conversation. By now, the lazy river was pretty full. Candice had to take one of the floaters typically reserved for small children. She sat on top of it, and she gingerly floated downstream. Ambrose had offered his larger floater, but Candice declined. Eventually, they reached a cluster where there was a lot of traffic. The humans were refusing to enter a dark tunnel that had a waterfall. Candice and Ambrose pushed themselves through the traffic jam to see what was up. Ambrose, who was the first to make it there, said to Candice, "Close your eyes." "Oh, come on! Do they have to do that in public?" said Candice, pointing to the roof. After seeing what her mother and father were up to, Candice and Ambrose decided to hang out in the pool instead. Candice sat down beside her grandmother to eat a snack. Blizzard Beach does allow you to bring your own picnic basket and supplies. The pair ate chicharrones or pork cracklings with bread. Ambrose focused on the substance, while Candice bit down on the hardest to eat parts with her teeth. Due to the hardness of some of the chicharrones, it triggered the growth of her fangs. A small kid nearby looked a bit freaked out. He said to his mother, "Look, a vampire!" "Don't be silly, vampires don't come out in the morning," said the kid's mother before returning to her Anne Rice's vampire book. Candice looked over the top at the book that the lady was reading. The book was Interview with a Vampire. Ambrose too noted the title of the book, and he rolled his eyes to show his contentment. Candice looked at Ambrose and asked, "Is the book really that bad?" "Nah, just let's start. I find his inner monologue boorish and petty. I also find it insulting the very idea that there will be a world with only vampires as the apex predator," said Ambrose. "You are pretty apex yourself, Ambrose," said Candice, patting his ear. What she really meant to say was petty. "I aim to please, my lady," said Ambrose, kissing her hand. He added, "I pride myself in being well read, but there are certain books that insist upon themselves, and then there are certain books that I really, really hate." "You should not force yourself to read something you dislike," said Candice. "As for me, if a book doesn't wow me in the first 10 pages, I am like out of there. Books take time for you to get into them, and besides, what do you call wow?" asked Ambrose. "I like pointless action," said Candice. "Like a manga?" suggested Ambrose. "Yeah, something like that. Look, there is a jerk looking for us with his body. Let's have a pointless action scene, shall we?" Ambrose shook his head and he said, "I just ate." You're no fun. Maybe in half an hour," said Candice, "and only if I remember." Time?
1 minute.
The hours rolled by, and around 8 a.m. the park started closing. The family had agreed to regroup under a tree infested with bees near the kiddie pool. Alright, we'll continue with this later. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Archer Sister, and we're continuing with Chapter 10. Oh man, I made Chapter 10 really long. Alright. The family agreed to regroup under a bee-infested palm tree near the kiddie pool. As Candice arrived, a little kid had just been stung by a bee. This made Candice laugh till a bee stung her in the elbow. Ambrose gently removed it, and he vibrated his hands a little to tell the bees to bugger off. Ambrose of many different animal creatures, including tiny bees. Ambrose frowned and said to Candice, "This bee said there is like a super serious bad hurricane coming." "Nah, it is probably just a storm or something," said Candice. "If it was bad, somebody would have mentioned it on the news or something. Maybe even Cassandra would have said something."
Pretty sure she did.
Oh, yeah. Well, she said a bee was about she just staying there to watch the show. So she knows that something's coming, but she finds it hilarious that they're gonna, like, bad things are gonna happen to them. Well, she was a bit angry ever since you misplaced her little Lego figurine, said Ambrose. "I bought her a new one, and besides, if she's such a psychic, she should find it herself," said Candice. Cassandra, who was just arriving, said, "Even my vision has blind spots, which reminds me, think, Candice, think. Where did you put my little Vader figurine?" "I think Luke threw him off the balcony, but I cannot be certain about it. It was like super long time ago," said Candice sheepishly. "Till my Vader hater shows up, I will keep to myself. I will make you hurt, little Candice," said Cassandra, flapping her head crest. "Show you, angry bird," said Ambrose, putting his hand around Cassandra to get the bird to move along with the rest of the family. When they got to the parking lot, they could not find the car. After looking about 4 hours, they discovered it sandwiched between two large campers. The angle of the car made it impossible to spot from the little golf cart they were riding while they searched for the vehicle. By now, it was 10 p.m. With Cassandra in a foul mood, she did not even serve. She didn't feel like serving as a GPS. So Marlon naturally got lost. He got so lost he ended up in the entrance to Ocala. When he doubled back, he ended up in St. Cloud. That area was so dark that even a vampire like Marlo had a hard time seeing what was about. Vampires cannot see in the dark. Rather like the cat, they are crepuscular. With just a bit of light, they can get the entire picture. In pitch black, they can't see anything. This is why vampires get their photo taken with a flash. Their eyes shine green or blue instead of the usual red that is common among humans and demons. After running over a person, Cassandra finally decided to help Marlo return to the hotel. Marlo did not know what he ran over, only that when he made it back to the hotel, he noticed that one of the wheels and the bumper had a lot of blood. He assumed it was an animal, and he went to bed for the following day. There was another park to visit. By now, Marlo was starting to get sick of the theme park experience. It was fine with one park, but the going to the parks and getting out of them was souring up the experience. By the time he got to bed, Marlo was pretty exhausted and in a foul mood. As soon as he lay down, he heard a knock on the door. He said grouchy, "Maruru, open the door." "Now you do it," said Maruru, who was channel surfing. "Maruru, please, for God's sake," pleaded Marlo with his head face down on the pillow. When Maruru opened the door, she saw a weirdo with a distressed look on his face. Maruru noticed the Egyptian jewelry and the eyes of the guy. Maruru asked, "What do you want?" I saw that Candice's boyfriend posted on Facebook that they were staying in this hotel. Where is Candice, if I may ask? I really need to speak to her like right now," insisted the fellow. "Sure, she's in the other room," said Maruru, pointing toward the right. The fellow started knocking at the door. When Candice now opened, the guy kicked the door down. Candice snapped and said, "Hey, we're going to have to pay for that, you know." "I'm sorry, my pupil, but this is an emergency," said Siddhanta in a panic. "You said you had a magic parrot who is a seer. I need her help." Sofita heard a commotion in the other room and she came to see what was the matter. When she saw Siddhanta looking so worried, she asked, "What happened?" "I don't have time to explain," said Siddhanta. "Time is of the essence." "You don't need to explain," said Cassandra, landing on Siddhanta's shoulder. She added, "Get your father, Marlo." Candice got up and she went to fetch her father. He yawned as his dour face seemed even more haggard than usual. Siddhanta jumped off the balcony with Candice following after. Candice landed face first on the ground, splattering her knees badly. Ambrose noticed Candice acting stupid again, but he decided that he had enough of her nonsense for one day. Aside from Marlo, Sofita also joined in the mysterious summons. They took Siddhanta's sports car. It was a sleek Bugatti Veyron EB 16.4 with an elegant red paint. Siddhartha raised true Kissimmee with an excited Candice, a born Malo, and a curious Sophia, while Siddhartha drove Cassandra giving her GPS instruction. Only this time she kept her instructions short. At a top speed of 200 miles per hour, soon they attracted the attention of the cop. The cop followed them for a bit, but he lost track of the Bugatti around the time when he got into the expressway. Cassandra made Siddhartha get off in the exit that led to St. Cloud. Marlowe rolled his eyes at his side as he said, "Sweet baby Jesus, not this place again." After leaving the main road, they followed a narrow dirt road that had no lights. Without Cassandra's instruction, they would have easily driven into one of the many bodies of water. The sky was pitch black. Only the occasional lightning flash brought forth any light to the surroundings. There was a strong wind moving over the trees. Cassandra then said, "After we save Horsenac from the Nazis, we should get out of Orlando. There's like a super strong hurricane coming." "And you chose to tell us now?" snapped Candice. "Well, there's nothing like a ticking clock to give a sense of urgency to a mission," said Cassandra. "If you say so, Cassandra," sighed Candice. Marlowe said, "So what is all this nonsense about Nazis, if you care to fill us in?" "I was in the club with my husband and minding our own business when some Nazis raided the place. They shut up the place and everyone ran, and during the commotion, I got separated from Horsenac," explained Siddhartha. "So I ran to the car and got myself a machine gun, and after shooting some Nazis in the face, they all scrambled, and when everything was said and done, I couldn't find Horsenac. I guess the mad bastard must have taken him as a revenge for you killing some of their own," said Sophia all seriously. "Why are there Nazis in Florida?" asked Candice. "I thought you said the Russians killed them all." "They did, but not their literature. What a bad idea remains, idiots that subscribe to it will surface," explained Marlowe. He added, smiling, "which was well for me because Nazi killing is like my specialty. They are the only human I can kill guilt-free." "You surprise me, Marlowe," said Sophia. "Guilt-free is a figure of speech. I never lost sleep regardless of whom I killed," said Marlowe. After this banter, Siddhartha armed his two pupils with the best arsenal he had to muster. Candice had been hitting the gun ring with Sophia on the weekends. Candice was a spotty marksman at best. It was for this reason that Siddhartha handed her a sawed-off shotgun. Sophia was not a fan of using guns, but while in Rome, Sophia was handed a sniper rifle with night vision scope. Sophia climbed a nearby willow tree. From up there, and with the scope, she was able to notice some strange movements in the house. By now, Siddhartha and Candice and Marlowe were near the house, ready to pounce. There was a gathering of folks roaming the grounds of what seemed to be a large colonial house. It reminded Candice a bit of the house of Forrest Gump, with the blue exterior paints, the 2 stories, and the large windows. Time?
6 minutes.
Sophia saw that the folks in their house did not resemble Nazis. They were all bald folks, to be certain. Still, their outfits worn by certain fellows gave Sophia a bit of a cultist vibe. Since Sophia was technically a former member of a cult, she felt the need to inform Candice about it. She tested Candice into what she saw. It was at that moment where Candice lost the element of surprise. Her cell phone said at the top of its lungs, "You got mail." The cultists scrambled and sounded the alarm. Those in robes had guns, and they started firing in the direction they had heard the noise. Marlowe stood up before Candice to block the bullet hell that was coming in her direction. She held on to her father's back, and she would shoot her shotgun over his shoulder. Eventually, Marlowe shook off Candice in order to maneuver better. Candice started crawling on the flat floor as an AVCs normally did. From time to time, she would shoot at the heel of a fellow. Siddhartha to make quick work of whatever came in his direction. After shooting at the porch, the 2 stage lights were turned on. From on top of the second floor, hundreds of gunsmen were aiming at Candice, Siddhartha, and Marlowe. Sophia removed the night scope, and then she shut out the lights. With the darkness, chaos returned to the fray. Chaos resumed. With Candice jumping behind the cars and shooting the poor calves of any unfamiliar leg. She thought that the strategy would work well, since Marlowe went barefoot when in battle, and Siddhartha had pretty anklet with a scarab on his leg. When the folks stopped getting near the car, Candice Candice had to get out of her covering and circle around the house. She broke the window to the kitchen. Meanwhile, her father had entered through the roof, and Siddhartha had come in through the front door. As for Sofita, she shot anyone that got near the house to cover the rear. Each time Siddhartha got shot, instead of blood, his wound discharged a sappy resin. It soon hardened into a sleek, honey-colored amber. There was a strong scent of frankincense clinging to his flesh. The rescue party eventually gathered together in the center of the living room, from a room in the middle of the twin staircases. An iron door opened. A booming voice said, "Enough, Marlo. What is it that you want?" The cultists stopped in their track and started looking at the roof, with their eyes rolled to the back of their head. Marlo Jones said, What were we here to do again?" He coughed a bit and he spat out a couple of bullets. Some of the newer kinds were sharper than the hailstone he was used to. So he was starting to get sleepy. His senses was not what he used to. An ancient vampire who is of no consequence came out of the iron door. Candice said to the fellow, "You take one of our own, so we put bullets in all of your things." One of your own, asked the vampire, who was half asleep. The scent of blood and the smell of Marlo was what had awakened him. Every vampire in Florida knew of Marlo. He was the oddball, the one who did not fit into any of the covens, councils, or whatever other vampire organization there was in Florida. Back when he had arrived, there had been intentions of integrating the infamous vampire who had been solely responsible for stopping the German advance into St. Petersburg. The vampire lord saw the rumors about Marlo were true. He was a petty man, who when provoked committed the most violence of action. As strong rain started falling, the vampire lord went to the other room, and he looked through the recent acquisition. He pulled one after another, and he paraded his captured victims in front of Marlon to see who he wanted. After showing 3 different fellows that had been taken from the same club, the vampire lord pulled out Horsana. He was quite the worse for wear due to the beatings, the missing nails, and many other sore diseases that the vampire lord used to those he initiated into his little cult. Siddhartha handed his rifle to Marlo, and he picked up Horsana, who was having a hard time walking. One of his leg tendons had been sliced to prevent him from running away. Siddhartha whispered something to Horsana. Horsana shook his head and he said, "Let's go home." Marlo nodded and followed after Siddhartha. Candice lingered a little. Marlo noticed that Candice's eyes were black and golden. He returned and he picked at Candice as he would do a small child. Candice held on to her father's neck, and with the other hand she gripped the shotgun. All the while her eyes focused on the house, and that glistened like 2 golden flames. The three other fellows that had been taken ran after Marlo and the other. The cultists now were staring at all the fellows depart. Due to the size of the car, the 3 other guys that had been saved had to ride in the trunk. In the trunk. Still, being in the trunk of the car was preferable to being tortured by a bunch of cultists. Siddhartha dropped off the fellows at the hospital before driving Cassandra and Candice back to the hotel. Bye-bye and God. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Urgent Sister, and we're continuing with Chapter 10, Part 4. It's a very long chapter. Siddhartha dropped off the 3 fellows at the hospital before driving Candice, Cassandra, and Sofita and Marlo back to the hotel. Cassandra said to Siddhartha, "The hurricane's going to be making it here in about 5 hours. You should return to South Florida." Siddhartha said, "Thank you, will do." He speeded off down south as the sun started to rise. When they got to the hotel, Marudu, Ambrose, and Anya had packed everything. They saw Sofita, Candice, and Marlo all bloody and looking quite messy. Marudu insisted on having them bathed before heading out, despite how much Marlo washed himself. Nothing could ever truly remove the pungent smell of the Draconculus vulgaris flower. That's a flower that smells, that's a smelly corpse plant flower. It smells like a corpse. Candice naturally never noticed the smell because most creatures are not aware of the very smell they carry with them. For Candice, this peculiar scent she had inherited from her father was not as strong. It could also be masqueraded with perfumes and soap. Candice was aiming to relax for a bit and enjoy her shower, but her mother stuck her hand into the shower and she then closed the faucet. Marudo threw her a towel before saying, "Katrina is coming. We have to get out of here, quickly." Candice started to slowly get dressed. She then asked, "How strong is this hurricane?" "It was 3 last I checked," said Anya, who was moving unusually quickly. The wind was pretty strong and it was thundering and everything. Candice dressed quickly and was the last person to get inside the car. With everything secure, including Cassandra, Marlo drove like a maniac back down to South Florida. Alright, we finally concluded chapter 10. How much did I read?
Hey, you still got 12 minutes.
Alright, now we're in chapter 11. The Rosy Days of Hialeah. After the hurricane incident, Marlo didn't seem too inclined to go out anymore. The entire incident and the drive back home at 200 miles per hour had frayed his nerve. It was one thing when he was alone. It was another issue to drive with Anya backseat driving the entire time. He had driven so far that he had made it to South Florida in less than 2 hours. He would have gotten home even faster, but he got lost in the parking lot of the airport. As soon as Marlo got to the apartment, he went into his coffin. Marlo looked about a bit to see where to lay down her stuff. She had come with the inclination of just going on vacation. With the hurricane, she did not consider wise to get on a plane. So she said to Candice, "I'm parched. Let's go eat something." "We can go to McDonald's?" asked Candice. "No way, Jesus, no," said Marlo, shaking her head vehemently. "I'm just kidding. Let's go to Latin America instead," said Candice, getting the keys to the car. The pair of them got in the car and they fumbled with the keys. Candice suddenly stopped trying with the car, and then she said, "It just hits me that I hadn't driven a car since I got my driver's license." "How is that even possible? I thought you needed a car to go everywhere here," said Maruru shocked. "Well, that is true. But when it isn't father, Sofita drives and Ambrose too," explained Candice. "Well, test that, Ambrose," said Maruru. Ambrose got the message, and he dropped everything he was doing. He was disappointed when he saw Maruru tagging along. Candice admitted this fact because she knew how Ambrose's mind worked. Ambrose drove around for a bit till they got to the 49th Street. While they drove there, Maruru commented, "So there's like a mall in this dump?" "Hialeah is not a dump," protested Candice. "Could have fooled me," retorted Ambrose. Changing the topic, Candice said, "You know something that I like doing with Father? We go looking at houses. He drives a car and we look at all the types of houses and decorations that people have. We don't do it in gated communities. Gated communities are simple, awful, and boring." "I saw a City X-Files episode about it the other day," said Ambrose. "Oh yeah, the one about the swamp monster," said Candice. "Was it in the X-Files or in The Simpsons?" "I don't know, I forget," said Ambrose. "You certainly watch the series of things," said Maruru. "If I were you, I would see Turkish telenovela." "Turkish telenovela?" asked Candice, as if it sounded a little crazy in her ear. "Yep," said Maruru. "I will think about it," said Candice. "I have my hands keeping up with the Kardashians." "Candice, you disappoint your mother," said Maruru, laughing. It's like, wasn't expecting to hear music. Okay. After driving for half an hour, they finally got to the Latin America. The place had a nice darkly feel to it, and the floor was checkerboard pattern. It didn't seem too big, and it had an intimate vibe to it. Candice did not pay much attention to the surroundings. She was there to eat steak. They took their order. This time they got attended by a different waiter. Candice noticed Horsenac eating alone. She gestured to him, and he joined the table. Maruru, going into full mother mode, started asking Horsenac about Candice's fighting lessons. He detailed how Candice was taking sparring and shooting practice. She was good in the physical aspect, but not much with the shooting. If he had to guess, the girl probably needed glasses. The interrogation ended when the food finally arrived. It was then that the waiter said, pointing to Horsenac, "How old is he?" "My license says 21, said is for sure, and you need to order a larger portion, said the waiter, insisting. Sheesh, give the guy his meal, you cheap bastard, said Ambrose. It is not as if you're the owner of the place, added Candice. What difference does $5 make at the end of the day? Since the waiter was insistent, Marudo had to order him to stop being a petty jerk. Well, petty bastard. Marudo was not one to enjoy arguing with folks, especially at feeding time. With a pesky problem in a more obedient mood, Horsana was able to eat his meal in peace. Horsana took very small bites. Between each bite he would eat a fry. He stopped eating for a moment to say, my feet still hurts when I walk. Hurt? Asked Marudo. That's odd. He's not a vampire, Mother, said Candice. Good for you, said Marudo. She added, how did you hurt your feet? Mom, said Candice. I don't think he wants to talk about it. It's fine. My psychologist said it would help, said Horsana. This rose a lot of red flags, and it truly bumped Candice and Ambrose. Both looked at one another sadly. As for Marudo, she gave him a maternal glance as she urged him to speak by patting his shoulder. After they took me, I was tied to a post and whipped like some slave, but I did not cry or show any reaction to it. The vampire lord was aware of my true nature. It is common for vampire lords in Florida to want to find out where they stand in the pecking order of things. They think they know what to expect of Siddhartha, but they know nothing of me. I guess he was just hoping for something, some type of vampire, period-like reaction, or whatever usually happens whenever they test a vampire's patience. Horsana stopped talking, and he started to cut his steak into smaller pieces. He was not eating the pieces, rather he was just cutting the meat. So when physical torture did not work, he tried to go on a different direction. I can handle physical pain. It is the other thing I find the most troubling, said Horsana. By now he was just absent-mindedly scratching at the plate with his mind focused on that ill-fated knife. He stopped and he sighed before continuing. Then Siddhartha arrived with you guys to shoot up the place before it was too late. And then you know the rest. Oh, the dessert is here. Mara was nibbled at her treadmill, and Ambrose did not bother to touch it. As for Candice, she ate what her mother left and Ambrose's portion as well. It did not say there was going to be random opera in the mix. Horsana had ordered a flan at Candice's request. He ate a piece and then another. Giving a fake smile, he said, this is a really good flan, Candice. Maybe the best I ever had. It is worth living just to enjoy the small pleasure that life has to offer. Marudo became abstracted for a bit. She then said, changing the subject, this reminds me of gummas. I don't know why they always argue or talk sad stuff at dinner. I guess this is how the third stay skinny, by making certain to kill all the appetite when the food comes. The other fellows at the table gave some fake laughs. Even Marudo frowned at the inappropriate reaction she had to what she had just heard. Turning serious, Marudo said, mispronouncing the first part of Horsana's name, I'm sorry, Mr. Hoare. I really don't know what to say to your story. I tend to avoid tragedy as much as possible. There is so much of it, I can barely deal with it on my own problems, let alone the issues of others. Yes, it is quite exhausting being insane, retorted Ambrose. Don't worry about it, Marudo. I take no offense. There are some things that cannot be helped, said Horsanak. In order to dissipate the bad airs, Marudo decided to visit the shopping mall in Hialeah. The place was called the Westland Mall. Marudo started taking Horsana to random store to window shop for items. Eventually they got to a shoe store, and this was when Ambrose said to Candice, I'm going to the nearby GameStop. Call me when your mother finishes. She probably won't be long, said Candice, and indeed, Marudo spent about 20 minutes there. Normally she would have spent hours looking at shoes, but this was a normal shopping mall. There was nothing that really wowed her. In the end, she ended up picking some shoes for Horsana. It was a bit unusual for the normal things he wore. Horsana was not much for modern-day fashion of the day. He only really felt comfortable doing Halloween when he dusted out the ceremonial gowns he was buried in. Time?
4 minutes ago.
Horsana sighed as he allowed Marudo to drag him all over the mall. Due to his height and face, Marudo saw him as a child, even though he was pretty close to Marlo's
eventually they reached tuxedos too. Maruru liked tuxedos. It reminded her of musicals, which were her favorite. She picked out for him a slim tuxedo, the blue color very close to the lapis lazuli. Maruru was a bit undecisive with the tie. Oh my god. She had settled into two colors, blue or black. While she decided, Horsena commented to Candice, "Is your mother always so pushy?" "If she wasn't pushy, I wouldn't be here today," explained Candice. "When my father came to my resort, he was a wounded wild beast, and Maruru was the first woman who treated my father like a person in his true form." "Did you know that the Phantom of the Opera was loosely based on his life, only that the Persian is actually from India, and his name is Basuki?" And so Christine is Maruru as Horsena. Nah, that's just made up. "The Phantom went to Paris to see the shows and nothing else, and as for his singing voice, he makes angels weep in agony," said Candice, laughing. "Hey, that's not very nice," said Marlo, appearing behind Candice. "Hey, Dad, how are you feeling?" asked Candice. "Better," said Marlo, looking at Maruru, putting on a tie on Horsena. He added, "How's your mother doing?" "She seems even now," said Candice. "I guess she finally went to see Lorga. Maruru can be so stubborn at times, but if she's feeling better, it's a relief." Marlo checked the time. It was around 8 p.m. Since the night was young, he suggested to Maruru and company that they see a movie. Naturally, Maruru dragged along her new project, Horsena. From time to time, Horsena would say that he did not want to be a bother, or that he was running late or something. Still, he was too polite to just flat out and say that he wanted to go home. Though frankly, Horsena was not in the mood to deal with Siddhanta's pity. Whenever anything bad happened to Horsena, Siddhanta's behavior towards his mate would change. This made it rather hard and sometimes painful to put the past where it belonged. They drove up in a bit to the Palmetto till they reached the Mall of the Americas. The place had a decent cinema. After browsing through the movie selection, the family picked whatever random movie happened to be playing at the moment. The movie that happened to be on was Pompoko. This was the first Miyazaki movie that Candice and her family had ever seen. Horsena was not too into movies. He was more of a book fellow. They bought a few drinks and popcorn. Marlo didn't bother to eat any popcorn because it got stuck between his fangs. The movie naturally gave the family plenty to think about. From then on, Candice would speak and try to act friendly to whatever raccoon she ran into. Ambrose too was impressed by the film. He thought that his transformations were lackluster in comparison to the imagination and creativity he saw in Pompoko. When they got out of the film, there was still one last movie playing. It was the infamous War of the Worlds. As far as cinema experience, it was a pleasant one. It got the family and friends jabbering about aliens. Candice asked her father, "Do you think aliens are real?" "I have lived a long time," Candice said Marlo. "And," insisted Candice, "they are real," said Horsena. "Trust me." "What do they want?" asked Candice. "The same thing that all eco-tourists want. If they're not hostile, no friendly, what is the point in bothering about aliens?" Alright, so we finished chapter 11. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're starting off with chapter 12. Never mind the 5. Candice goes to college. The year came to an end peacefully enough. During that time, Maruru had solidified her friendship with Horsena. Since Horsena got along with Maruru, Siddhanta made an effort to be civil with the ladies. Still, he resented Maruru's pushy handling of Horsena. When spring of 2006 came, Candice had signed up for some classes in FIU. The college had good teachers in many fields, but that was part of the strategy. Other good teachers came at the beginning, and then the bad, pointless, most expensive ones came later. Lastly, the main guy said to Candice, look at this new class I invented. It is called Philosophy, Psychology for Engineers. For engineers, asked Candice, but engineers deal with machines, not people. I know, ha 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 ha, said the administrator guy. Candice ended up taking Greek history in her first semester. She also had a trigonometry, art and politics, religious history, and jazz history. Her
Her Greek history class ended up coinciding with Sofita's interest. In their first essay, both men got a bad grade. Marlo read Candice's paper on the Peloponnesian War over the top. He also read the class materials as well. In the end, Marlo concluded that the teacher was just trolling Candice. While Sofita only had to rewrite her paper once, Candice had to keep struggling with it over and over. There was nothing truly wrong with the information. In fact, the more the paper seemed like a child wrote it, the better the grade got. Candice eventually stopped caring when her grade got to a B-. One day, Marlo saw Candice's Greek teacher going on his bike. Marlo took that chance to run him over for his distressing his little Candice. In her geometry class, Candice performed above expectation. When the first trigonometry test came, Candice got a B. The first test dealt with logarithms, and Candice got around the problem of the equations by turning logs into ln's and e's, and by multiplying the equation by 10. By working with 10, she took something complicated and made it simple. Candice's religious studies classes coincided with Sofita's interest. As such, they took the classes together. Sofita was curious to see the different iterations of her religion. Like most of the followers of Jesus, she was convinced that she had the ultimate truth. She even fought the teacher about it when she pointed out that he was using the King James Bible, a Protestant Bible, as his citation. The argument during class got so bad that one time the teacher saw Sofita eating lunch and he went to continue arguing with her. Instead of arguing with the guy, Sofita ran away. From then on, Sofita avoided the teacher like the plague. Jazz history was a fun experience for Candice. She was exposed to music she normally would never bothered to listen to. Thanks to that class, she acquired a taste for Neil Armstrong and Miles Davis. While doing an essay, she ran into the words and writing of Sun Ra. After listening to his music and reading his manuscript, Candice came to the conclusion that he was a lunatic. The guy claimed to be from Saturn. She also mentioned this and other things to Sofita. There's no such thing as life in Saturn, said Candice, laughing. Clearly, Sunrise is a lunatic. But there is life in Saturn, Candice, said Sofita. Lorica lived there for some time. How? Asked Candice. There's like only gas and it's too cold and stuff. My mother, Rimaro, raised me in Saturn, said Anya. Not you too, protested Candice. Why is that truth so hard to believe? Asked Sofita. I don't know. It just goes against everything that the TV people and the book people have taught me to believe, protested Candice. Only a fool blindly believes what other people tell you, said Marlo and Cassandra at the same time. Just think about it, sweet Candice, said Cassandra. Isn't it convenient for world leaders to make humans think that only life can exist on Earth? If mankind ever does escape this planet, their plans will come crumbling down. As long as mankind is bounded to this piece of rock, humans will never truly be free. Oh, Cassandra, there you go again, rambling about world leaders and lack of freedom and all that nonsense. Would it kill you to lighten up? You're bumming everyone out, protested Maruru. 2 years went by more or less uneventfully. Aside from their classes, the only highlight was Candice's interest in the religions of the Indus Valley civilization. She took a couple of yoga classes that helped her find her zen. During her meditation, her mother would sometimes join in, or rather, since Maruru had tried meditation, ended up being the thing that helped her gain some control over her emotions. Her grandmother described it as a desperation syndrome. Anya's mother used to suffer from it. When Rimaro was down in the dumps, Anya felt herself neglected, like she did not even exist. She resented her mother Rimaro for not being present enough, and when she got older, Anya distanced herself from her mother, so much so that they were no longer in speaking terms. Anya had even gotten rid of the birth name that Rimaro had given her. One time when Candice was young, she found an old red ribbon. Anya said that it belonged to her mother Rimaro, and that it was the only time that the name Rimaro had ever been brought up. Candice, as of lately, was growing curious about Rimaro. She pondered on everything she did not know about her great-grandmother. While meditating, her reverie was interrupted by a little Jane nun that managed the class. The little nun wore all white and a face mask. She used it to keep herself from eating the tardigrades.
She always walked with a broom to sweep away whatever tiny little bug might step in her path. Jane took the do no evil to an extreme length. Candice thought their way went a bit overboard, but necessary. She imagined that if Jane was the dominant religion, the world would be a nicer place to live in. The letter Jane then said to Candice, "They are going to cancel the religious department. If it is too much of a bother, can you write a letter asking them not to do so?" "Sure," said Candice. "I haven't anything better to do with my time." When Candice got back to Hialeah, she found Candice there playing with Ambrose. To be more specific, they were playing Guitar Hero 3. Candice said to Ambrose, "You already know how to play a real guitar. Why are you wasting your time with a game?" "'Cause it's fun," said Ambrose. "When do you become such a nerd? All I ever see you doing as of lately is studying this and doing essays that. When was the last time we even bonded?" "Oh, I see," said Candice. "I will pay a bit of attention to you tonight, but you must try out a new form." "Aye, aye," said Ambrose, pausing the game. Who do you want me to be to make you sleep with me? Let me sing, thought Candice. "You should try Hal," suggested Sophia. "The cartoony guy?" said Ambrose, sighing. "Yes, in his sparrow form. That sounds pretty neat, but don't forget to keep the face and the Christian Bale voice," said Candice. "What a bother," said Ambrose, putting down the guitar. He made his way towards the second floor. He looked at himself in the bathroom mirror.
Wait, which one's Hal?
From House Moving Castle.
Okay, that's weird. He's a bird form?
Yeah, she wants him in his bird form.
That one has like one leg that carries Sophie at the end?
No, the other bird form.
Oh.
The sparrow.
Okay.
Okay, what time is it?
Hey, 6 minutes.
Alright. He made his way towards the second floor. He locked himself in the bathroom facing the mirror. It was going to take him a while to get the transformation just right. He opened the door a bit, and with a hand with a partial feathers grown, he asked Candice, "Do you want me to look cartoony or real-like?" "Cartoony. I can't imagine how looking like a real human being," said Candice, sitting back down to write her letter. "So where was I? All right, Sophia, can you write this letter for me? They're going to close the religious department, and we need to write an angry letter. You're good at sermonizing folks, so can you help me with that?" "They're going to do what?" said Sophia, getting up. Riled up indeed she got. After sending a bunch of emails and calling in a bunch of favors, Sophia managed to get a hold of the Dalai Lama. She got the guy to donate $1 million to the religious department. This helped keep it from closing, and it forever solidified the Buddhist presence in FIU.
This is not even a joke. That actually happened.
Yeah, not the vampire stuff, but we did send a bunch of crazy letters.
And got the Alabama to go there for you.
Crazy letters.
It was back in the day. And we cared.
Yeah. Now I just want to write vampire books. Oh yeah, what time?
Yeah, we still got 5 minutes.
And I want to read it to you guys, and I want you to like them. On Candice's last year in school, she got so much scholarship that the family was able to use the money to take a family vacation. Since they had explored up north, they went south to the Key West. Along the way, the family stopped by Isla Morada, a Wahoo Bar and Grill. The place had the best fish, shrimp, and key lime pie in the world. Around the same time, Dexter Morgan was on. Marudo pondered if he had gotten the key lime pie from Wahoo. Annie liked the idea of Dexter, and there were times when he felt like he was made purposely down for plot convenient purposes. When the family arrived to Key West, they stayed in the Power Keys Resort. Marlo had gone there once, a long time ago. As a creature of habits, he tended to return to places he only had happy memories to associate with. Over time, the places he felt comfortable visiting again were slowly shrinking, or perhaps some of Marudo's concerns were starting to rub off on him. The place had comfortable rooms, 3 pools, and they were all climatized. During the time they visited, it was close to Halloween. The vampire family, with nothing to do, decided to visit the parade. Other folks there had costumes, and were having a grand old time. Among the crowd, Marudo spotted Siddhartha and Horsana. Siddhartha frowned when he saw Marudo coming his way. Marlo was displeased to
see his wife giving attention to Horsana, Marlo and Siddhanta sighed. The pair of men had dusted out their thematic ancient Egyptian outfit. While Horsana was a pharaoh, Siddhanta was his bodyguard, with a shield and sword and everything. Since Egyptian things were always popular, a lot of folks kept stopping Siddhanta and Horsana to take a selfie. A fellow even playfully asked to hold Siddhanta's sword. Siddhanta handed him his ornamental copish sword. The man noticed the weight of the sword, and he praised Siddhanta for the attention to details of his cosplay. Siddhanta laughed and said, "This isn't a cosplay, it is just the robes I was buried with." This comment warranted a bunch of hearty laughs from all who had been within earshot. Mano came out to Siddhanta, and together they started trading dad jokes. The large party moved back a couple of paces. The cars were cleaning the street to allow for the parade floats to pass by. They were each quite interesting, with the sci-fi, the sea stuff, and many other unique types of design. At a certain point, there was a float with a politician. The mayor of Key West tended to show up in other parades in order to pretend that he cared about his citizens.
Oh, this is the gay pride parade. I remember this.
No, I think it was the sci-fi fair thing parade. I don't remember.
Yeah,
We went to a parade.
Yeah, we've gone to a few of them already.
Alright, what time is it?
Oh, it's 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Candice saw the fellow pass by, and she was not impressed. She asked Siddhanta, why are they making such a fuss about the boring guy in the boring car? I mean, would it have killed him to try a little? That's the mayor, said Siddhanta flatly. Here folks have to win a popularity contest to lord over others. That doesn't seem like a good idea to me, said Candice. Well, it at least works a little better than being chosen a bird, said Horsana. Was it bad being a pharaoh? Asked Candice. Most historians never seem to wonder why a good portion of the pharaohs did not survive to adulthood, explained Horsana. This statement made Candice feel sad. The crowd and the noise was starting to get suffocating. Candice led the family to run the beach. There was a tiny beach close to the parade. Near was a marker that read 90 miles to Cuba. There was a strange creature dressed in white with long black hair standing before. The creature seemed to be singing a song. Alright, let's just cut it early for this. I might get to read anymore. Bye bye and God bless. Is recording boots?
Yep. I need to access a little, so there.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artist's sister, and today we're continuing with chapter 12 of My Sweet Vampire Candice. Candice led the family group to run towards the beach. There was a tiny beach close to the parade area. Near it was a marker that read 90 miles to Cuba. There was a strange creature dressed in white with long black hair standing before it. The creature seemed to be singing. When Candice drew near, she saw that the creature had no eyes or ears. The creature departed to continue its nightly song. Some of the locals used to refer to the thing as La Llorona. Anya followed after Candice, and she stopped a moment to stare at the creature passing by. Anya sighed, and she went to see what Candice was up to. Together with her grandmother, Candice sat in a chair overlooking the ocean. She was enjoying the nice breeze when a strange girl appeared before her. The girl said, "You are Candice, are you not?" "Yes, who wants to know?" said Candice. The girl introduced herself before saying, "I heard that you up and killed that old fart in Orlando. You must be pretty strong." "I was not aware that the guy you are referring to died. And if he's dead, good riddance. We left as soon as we got what we came for, because there was a hurricane. Maybe Katrina got to him," said Candice. "That's stupid. No one has ever heard of a vampire dying because of bad weather," said the girl. "Well, if Dracula rode on the Titanic, there would have been a good chance he would not have made it back to Transylvania," explained Candice. "Haha, is that your idea of a joke?" said the girl. "What do you want?" said Candice, sitting up. "Just a little skirmish, mano a mano," said the girl. "I'm a bit more of a weapon type of person," said Candice. Anya handed Candice a glove she had pickpocketed from a guy. Candice checked the gun and it had 20 bullets. Candice aimed the gun at the girl and the bride evaded the bullets. She moved swiftly, making the gun useless. The girl started to punch Candice. Slowly, Candice was making her way towards the water. A strong wave came, and the girl had to take back a few steps. Candice knew that most vampires had an allergy to salt. She also figured that the girl would be slowed down by the waves. Candice made a motion to shoot at the girl again. By now, the fireworks were sounding everywhere. When the gun became useless, Candice threw it at the forehead of her opponent. The brat changed her shape, and she became more elongated and thin. She grew lizard scales and a large tongue. In this new form, she had some resistance to salt, but at least the speed was no longer a problem. The creature entered the ocean and made some jabs at Candice, who swiftly swam away from her. A strong wave pushed Candice towards her opponent, who was closer to the shore. When the girl had Candice in her arms, the lizard went to claw at her arms and face. It was then when the faceless songstress came and ripped the lizard girl's head clean off. The energy vampire started grasping and gagging because she was not dead yet. The faceless songstress opened her mouth wide, and extremely sharp teeth appeared. She started eating and crunching at the bones. Her stomach slowly bulged as she ate more of the enemy vampire. Candice, a bit confused, said, "Well, thank you, ma'am." A single eye appeared on the cheek of the strange creature. The eye and mouth seemed to smile as it said, "Take care of yourself, my sweet vampire Candice." Candice went to sit beside her grandmother. Exhausted, she complained, "Send for the help." "Sorry, I fell asleep," lied Anya. "Do I know that woman?" asked Candice. "The dead one or the live one?" asked Anya. "Well, the dead one too." "Is this like going to be a problem or something?" asked Candice. "It might. Humans settle their differences through the process they call democracy. The vampires in Florida have a bit of a survival of the fittest mentality. Since you are a woman, they might keep you. Most of them are ancient beings after all. Still, the lady vampires who are trying to be taken seriously might take jabs at you from time to time. Shouldn't we be working together to improve the living conditions of all women, vampire or not?" asked Candice, shrugging her shoulders. "It is from my experience that for the most part, the female gender tends to take after the male counterpart. If a negative behavior becomes common in men, the female will try to emulate it in order to gain some equal treatment. This is just my long-winded way of saying, screw every woman that has ever lived or has ever existed," said Anya. Whenever Anya got in that type of mood, Candice knew that it was best not to continue engaging her. She would calm herself down in a bit. The following morning, Candice went with the Egyptian mummies to try a dessert restaurant called Better Than Sex. After sampling other dessert dishes and taking a few back to the hotel, Candice concluded that the food there was indeed better than sex. That's like legit a real restaurant that was in the Keys. Since the day was still young, Candice did a bit of window shopping with her two friends. All the while, she told them about her nightly skirmish. Window shopping at the bistro saw Candice accidenta. "So how long have you guys been married?" "Bro, I think the food arrived."
Okay.
0 years, said Horsanak. I thought you would have tied the knot or something, said Candice. "It wasn't like a sin back in the day," said Siddhanta. "You liar," barked Horsanak. "Oh, right, I never asked the question, but he never asked either," said Siddhanta. "The guy's the one who asked the question," said Candice, "so you should have asked him, Siddhanta." "What makes you think that I'm not the guy?" asked Horsanak. "I don't know, call it a hunch," said Candice, shrugging her shoulder. Changing the subject, Siddhanta asked, "So why are you not with Ambrose? That wasn't the food?" "Because of the infidelity," said Candice. "He wants me to commit to him, but he's not willing to do the same. Or maybe he's just punishing me for refusing to marry him in the first time around." "Why did you refuse?" asked Horsana. "I don't know, timing perhaps. We were young, like super young, 14 and 16. It seemed easier back then when you're young to fall in love and to think you have some time of the future or something. But then my father left for the war, and with him all the joy in my house," said Candice. The three of them walked together while looking a bit testy. Siddhanta bought an ice cream for Candice, which she ate with gusto. After the short walk, Siddhanta and Horsana drove Candice back to the hotel. Candice insisted that they should hang out a bit more. The Parakeet Resort was one of the few places in Florida that didn't make a big deal about outsiders. The lot of them started lodging in one of the pools that was climatized for cold. Sidante could not put up with cold water for more than a minute. Meanwhile, Horseneck and Candice found it rather pleasant. Candice said, "You have a very high tolerance for the cold." "Yes, from my previous life," said Horseneck. He added, looking quite sternly, whenever I did not do as the priest wanted, they would put me in the court day and night to practically freeze to death. So to me, this is nothing." "So how did you end up meeting Sidanta? Was he like your bodyguard or something?" asked Candice. "Nah, I was stolen from the palace. Sidanta had expected a little king's ransom, but instead he got nothing. After putting 2 and 3 together, he realized that the taking of the pharaoh had been too easy. For you see, one of my mistresses had given birth to my replacement. The priest no longer needed me, and so Sidanta provided a good opportunity for the priest to get rid of me for good," explained Horsana. "I lived with the bandit for a bit, and the rest, as you say, is history. How do you become a mummy? I know the process and whatnot, but I don't get the whole animation thing or the superpower nonsense. Is it related to the Book of the Dead or something?" asked Candice. "You have seen way too many movies, Candice," said Horsana. "If being in Bond was enough to give one superpowers, there would be more than just 2 fellows running about, would they not? It was more like in hair yards, except that we are chosen by our cities. He took pity on us and our heavy heart. After serving under him for 2,000 years, we got a choice, reincarnation or resurrection. Apparently we chose the latter because of the superpowers," said Siddhartha. "Apparently," asked Candice. "Yes, all I have to go by is what Osiris says," said Horsana. "I had no recollection of my service to Osiris and why they lasted so long. To think of it as if you close your eyes and then you open them, and a truckload of time has passed. The transition period was quite stressful, Candice. Luckily we were brought back in the 80s. Folks were nicer in the 80s. And I do dream of Osiris, with Osiris from time to time. But when I wake up I forget most of the action. I remember vaguely fighting a bunch of squids and reptiles, and now it is gone again. Don't you hate it when you can't seem to remember a dream? So tell me, my little dumpling, why did your father go to war?" This time it was Anya who answered. She jumped into the pool and then she said, "Well, since Marudo has adopted you as her son, I suppose I might as well tell you." "When did that happen?" asked Horsana, removing the pool water from his eyes. "Oh yeah, the time? It is something Mother does from time to time, don't worry about it. It just means that she will feed you and pick your clothing and try to give you unsolicited advices, you know, motherly stuff. I don't know anything about mother stuff. I was raised by different women, each one more uncaring and indifferent than the last. Though I suppose it is hard to show any love to someone you perceive as being the cause of your enslavement," said Horsana. Anya said, yes, let us continue in this sad way. Oh yes, Marlo is like getting super old and he's afraid of dying of old age, like a sick infirm or something. So he went to Germany and then to Russia to die. However, each time he got close to death, he would wooz out. At least something good came out of his misadventures. A lot of Jews and Rochas owe him a lot of favors, so we at least had that going for us. Poor father, said Candice Allen. No, you must pity your mother, not your father, protested Anya. What's to become of her if he's no longer there with her? I'm not dead yet, said Marlo, sitting in a nearby chair to read a book. You will be soon enough, if you don't start bogging everyone down with your nonsense, Marlo, protested Anya. The rest of the day continued pleasantly enough, with the sweets and pizza. Candice could not remember the last time she had been this happy. When she saw Ambrose returning with another woman, she was so pleased that she did not even care. Ever the petty child, Ambrose said to his companion, well, I'm done, goodbye. Aren't you being a bit childish, said the lady friend. I'm not the one who started this game, complained Ambrose. The lady friend sighed and she left the resort. Sure enough, the breakdown of the relationship had been mutual. It had all started when Ambrose started spending time with Candice to pursue his own other hobbies. Since Ambrose was no longer taking an interest in Candice, Candice started taking an interest in Ambrose. This naturally escalated to both starting to cheat on one another. And to save the relationship, Ambrose's last-ditch effort was to ask Candice to marry him. When this failed, now they had an on-again, off-again type of codependency. Alright, bye-bye and God bless. Alright. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Ursa's sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice. This is the start of chapter 13. Cassandra's final prophecy. It so happened that one day Candice decided to get something that resembled a day job. She spent a lot of time in the library. Through Ambrose's connection, Candice was able to get a word study. Together with Sofina, they handled the entry of new books. library. On her first day visiting the library, the folks were putting up a sign. They placed the letter F and then the letter U. Candice loved hanging out on the 7th floor of the library due to the view. From time to time, a little falcon would appear near the window. One day she opened the window to feed the bird a bit of ham. The bird looked at her with suspicion before nibbling at it. The work in the library for Candice was easy. She would put stickers with the card numbers on all the new books. She would then put them in a card and then send them down to be placed into the library. At times she would read some of the new books over the top. As she was heading out on her last day of schooling, she noticed Sofita taking with her a bunch of vinyl records in a cart. Candice went to help Sofita with the records. Sofita said, "Can you believe they just thrown away all these records?" "Yeah, I'm not surprised. The real question is why are you bothering to rescue them?" asked Candice, logging the second cart with the records. The two dragged the cars to the parking lot, which was pretty dark. Before entering it, they looked left and then right. With the coast clear, they felt safe enough to focus on unloading the cargo. Candice asked, "Should we put the cars back?" "Nah, that's a stupid job too," said Sofita. "Unless 'cause I'm bored of school. One can only write so many essays before you want to put a bullet right between your eyes. It seems kind of pointless if you ask me," said Candice. "Well, the teachers tend to make student compilations of essays. They get the money and the students get nothing," explained Sofita. She added, "But to be fair, those student loans are not going to pay themselves." The conversation was interrupted by the screech of a strange-looking dove. Sofita reached into her pocket and she brought out a gun and she shot at the bird. Candice said, "I think that was a normal bird." "I guess. Maybe I'm just a bit on edge lately." "You can never be too certain whom to trust these days," said Sofita. The girls left the parking lot, and that was the last time they went to FIU. By now, it was 2011. Sofita and Candice were itching to get back to fooling around. Sofita had officially gotten permission to return to the fall whenever she felt like it. It was then when Candice figured, we had yet to go to Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure. The boys went there once, and they said that it was great. I saw the photo they took on their Facebook. The place seemed quite fun indeed, and the lights are within the acceptable margin, said Sofita. "So, sure, let's go." "Cool, I want to see those photos," said Candice, opening up her cell phone. She did not have a Facebook account. Rather, she used Ambrose's account to see whatever piqued her interest. When she found them, she frowned when she noticed that the account was closed. Now that is sad. They closed her Facebook. Can't blame them. I got contacted by folks I had never wanted to see again. And then there are normal folks who talk to you for like 5 seconds and then they start asking to see your tetes and your chachas. I can't remember the last time I had a good interaction with someone online. I never bother with that. Just sending an email is like super stressful. At least when I speak to a person up front, I can punch them in the face should they displease me, said Candice. And so it was decided that the girls would go to Universal Studios. Marlo was going through an unusual phase. Just remembering all the traffic was giving him bad flashbacks. If it wasn't a place he could bike to, he was not going to bother with it. Senwarudo was more even than Marlo was spending more time going to random places with his wife. Food was a shared interest, and Miami had plenty of variety. Candice phoned a couple of folks who were used to driving in Miami, and to save on hotel costs, they formed a little party. This time Candice went with Ambrose, Sofita, Basuki, Siddhanta, and Horsana. They rented a van, and off they went to the long 4-hour ride. Horsana said to Candice, "Do you think it is going to be safe to go without Cassandra?" "I wouldn't rely on her too much," said Sofita. "Sometimes she grows quiet for years before suddenly knowing what is coming. Her visions have been coming a lot less now that she's getting close to her natural death. It wouldn't surprise me if the parrot is dead by the time we return." "What?" said Candice, fake crying. "Don't cry, Candice," said Amber, stretching his hand to pat her head. "So what is your power as a mommy?" asked Basuki. "I don't know. And not that we have any reputable literature on the subject. I'm not even Egyptian. I'm a Hittite. And a bandit at that. I did not even learn how to read till I went to night school in the States, and what I learned was English." "How about you, Horsana? You can read ancient Egyptian writing," asked Candice. "No. The priest said that a literal puppet king was a bit too much to handle. I can only imagine what my poor father had to put up with till his death. I saw him in the museum the other day. According to the curator, the poor guy died at the age of 17. Said Horsana getting the sad again. Changing the subject, Siddhanta said, for a while we did try some of the mummy powers. How did that work out? Asked Vasuki. The bullet scene was at least legit. We can heal wounds that normally kill humans. We also do not suffer from stupid allergies, said Siddhanta. What about the cats? Asked Candice. I was allergic to them in my past life and in this one, so nothing out of the ordinary, explained Siddhanta. But I saw on your profile a picture of you and a stupid hairless cat, said Ambrose. Ah yes, well Horsana wanted a cat. I did not want a cat. So we got him the stupid cat he wanted cause he did all his homework and he washed the dishes for a week, explained Siddhanta. For the rest of the ride, they focused on mundane topics. Vasuki spoke about his current show addiction, Lazy Day. He had originally known the guy from watching Jaime Bailey. Whenever Bailey did not have a host, he would spend his time trash talking Chavez. He seemed like super obsessed about the Venezuela president. Vasuki rambling about Bailey said, the long and short of it is that he was a real fan till he turned out to be another lying, petty humber, and then I lost all respect for the man, and I don't even follow him in Twitter anymore. Vasuki then went to ramble about Alexis Valdez. His favorite skit was about the fronterizo, the border security guard. Vasuki said, the joke is that in Cuba, fronterizo is a euphemism for somebody who's not very smart. Yes, we get it, Vasuki, said Siddhanta, who was starting to get bored of having all the Cuban jokes explained to him. Eventually they made it to the quality, and since they were being like super stingy with the cats, they all stayed in the same room with 2 beds and a small sofa. Vasuki got the bed for himself and he drove. Siddhanta and Horsana had to share one of the beds. Sofita got the couch and Ambrose slept in the tub. Meanwhile, Candice slept in the closet. As a vampire, she was used to tight quarters. The following day, Vasuki drove the party to Orlando. He did not stay, however. He had some unfinished business in the outlet. His family back in Marty's store wanted a bunch of stuff, and despite arriving like super early, the bar was already packed to the gills. Ambrose said to Candice, don't worry, I got us express passes. I would have saved your money if you asked me, retorted Siddhanta. We have a vampire, don't we, Candice? Do some of your vampire hypnosis and get us into the bar for free. Candice went up to the teller and she waved her hand all bent out before saying, you will let us into the park without paying. No, you will go to the line and buy a ticket like everyone else, said the security guard, chuckling. Well, I can say I tried, sighed Candice. You are pretty useless as a vampire, aren't you, said Siddhanta. Oh yeah, the time?
6 minutes.
Okay. Yes, pile it on, said Candice, annoyed. Horsana pitched at Siddhanta's elbow to get his attention. With his eyes, Siddhanta showed his disapproval. Siddhanta said to Candice, I'm sorry. It's fine, at least you tried, said Candice. As a lady, Candice and Sofita were Siddhanta's only pupil. After the incident in Orlando, the mummies had stopped playing with the vampires of the Sunshine State. All the promised births and immunities had been for naught. The incident had been swept under the rug, and some even seemed surprised that Siddhanta was making a big deal about it. For those ancient vampires, being bullies was second nature to them. They came and went as they pleased, uncaring and unfeeling. Florida was a place they went to unwind and nothing else. And Siddhanta did not want to play along. That was his problem. When Siddhanta saw the park, he said, wow, this place has changed a lot. Yeah, said Horsana without much enthusiasm. He added, if they wanted to do a Harry Potter thing, why did they not make it its own theme park? Lo and behold, Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure was now the wizarding world of Harry Potter. The place was full of little British children replaying their favorite scenes, from Ollivander to the train scene with the soul suckers, and the rest of the day was spent trying to find a ride that was not Harry Potter. Every so often, Siddhanta would complain about the absence of a ride he liked. They had taken down dueling dragons. Sighing, Candice said, well, let's go to the Men in Black ride. Sure enough, even with the express passes, they had to wait in line for at least 2 hours. While Sofita waited in line, she took photos of the folks passing by. She showed one of the photos to Ambrose and Candice before saying, "Look, this is a face of someone who's regretting all of their life decisions." While waiting in line, Candice saw the weekly World News magazine. Horsana smiled and said, "I'm a contributing writer. See, I wrote the story about a mommy who gave birth to a kid." That sounds like really stupid, said Sofita. The Ride of Man in Black was pretty amusing. It was a simulation of the training scene from the movie. It combined a ride with an arcade shooter. From there they went to the Jaws ride. It was a good thing that they caught it before it got turned into Harry Potter. Candice had seen a few of the movie, but had never bothered to read the book. She regretted that they had chosen to use Diagon Alley from the later movies. In the first movie, it seemed like the type of place one would want to hang out. The scene that Candice walked into looked pretty creepy and ugly. And Siddhartha, who had been in England, said to Candice, "She's pretty accurate if you ask me." While Candice, Sofita, and Rosella tried to go on the roller coaster, Ambrose and Siddhartha waited near the fountain. This was the first time that the two of them were alone, forced to make small talk. Siddhartha started answering random emails on his phone. Meanwhile, Ambrose brought out a Nintendo 3DS. The scene was relatively new. Siddhartha looked over his shoulder and asked, "How does the 3D scene work exactly?" "I had turned it off. It hurts my eyes," explained Ambrose. To illustrate this fact, Ambrose turned on this feature again. Sure enough, Siddhartha's eyes started hurting within a minute or two. The two of them found a nearby bench to sit down and wait. It was at this point that Ambrose saw what Siddhartha was looking at in his cell phone. Ambrose commented, "The sex dolls had gotten pretty realistic." Siddhartha gave him a funny look before correcting, "They are art dolls." "If you say so. That areola is pretty well defined. A bit too much for your typical Barbie doll," insisted Ambrose, teasing Siddhartha. "Oh yeah, the time?"
2 minutes too.
Blushing a little, Siddhartha explained, "It's not for me. Horsana has been complaining about getting a new stupid doll for months, and the entire house is full of them." "Full as in there are just two," guessed Ambrose. "Two is more than enough if you ask me, and somebody has to keep expenditures under control. And if Horsana is going to be a brat about it, then it falls on me to be the bad guy in this story." "You could ask Maruro to buy it," suggested Ambrose. "I prefer not to. I do not want to own that crazy woman any more favors," said Siddhartha. Ambrose got out his cell phone and he placed a small device under it. Using it, he had Siddhartha's cell phone. Siddhartha frowned and said, "No, what is going on with this device now?" Siddhartha only realized the problem when Ambrose forwarded the link of the product to Maruro. Back in South Florida, Maruro was in the ballet with Marlon. They had gotten front row seat, and Maruro was in the middle of getting scolded by the hostess because she was taking photos. Frowning, Maruro was like, "If you're not supposed to take photos, you should have said so. The cameras made the artist distracted," complained the hostess. "I don't really mind," said the dancer on the stage. He got down for a second to take a selfie with Maruro before returning to the show. Others were watching the scene were recording the hostess ran to humiliate her in Facebook. In the end, the pushy lady allowed Maruro to do what she felt like. Oh yeah, the time?
1 minute.
Oh yeah, let's just end it here. But we'll continue with this chapter later. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Art's sister, and we're continuing with chapter 13 of My Sweet Vampire Candice, written by me. It was at this point when she settled down that she received a text message from Siddhartha's hack phone. The message read something like this: "I am really poor and I wanted to give Horsana something that he has been wanting for a while. I can pay you back in installment, but it is a limited time item. So if you can get it for me now, I would really appreciate it." Maruro showed the text to Marlo, who frowned. He then said to Maruro loudly, "Here we go. It was only a matter of time before they started asking for money." "What is your deal with them, Marlo? If we can spare it, why not spend it on someone in need?" said Maruro. "If you care so much about folks in need, let's go to the beach and start giving money to whatever homeless we run into," said Marlo. "What is it used for drugs?" asked Maruro thoughtlessly. "That is such a you, Maruro," answered. "In spite of everything that has happened, you have not changed one bit," said Marlo, exasperated, before departing the ballet. He sat down outside the auditorium with the sun frying his brain. When the performance was over, Maruro sat beside him. Marlo took her cell phone and saw the link. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Is this what the kid wants?" "Yeah," said Maruro sadly. "Fine. If we are trying this honesty thing that Lorica suggests, I'm a bit upset that you are paying a tad bit too much attention to another guy, said Marlo. But Horsana is no danger to your position, said Maruru. In the end, they bought the little dear mind Dorothy Valiant that Horsana wanted. It was a really cute indeed, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a kitty cat face, and a nice little black kimono. A second link came right afterwards. This time it was a link for a Popovi's sister, though. Maruru said, "Wow, check out this doll. Jesus Christ. Just how expensive are those dolls?" said Marlo, surprised. "Fine. To bury the entire issue, I will fork over the money for the Popovi doll." "Get like a fool," said Maruru. "Fine, whatever. It's not as if it is your money we are spending," sighed Marlo. "Stop being a dragon about your finances and live a little," said Maruru. Like it means like a dragon because dragons just sit on top of a pile of gold and like they don't like, and then they go like crazy if anyone takes that coin from them. Back in Universal Studios, Siddhartha was chasing Ambrose all over the park trying to get his cell phone back. Ambrose started changing phones to hide from Siddhartha. Siddhartha kept recognizing Ambrose regardless of what person he pretended to be because he couldn't change his clothing. Every time Ambrose got a breather, he would look through Siddhartha's history to see what else the fellow was up to. The guy had a tracker on Horsana's cell phone. Ambrose just needed a bit more time to download all of the encrypted information. When he was done getting what he wanted, Ambrose stopped and he said, "Are you familiar with the term ransomware?" In response, Siddhartha grabbed a hold of Ambrose's neck and he started punching him. By now, Sofita, Candice, and Ambrose had finished the ride. Candice said, "Why am I not surprised? He started it. He had my cell phone," said Siddhartha, recovering his cell phone. "That's what you get for using a BlackBerry," said Ambrose. "I am surprised it hadn't happened sooner." "Ambrose," said Candice firmly. "Sorry," said Ambrose, removing the malware. Horsana shook his head sadly. Siddhartha in response said, "What? I'm not going to apologize when I'm in the right." "You never apologize, Siddhartha," said Horsana, sighing. After this fight, the day was marked by a bit of gloom. It also didn't help that it started to rain. Candice sighed and said, "Every single time." The party entered a nearby ice cream shop in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Candice bought some ice cream for everyone, and this helped to liven the mood a little. Horsana asked Candice, "Can I try one of your candies?" "It is your funeral," said Ambrose. "I tried it one time and they punctured a hole in my stomach. It was like super painful." Candice's candies are made just for Candice. "What are they made of?" asked Siddhartha. "Sugar, spice, and everything nice," said Candice. "And a pint of chemical eggs." A strange maid came to sit on the same table as them. Siddhartha and Horsana looked tense due to her presence. The girl said to Candice, "Hello, little Candice. How are you liking the American freedoms you enjoy?" "I have no idea what you're talking about. I tried to shoplift the other day, and the security guard called my parents. It was like super embarrassing," said Candice jokingly. "Oh yeah, the time?"
10 minutes.
"Oh, cool. Do you know who I am?" asked the maiden. "No. Why should I?" asked Candice. "I am the reason why you can run amok in Miami without the police or the government getting involved," explained the maiden. "If you say so," said Candice. Horsana said, "Don't listen to her, Candice. It will not benefit the creature for vampires to be taken seriously." "You got me there, Mr. Dear," said the maiden added. "I can see that my presence is a welcome. Good day to you, Candice." As the maiden was departing, she purposely brushed against Candice's backpack. Candice had forgotten to close it, and some of the contents spilled out. The night fell over Universal Orlando. The group went to hang out in City Walk. There was a nightclub there called The Groove. It had a bunch of floors dedicated to different styles of music. Since it was a party of old souls, they naturally gravitated to disco. Ambrose went to the nearby bathroom, and when he came out, he was in the form of John Travolta from Saturday Night Fever. It seemed like the proper form to take, considering the barrage of Bee Gees songs they were putting on. During the 70s and early 80s, Ambrose had been super hardcore fan of John Travolta. His standard for most of the time was just a variation of Travolta's beautiful, youthful face. The magic eventually went away when Ambrose saw Travolta in Face Off. For old time's sake, Candice went to dance discos with Ambrose in that form. The crowd parted when they noticed the Travolta lookalike. Ambrose, who had seen Saturday Night Live Fever like 1,000 times, knew the moves by heart. Siddhartha too enjoyed dancing and was quite dexterous. Sadly, his partner had been born with 2 less feet. Siddhartha went to dance with Sofita as his partner. Siddhartha was another horse and I was not paying him any attention. Eventually, he saw his partner get up and made his way towards the bathroom. Siddhartha waited and waited. While dancing, Sofita made a silly comment. You know what? I think you have a horn growing on your head. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Siddhartha, going from irritated to angry. Well, you remember the stupid Spanish song, Que no me digan el venao, el venao. The song is about a guy whose girl is cheating. Said Sofita was not able to finish her sentence. Siddhartha went like a fury to see what Horsana was up to. Sure enough, Horsana was talking to another man and laughing. Siddhartha, with his eyes narrowed, said, "What's so funny? I want to laugh too." Horsana, recognizing the symptoms, said, "The toilet paper was out." "Is that so?" said Siddhartha. Horsana sighed and said, good grief." Siddhartha left the bathroom in a fury. He sat down on a chair to wait for Horsana to get out. He was no longer in a dancing mood. Since he was pouting, Sofita left to dance with Ambrose and Candice. After he finished washing his hair and the other fellow talking to Horsana, said, "If you're stuck in an abusive relationship, the shelters are not taking in men like us." "It's fine," said Horsana. As he was departing, the fellow left a note card with the number of the Domestic Violence Support Hotline of Florida. The guy placed it gingerly in the back pocket of Horsana's jeans. By midnight, the city was started to slowly close. The friends got a text from Vazuki. He was ready to pick them up. Candice, Ambrose, and Sofita were all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. The only 2 people in a foul mood were Siddhartha and Horsana. During the ride, Vazuki spent his time talking about sales and other random junk he bought. Candice spoke of ice cream and the interminable lines. Since the night was still young, Vazuki, Candice, and Sofita and Ambrose went to hang out in the pool. Candice painted back floating, silently pondering about the immortality of the crabs. As for Siddhartha and Horsana, they had chosen to spend the night being miserable. The misery started as soon as the 2 were left alone in the bedroom. Siddhartha placed aside the Do Not Disturb sign. Oh yeah, the time?
5 minutes.
Let me drink some water. He lifted Horsana's face to try to kiss him. Horsana swatted Siddhartha's hand as if it was a bug. Siddhartha tried a more direct approach by embracing his partner. Horsana was still extremely furious at Siddhartha. He struggled for a bit, but he gave in to Siddhartha's caresses the same way he had always done. Everything went to hell when Siddhartha reached into Horsana's back pocket and he felt the card. Remembering what Sofita had said, he released Horsana from his grip and he went to look at the card. Back in the pool, Candice joined and said, "So is there any other types of parks in Orlando?" "There is a water park, I think," said Vazuki. It was then when the chit-chat was interrupted by screams coming from the bedroom. Candice asked, "What is it now?" "By the sign of it, I would say the 2 peacocks are having a fight," said Vazuki, laughing. "Should we interfere?" asked Sofita. "Entre hombre y mujer, es mejor no meterse," said Candice. "I guess you're right," Candice, said Vazuki. The following day, the group returned back to Florida. This was the last time Candice, or anyone else for that matter, was ever going to go to the theme parks. When she returned, her parents informed Candice that Cassandra had returned to her planet. The parrot had left instructional letters. Maruru read her letter, and the very same night she returned to Martisor to get things prepared. Marlo too left the house to start moving his wealth to Martisor. He also started buying a lot of canned food and other necessary items. Siddhartha and Horsana too got a letter. It simply instructed the pair to join them in Martisor when the time came. Candice's letter simply read, "China and you crazy diamond." Alright, this is the end of chapter 13. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Rosita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with my Sweet Vampire Candice, and this is chapter 14, A Night to Remember. A week passed after the incident in Orlando. Candice was in the middle watching basketball game together with Ambrose and Sofita. They were not into basketball per se, but who could resist the sweet siren that was LeBron James? Between him and Wade, the Miami Heat was killing it. As soon as LeBron showed up, it was over. Ambrose was more of a Dirk Nowitzki fan. Currently, they were seeing the playoffs. Candice had a knock on the door. Since nobody seemed inclined to answer it, ever the two old Ambrose got up and opened the door. Outside, there was Horsana with a bunch of luggage. He said to Candice, "I left Siddhanta. Took you long enough," said Ambrose, laughing. "Yeah, about 5,000 years or something. I forget. There's a lot of discrepancies among the archaeologists when my reign supposedly took place," said Horsana. "Oh, you poor guy. Come in," said Candice while beckoning Horsana with him. Horsana entered the living room, and he looked about for a place to put his things. The apartment had slimmed down a bit ever since Marudo and Marlo the nanny had returned to Martisor. Sofita was supposed to have returned as well, but it was basketball season, and she wanted to see LeBron do LeBron things. Horsana pulled a chair and he sat down to watch the game. He seemed pretty tired. It was then when Candice had a meow. Candice said, your bag is meowing. You should do something about that." Horsana, remembering T-Balt, got up and opened the door of the traveling bag. Horsana said, "Do you mind if I put out his litter box?" "Fine, put it inside the second floor bathroom or something," said Candice, looking at T-Balt with amusement. T-Balt was a rather handsome Sphinx cat, with a cute black spot on the nose and a heart-shaped spot on the back. During the game, T-Balt would try to catch the basketball. Candice made a quick recording of it, and she uploaded it to Ambrose's YouTube. The scene went instantly viral, and then Ambrose was finally able to monetize his stupid YouTube page, all thanks to a cat video. After seeing the basketball game, they saw a random movie in Showtime. They had gone on the service again because they wanted to see Dexter, and they had heard rumors of a new show called Homeland. The movie they ended up seeing was Signs by M. Night Shyamalan. The group saw it with the lights turned out. Just when the aliens was trying to open the front door, a person in the real world was trying to open the door to Candice's apartment. Candice looked about for a blunt object, and she found a baseball bat. She heard the figure at the other side of the door walk away. It then started tapping the window of the kitchen, trying to open it again. Candice realized when she heard the weirdo walk away. She still kept the bat, however. This time, instead of hearing a rattling, they heard the lock being picked. Ambrose and Sofita watched Candice with more amusement, not desiring to interfere. The cat was laughing with his tail swinging left and right. He too was staring at the door, as if waiting for something fun to happen. When the door finally opened, it happened to coincide with the part of the movie when Mel Gibson tells his failed brother, "Swing away, Meryl, swing away." And swing away Candice did. When the lights were turned on by Ambrose, Candice was able to see that she had made a number on Siddhanta. Like she clobbered him with a bat. The moment Horsana saw Siddhanta, he ran upstairs to get away from his presence. Siddhanta made an effort to enter, but there was something preventing him from coming with him. Candice smiling said, "Didn't you know? You have to be invited to be allowed to enter a vampire's domicile." "I'll be back," said Siddhanta, departing. This made Candice and Ambrose and Sofita laugh. The way he said it sounded a bit like that Austrian guy whose name is impossible to spell. When Siddhanta was gone, Candice said, "What an idiot. All he had to do was try a little bit hard and he would have been able to come inside, no problem." "I am surprised you even managed that much, Candice," said Sofita. "Practice makes perfect. I mean, like, I can go 100 years without improving at least a little," complained Candice. The following week, Siddhanta spent his time stuck in the apartment grounds. Horsana could not go outside to the balcony without Siddhanta being in the parking lot yelling. Adam eventually came, and with Candice's desire to try a different food place, Horsana suggested that they visit Mojitos. Candice found the name of the place quite amusing. Mojito was located near FIU in 8th Street. It tended to operate till super late hours. Sometimes it even had concerts. It specialized in Cuban cuisine. The interior had low lights and only the high chairs were comfortable. The interior was decorated with large Cuban paintings. The party arrived around 10 p.m. at Mojitos. Candice had saved up her appetite for dessert, The others had eaten at home before heading out. In order to deal with the problem that was Siddhanta, Amber had volunteered to act as decoy. He left early in Horsana's chopper bike. Amber had been dying for an excuse to ride the darn thing. The thing came with a sidecar, which Horsana had used to transport his luggage and the cat. Oh yeah.
9 minutes.
The three-wheel was a customized Chopper Haley from the 1970s. It was practically in mint condition. Horsana had built it from scratch. Just as Amber had expected, Siddhanta started following after him. With Siddhanta out of the way, the girls and Horsana could have a pleasant night out. After looking at the menu, the party ordered a bit of food. Sofita limited herself to fries, pork rolls with onions, and espresso. Candice ordered a chardonnay, shrimp and garlic sauce, grilled shredded chicken breast, served with onion plantains with fries, fried green plantains, torrejas mojito with ice cream, buñuelos, and 3 milks. As for Horsana, he ate a salad and a milkshake. He also nibbled at everything that was in Candice's plate. Candice did not even mind, because she underestimated the portion size of her order. The menu did not have photos, so Candice had to use an educated guess. Their entertainment started around 11 p.m. Candice getting upset to Horsana. "Wanna dance with me a little?" "Sure, I don't see why not," said Horsana, getting up. The two of them started to dance salsa, and while they danced, they started bantering. The two of them were in full pickup mode. Candice with her red, asymmetrical chiffon homecoming dress, and by now she had stopped dyeing her hair blonde. Only the tips of her black hair had some of the original blonde dye. As for Horsana, he was sporting the blue tux that Maruto had bought him. Due to the get-up, some of the folks thought they were part of the entertainment. After a bit, she said, "Why do you not dance when we were back in Orlando?" "I don't like dancing with Siddhartha, or near him for that matter. He starts getting that dangerous look in his eyes, and when the random strangers rubs up against me, the fists come flying, and then the security guards come, and then more fighting, and then we can never show our face in the club again." Do you know he was banned from practically every men's club in South Florida? "If it is not the dancing incident, then it is the flirtation. I am not a child. I can take care of myself," said Horsana. "You could have fooled me," said Candice, laughing. "Hey, that was an isolated incident," complained Horsana. After dancing a bit, Horsana went to sit down. He was feeling a bit hungry, so he ordered buñuelos for himself. When he sitting down, Sofita went to dance with Candice. Sofita was sporting a simple black strappy straight-knit bodycon dress. She had recently gotten for herself a fun, short pixie cut. You know, like her hair, a pixie cut hairstyle. When Candice started dancing with Sofita, this naturally got them a lot of attention. Due to Sofita's short haircut, they folks naturally assumed that she was Candice's maid. This also created the unintended consequence of male folks starting to waltz around Horsana. Candice looked at Horsana over the top, and she could not see what was it that men found so attractive. Perhaps it had something to do with the thugs, or the perfect balance between slimness and muscle. Sofita saw Candice staring at Horsana, and she asked, "Should we go help him or something?" "Nah, he seems to be having fun talking to that dude," said Candice. "What a pity," said Sofita with envy. Candice and Sofita continued to dance. Ever so slowly, they got closer and closer to try to eavesdrop on the conversation. It was hard to make out anything distinct because of the loud salsa music. When they got close enough, Candice was shocked and disappointed to hear the conversation was in Creole. Moving back a few paces, Candice said, "For crying out loud, I was hoping that they would speak in Spanish or English. Sofita, you know other languages. What are they saying?" "I don't know. I can kind of make out some of the stuff. I studied French and I speak it well, but Creole is a different type of language. And Horsana's Creole has a very thick accent to it. I can't tell if he's telling the guy he fucked or wants to fuck, or if he's fucked up." "You see the problem I'm having, Candice?" explained Sofita. "Yeah, I just wish you could have used a better analogy," whined Candice. "Oh, look, Horsana is getting up." "The time?"
You still have 5 minutes.
Horsana came and he handed Candice and Sofita his purse and his wallet. He left the jacket on the table to guard the chair. So Horsana knew from experience that everyone in Florida was an opportunistic pickpocket. A couple of minutes passed, and then a fellow entered the guy's bathroom. Apparently, the dude had locked the bathroom because two other guys tried to enter, and they had to knock to be let inside. During the short pause between the song and another, Candice thought she heard a bunch of screaming coming from the bathroom. Said Candice. What is it? Asked Sofita. I don't know. Candice gave a sour relief when Horsana came out of the bathroom. She came up to Horsana to see what was up. He seemed a bit upset. When he saw Candice, he sighed and said, "Is everyone in Miami a drug addict?" Nah, just about 30% of them. And then you have the serial killers, and the drunkards, and the crazy folks, the cultists, and the predators. The ones who do not have a noticeable vice are the most dangerous because they are probably serial killers. Especially if you see a nice guy with glasses who isn't drinking or touching anyone, said Sofita. Horsana sighed and then he said, "I think we should go home." "Why? It is like only 1:30, said Candice. "Yeah, but I stopped the guy and his friend might be pretty angry with me," said Horsana. "Yeah, let's go already," said Candice, getting up and paying the tab. After departing from Mojitos, Candice got a text message saying, "He knows where you are and how to find you." Siddhanta was coming for them, and it was only a matter of time. Candice was still in a roaming type of mood. She said to Sofita, "Let's go to the Mikosuke. We can gamble or something." "I don't want to gamble away my money," said Sofita. "Who says we gotta spend our money? Let's find some old farts. We hypnotize them, and then we take their money, and then we gamble using their funds," said Candice, explaining her plan. "That's mean, Candice," said Sofita. "If you go to a casino, you are bound to lose everything sooner or later," said Horsana. "Still, have you actually ever been there, Candice?" asked Sofita. "Yeah, like Candice." "This won't be like that time you ordered French fries at Melones, will it?" asked Sofita. "That place used to be a regular restaurant," said Candice, laughing. "I don't get the joke," protested Horsana. One time, Candice went to a restaurant called Melones in Hialeah. When she asked for French fries, the guy brought her a shake, explained Sofita. Lately, feel that all establishments in Hialeah are up to something. Whether it be drugs, money laundering, blackmail, politics, smuggling, cultists, or that other thing. "I suppose one doesn't make a lot of money through honest labor in this country," whined Candice. And the time?
2 minutes.
"There are some things that cannot be helped," said Horsana. "Time passes, but humans have not changed one bit. Morals may come and go, but at the end of the day, a fellow does whatever it takes to put food on his table." The conversation carried all the way to the Mikosuke casino. The place was dark and musty. The only source of color and mirth came from the machines and the gambling table. The most distinct aspect of the establishment was the scent of tobacco. "Geez, Papa wasn't kidding about the smell," whined Candice. "Maybe we'll get used to it like we got used to the landfill," suggested Sofita. "And about that, I have been thinking of moving to Homestead or something," said Candice. "I lived there in a garage once. The houses are nice, but the area has burglary and a gang problem, with the zoo crew running amok," explained Horsana. "What was it like living in a garage?" asked Sofita. "It was like super hot. The owners of the house used to turn on the air conditioner when they left, and I could feel my brains melting. And when I started using the pool, they said I was no longer allowed to use it, and I was supposedly breaking the bricks. Either way, I'm like still super spiteful about it. Thankfully, I only had to live there with Siddhanta for 5 years. Siddhanta got himself a better job. I don't know. I'm grateful that I have a roof over my head, but I'm also spiteful about the air conditioner thing," said Horsana. "You don't have to be grateful for everything," said Sofita. "If you're gonna help a fellow, don't do a half-baked job at it. That is at least my ninja way. When I help someone, I do it with both hands open. I don't give one and take with the other. Bye-bye." Turn on the light. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arce's sister, and we're continuing with my Sweet Vampire Candice, Chapter 14, Part 2. "Quid pro quo is the only way anyone helps out in this country," said Candice. And again the trio went on another rant about everything they despised about the folks from Miami. Each one was fueling each other's petty mania. The more Horsana talked with Candice and Sofita, the more he came to realize that maybe Siddhanta had a reason for acting the way he did. Instead of gambling, they made their way to the bar to sit there and complain. For drinks, they had tequila, cause Candice said she was immune to its effect. Sure enough, even after 10 shots of tequila, Candice was warm, but still lucid. The conversation was interrupted when Hosanna was greeted by a fellow. Hosanna talked a bit with a man who was a bodybuilder. At the end of the conversation, Candice asked, who was a nice, smiling gentleman. It's a long story, said Hosanna. We have a lot of time, said Candice, followed by a hiccup. Alice had placed his hand between Candice's thighs. Candice got near the guy and she gave him a love bite. She whispered something in his ear and the guy picked Candice's tab and the drinks of everyone in the casino. Before departing, the fellow handed Candice an entire roll of dark brown chips. When she looked at one, she saw that the number was 5,000. She divided the chips among her party while Hosanna told his story. Well, a few months back, I was at the beach with some of Sedanta's work buddies who were Cubans, and one of them was a blonde lady in her breast, and she saw at the beach some officer bothering a bodybuilder. A wallet had been stolen, and because of the color of his skin, the lifeguard, the shopkeeper, and a bunch of other fellows were assuming that he did it. Together with our party, we stood up for him, and now he's kind of like our good friend. I guess nobody had done that for him, and he's like super grateful, explained Horse and I. That's nice. Let's go gamble, said Candice, getting up. The first table that they went to was the roulette. They played some chips on a couple of random numbers, and they lost. From there, they tried poker, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and the final type of game they tried was baccarat. By then, they were down to a couple of chips. They traded them for coins to see if they had better luck with the slot machine. By the time they got losing, it was 4 a.m. Johnny Candice said, I can feel the sun starting to rise. We should go eat at a really good Denny's in Hialeah and then go home to catch some seas. Good idea, said Horse and I. The party slowly made their way towards the parking lot. A stage by the green falcon perched on a nearby branch. Candice said, look, it's Mr. Falcon. Oh yeah, the stupid bird we saw in FIU. Said Sophia, remembering the silly bird. That isn't a falcon, said Horse and I. He was allowed to elaborate, but a bunch of douches jumped him. Due to the speed of the attack, Candice surmised that they were not human. The creature opened his mouth wide to suck Horsena's neck. The strange zero type of blood flowed slowly into his mouth, and when it entered the stomach, it started burning. Horsena brought out his knife to stab the vampire in the eye. More vampires appeared, and these ones tried to take on Sophia and Candice. As of lady, Sophia and Candice had gotten into the habit of carrying a gun and a cutting weapon. When the silver bullets ran out, they switched to their knife. A vampire then tried to take the knife from Candice, and when he got within range, Candice shoved a big piece of his flesh with her shark-like teeth. A different fellow also got within range, and Candice did something she had never done. She threw up her entire dinner she had taken from Mojito, and when the acid of her stomach got enough air, the vampire attacker caught fire. Mr. Falcon was also assisting, much to the annoyance of the group of vampires in the skirmish. Eventually a maiden said, enough! The vampire attackers backed away, clapping the vampire maiden said, remember me? Not really, said Candice. You did not even get a character description or a name. The Kaiser wants to see you, said the vampire maiden. Candice shot at the vampire maiden in the head, and since he did not kill her, Candice said, I don't wanna. We're gonna go to Denny's, so leave us alone. I don't care who's your Kaiser or even if he's the fucking president. I go where I wanna go. You will come with us. She was going to elaborate more, but the Falcon did a swooping dive and clawed out her eyes. Ah, you bitch, kill them all, said the vampire maiden. Candice, Sophia, and Horsena started running away to the parking lot, and whenever a vampire got within range, Candice would shoot the fellow. Candice ran out of bullets, but she at least managed to cave in the skull of an enemy as she throwing the gun at his face. All throughout the battle, the Falcon came assisting the best it could. Some of the vampires tried to handle the bird by turning into bats, but bats are always the prey of the peregrine falcons. Oh yeah, the time?
9 minutes.
The friends made it to the open road. Candice, Sophia, and Horsena crossed the road, and a vampire did the same following after them. Both got run over by a car. From there, they made it to the nearby gas station. The vampire lost track of them for a bit. Candice paid the guy at the store and made him depart, and then they took all the beers. Using paper towels, Candice and Sophia made Molotov cocktails. They threw it at the first vampire that appeared. Horsana recognized some of his own students among the vampires that were drawing near. One said, "Teacher, you are being melodramatic. The Kaiser wants to see you. Nothing bad is gonna happen." Candice grinned near, and then a Molotov to the face to the speaker, to the guy who said it. Candice's eyes were like those of her father, and her hair was starting to stand on end, almost like pins, not actual hair. It was then when the stupid blind vampire showed up, and she said, "Look, the sun is almost up, and I want to go home. I have 2 things that belong to you." Candice peeked out, and she saw Siddhartha and Ambrose. They had done a number on Ambrose, with most of his body fluids completely drained, and he seemed like a wrinkled, dried raisin. In his weakest form, his true face would appear, with the hollow sunken eyes, the face without a nose, and the exposed teeth. Dientes. Ambrose seemed like an emaciated corpse. Siddhartha was still being a bit of a bother to the vampire. He was in his Anubian form, with the head of a jaguar foaming at the mouth in impotent fury. He no longer spoke, but barked at his captor, with his teeth snapping. "Well, we're screwed," said Candice. "I guess we're going to see the Kaiser," sighed Horsana. "If we do that, then they're going to win. And who knows if maybe the Kaiser has strong mind control powers. Or maybe he will drain our blood to take our powers," said Sophia. Horsana sat and said, "I guess there are some things that cannot be helped. Father, give me courage." Mr. Falcon landed on Horsana's shoulder. Horsana kneeled down, and he placed his hands in prayer position. The wind started to pick up, and rain soon followed. This naturally did not alarm any of the vampires. Drink some water. It was actually a welcome occurrence, because it brought them more time away from the sun. The vampire slowly approached the gas station. Horsana opened his mouth wide, and a strange vapor started escaping from within him. The vapor surrounded the enemy, and since the rain had summoned the mist, the fellows were advancing but not taking the problem seriously. The mist took on the form of Ra with a spear, and like it was written in the Book of the Dead, Horsana took on the identity of Ra with his spear, and he killed every one of the enemy vampires. A good portion of the vampires were caught by surprise by the sudden appearance of Ra, with his falcon head, the large sun, and the Egyptian hat, with the ornamental sun on his head, and surrounded by a snake. The slaughter continued, with each incarnation of Ra taking on a different vampire. The vampires tried other trees and animal transformations, but the god Ra is already used to fighting crocodiles, snakes, and many other predators. When the sun finally rose, the sky parted, and the sunrise shone its magical light upon all the many enemy vampires who turned to ash. Alright, we're now in like chapter 15. How much time? Well, I can't keep going by throat. Alright, let's call it a day. Bye bye. Alright, everyone. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the RC sister, and we're continuing with my sweet vampire Candice. This is the start of chapter 15. And this is, me trying to get this into turn on. Alright, let's get started. After that night, there was no doubt where Horsana stood in the pecking order. Candice and Sophia too had shown increase in strength, and none of the Sunshine State vampires had ever seen Siddhartha's jackal form. Like a non-married couple, Siddhartha and Horsana got back together. Siddhartha made the effort to curb his violent outbursts, and Horsana promised to make the effort to grow a spine. To help with that, Mr. Falco started staying with Horsana a bit as a type of pet. Since now he lived with Candice, Siddhartha also moved into the apartment. Candice left for the pair, the only empty room left in the apartment, An extra bed was added in the coffin room for Ambrose to sleep, while the closet was expanded to make room for Sofita and Candice's coffin. After doing a bit of Tetris with the furniture, everyone ended up comfortable in the two-bedroom, two-bathroom Hialeah Savannah apartment. While Ambrose recuperated, the group only went out in twos to run errands. The other two fellows were heading back to nurse Ambrose back to health. In order to do that, Candice got herself a job at a funeral home. The home was managed by a pair of old ghouls and their adopted human child. Candice would see the boy play while she dug up the graves, or she helped prep up the dead bodies. In exchange for her services, the ghouls would supply Candice with fresh body parts for Ambrose. It was not till 2013 that Ambrose got a little better. To celebrate his health, the group decided to try to change the scenery a bit. Instead of going out to a Cuban restaurant, they decided to try sushi instead. At first, they tried the Shana buffet in Hialeah. The food was terrible, and then the next time they drove past the place, it had exploded. After doing a bit of research, Ambrose found a place called Bonsai in 8th Street. It was a Thai restaurant. Ever since that night, the group rode together because of horror movie reasons. The first thing they tried was sake, and none of them had ever tried the thing. After taking a sip, Candice frowned and said, I do not know what to order because I never had sushi stuff. I recommend the lobster bomb, said the waitress. Neat, said Candice. Ambrose saw some fellows eating, and then he pointed to those items. He ended up ordering some coconut shrimps, drunken noodles, and the California eel rolls. Since most of the food was raw, it suited well his ghoulish appetite. Ambrose and Horsena had tonka soup. Sidanta tried the crunch roll because of the anime streaming service he was using. As for Horsena, he had rice combination with other toppings in the menu. The friends ordered after the sake a bunch of different Ramune bottles. After trying it, they settled on the original taste that was close to lemon. It was a bit difficult to drink due to the glass bead inside the bottle that prevented you from drinking it all in one gulp. The food came all around the same time. What Candice said was awesome. She ate it slowly because she insisted on mastering chopsticks. Again, Ambrose tried to start the conversation. He said to Siddhartha, so, like, Osiris is real enough. How does the reincarnation thing work? Souls who go to purgatory get reincarnated. Once you go to hell, there is no reincarnation, answered Sofita. Jeez, I was not asking your opinion on the matter. I wanted to hear a second opinion. Suit yourself, said Sofita, stabbing at her sushi to try to eat it. The waitress brought silverware as well, but the party refused to use it, because they really wanted to learn how to use chopsticks. Siddhartha sighed and said, the creature that causes cells of city is nothing like what you see in the picture. If I was to compare it to something, I would say that it's akin to Tahulu. Tahulu, asked Candice. You know, the H.P. Lovecraft winged squid monster whose name is impossible to pronounce or even spell, said Sofita. Ah, yes, that thing. It looked like a humanoid squid monster, and sometimes there was another creature with him who calls himself Mundus. Mundus appears to Horsena sometimes. He calls Horsena a pure soul, and that he wants us to ascend so that we are no longer be made to prey upon the demons of this fake cursed earth, explained Siddhartha. And I thought my cult was weird, said Candice. It's not a cult, whined Sofita. That's what Lorica wants you to think, said Candice, referring to the leader of the monastery. I sometimes ponder if anything that those creatures say is true, said Horsena. Well, Osiris never claimed to be a god, said Siddhartha. Weird, said Candice. The train of weirdness was interrupted by the waitress, who asked if they wanted dessert. Candice looked at the menu and she saw fried ice cream and cheesecake tempura. Siddhartha and Horsena ordered an FBI, or a fried banana ice cream. Ambrose and Sofita ordered the Thai donuts. While they waited for the order, they came out with a different topic. This time it was Sofita who spoke first. We should take a vacation outside the country, like a cruise or something. You know, I had never been to Mexico. I was deported to Tijuana once. The place was terrible, said Siddhartha. Maybe the tourist areas would be better. It is not not as if everything in Miami is of rainbows and butterflies. I mean, have you seen Opaloga? Yes, it seems like a good place to go die, said Candice, laughing. Even the police station is abandoned. Ain't nobody coming to help you if you get shot or worse. The dessert came rather quickly, and with the food in place, the party went into eating mode. Candice sighed and said, "Sweet baby Jesus, that is the best cheesecake I ever had." Ambrose said, "Let me try it." He stretched his hand, and Candice poked away at it with her fork. Her eyes turned black and gold as she growled to protect her dessert. Ambrose frowned and said, "Yeesh, keep your stupid cheesecake. I will just order one of my own." When Ambrose's cheesecake arrived, Candice commandeered it. Ambrose at least did manage to take a bite before she took it. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "The cheesecake is hot. Weird." "How are your donuts?" asked Candice. Super hot and yummy. "And the condensed milk is just the perfect dipping sauce," said Ambrose. "You would eat a whole shoe if it was dipped in condensed milk," said Sidanta, laughing. "That's not the only thing I would eat if it had condensed milk," wink wink, said Ambrose, laughing. "Ambrose," snapped Candice, pretending to be jealous. "Oh yeah, what is the time?"
7 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
You're good, don't worry.
"So how's your FBI?" asked Sophia. "It's good, but I think next time we should order a CIA," said Horsana, laughing at his terrible joke. And so it was decided that night that they would go on a cruise, the Norwegian to be exact. As luck would have it, a tropical storm chased the cruise all over the Caribbean. In the first day, things were pretty nice, with a lovely sunny air. Candice spent a lot of time on the top deck looking for a pool to hang out. The pools were tragically small, and the cruise was extremely crowded. The thing that Candice hated the most about the cruise was the buffet. All the food tasted like nothing. The 2 bedrooms they had acquired were as small as a closet. They tried to make the best out of the terrible situation. They went to a few comedy skits, and they even saw some artworks. After the first 2 days, they had seen everything there was just to see in the cruise ship. On the 3rd day, the cruise finally docked at Rotan, Honduras. The first thing that Candice said when she saw the place was, "I'm bored." "Well, let's stretch our legs, cause I'm like super seasick of being seasick. I'm super sick of being seasick," complained Ambrose. So Sophia was officially on strike. She had entered the bathroom shower and had gone into hibernation. It was either that or being seasick all the time. Sidanta and Horsana had struck a weird friendship with the guy who cleaned the room. One day, the maid had made a cool origami with a towel. Horsana was so delighted by the swan-shaped towel that he had left the guy $20 tip. The maid kept varying the designs of the origamis to get more tips. On the last day, Horsana gave the guy $100. Aside from the room episode, Sidanta and Horsana spent their time finding different places to make love. Ever since they had moved in with Candice, they had to deal with the ghoulish Ambrose who liked to watch. The cruise had provided the pair some much-needed privacy. Since the pair wanted to get away from Ambrose, they decided not to go on the road on excursion. Candice and Ambrose had gotten a trip to a mini submarine. Candice wanted to see the corals. The little dog seemed quirky enough, with a nice poverty feel to it. It had the usual tacky things one finds in any other tourist zone. After getting on a bus, they were led to a dock of some sort. While looking down at the water, Candice said, "I think that looks like a corpse." "Oh, I see the head movie," said Ambrose with disappointment. The submarine turned out to be a broken-down ship with a top on the bottom, with some tiny holes. To the left, Candice saw dead corals, and to the right, more dead corals. When a different tourist mentioned this, the tourist lady said that the corals were colored in documentaries. A few of the tourists got mugged. Candice would have gotten mugged too, but the kids running the scam had made their 40 wallets quota of the day. When she got back to the cruise ship, she fell asleep quickly out of sheer boredom. But this was an improvement. The private tourist island had a giant pool and a beach. Candice entered the ocean to see the fishes. She met a lot of new types of sharks and some familiar faces as well. Her joy of sharks was eventually quelled when a tourist fished out one of the sharks. Candice, who had a strong affinity for those critters, left the water and she hauled the shark back into the ocean. As for the humans on the small fishing boat, they too went to meet Candice's dear shark friends. This time, Sidanta and Horsana did dock in Belize. They spent their time in the pool philosophizing about cats. Ambrose, in the meantime, roamed the tourist area looking for a corpse. He had not eaten decaying human flesh in weeks, and he was starting to show his true form again. Thankfully, Candice's share is weirdly provided. Our food was ashore, and it was enough for us to get back into working order. The final two stops were to Mexico. In the first stop, the time?
Just still got 4 minutes.
In the first stop, the party visited Chacho Bay. It was located in the middle of the jungle. This time the entire party went, with the exception of Sofita, who was being stubborn, or maybe she was very nauseous. The tour guide showed the party some cool Mayan pyramid. Much to Sidante's surprise, the Mexican lady was going on a rant about aliens in Mexico. Apparently, the alien scene was really big among the Mexican Mayan community. And then one day, the Mayans were spirited away by aliens in order to protect them. Had Pompey had good relationship with aliens, the two who had avoided disaster, said the tour guide. That all sounds like crazy talk to me, said Ambrose. Well, you pay for what you get, said Candice, smiling. We paid like $100, Candice, whined Sidanta. I'll get the money back tonight, said Candice. And indeed she did. After they returned from the pleasant trips to the ruins, Candice said about robbing some guys at the casino. To her, it was a guiltless crime. Those folks were going to lose all their money anyway. For the final trip, the party went to Tulum. They had actually managed to persuade Sofita to come to the trip. The trip by boat ended up taking 2 hours. The sea was choppy. The party sat on the bottom part of the boat. At a certain point, a girl on the top deck threw up. The wind caused the vomit to fall right on Sofita's face. It also splattered the others. Since they were thrown out, they made an effort to get out first. The boat was trying to dog everyone. Eventually, the ladder of the second floor of the boat broke. It left Candice and her friends stranded as they went to dock elsewhere. Without a tour guide, they had no way of knowing where to go. Frowning, Candice said, well, that sucked. Now what are we going to do? We're doomed, whined Sofita. Look, the boy's trying to dock over there. It's a bit far, but if we run a thing, we can rejoin our group, said Candice. The waves caused the boat to smash against the side of the dock, damaging the hull. There was something hidden inside of it, for it caused it to explode. Candice, in shock, said, wow, somebody must really be looking out for us. I don't know, it all feels terrible if you ask me. You know, the boat exploded. The conversation was eventually interrupted by a familiar, weird creature. It was the siren that Candice had seen in Key West. She had only a mouth once again. The creature was yelling all over the place the word 14. 14, accidenta, weirded out. It means 14 in Spanish, explained Sofita. I know what it means, but why yell it? asked Ambrose. Beat me, said Candice, jumping into the water. Alright, we'll continue with the adventure later. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arctic sister, and we're continuing by my sweet vampire Candice, written by me, and this is part 2 of chapter 15. Beats me, said Candice, jumping into the water. She returned with a couple of reef sharks. She then said to her party, it's a bit of a long shot, but I think we can return to the cruise with their help. And you, the little aqua girl, said Ambrose, smiling. No, I'm a princess, a mermaid princess, said Candice, laughing. Last I checked, Abiel hated sharks, said Sofita. You can't believe everything you see in books or movies, said Candice. She added more to herself. That is a lesson that I learned the hard way. This was the first and only cruise the friends had ever took. With the cruise experience out of the way, the party tried visiting Punta Cana instead. On their way to the airport, Candice and her friends had a terrible first on the way out of the airport, Candice and her friends had a terrible first impression of the place. Ambrose noticed that there were no streetlights or signs. The driver explained that there was not enough resources to enforce traffic laws in Punta Cana. Sure enough, when the driver stopped a moment, there was a terrible accident. A guy on a motorcycle had been ran over. That's making me really hungry, Candice, said Ambrose, drooling the window. She has a lady finger, said Candice, handing Ambrose a snack. It tastes a bit weird, complained Ambrose. That's because I found it up at that guy's butt. Candice laughing. What's wrong with you? Complained Sidanta. The friends arrived to the hotel in Bahia Principe. The receptionist area was quite large. and well decorated. While Siddhartha got the hotel keys, Candice was looking at the lovely nude statue. The shaman went away when a rat crawled up his leg. A mouse then caught it. Candice raised an eyebrow. Sighing, she said, well, they say that ancient problems require ancient solutions. When Siddhartha finished getting the keys, he said to Candice, the guy before me was complaining a lot. Something about his room not being what he signed up for or something. A vampire named Candice probably gave the poor bastard the old switcheroo, said Candice, laughing. Turning serious, she said, what? I wanted the turquoise hotel, but I didn't want to pay for it. The party was led to the most expensive rooms in the hotel. Raising an eyebrow, Candice said, I really do not see the difference from the other room. Sure enough, they went to another hotel in the complex, and the rooms were identical. The only difference was that the separation door was open, so it made the luxury rooms look bigger than what they truly were. The better rooms had at least livelier decoration. When Candice sat down on the bed and lay down on top of the pillows, she started singing. Tu almohada será de piedra y tu cama será de tabla. That's like, your pillow will be made of stone and your bed will be made of wood. That's how hard the bed and the pillow was. From where's the front, asked Ambrose. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of all of the Spanish music I listen to, said Candice. Boo. The cell phone here barely has any bars, said Sophia. Even Rotan had pretty stable connection. So what gives? Whined Ambrose. Oh my god, you are going to have to spend this vacation without internet. Oh, the horror, said Candice, laughing. After settling down, the party left for the pool. The drinks and the pools were great. Even the pool areas had fancy Greek-looking statues that added to their charm. When they got bored, they left to the buffet. At a certain point, Ambrose asked Candice, should we try a tour? The two were in the pool area that had 3 large holes where hot water bubbled out. The water flow indirectly connected the 3 mini pools together. Candice and Ambrose were in one, and there nearby was a couple as well. Nah, the dead guy over there was a bad sign. What if we have an accident and then the car explodes? Asked Candice. You are still having bad flashbacks about the cruise, asked Ambrose. A little. Lately, it feels like we can't go anywhere without something unpleasant happening that ruins the fun, whined Candice. Sure enough, the nearby couple threw up in the pool. Very quickly, the whirlpools of bubbles caused the vomit to surround Candice. Signing, she got out of the pool and she said, for crying out loud. That's actually based on true events that happened to us in one of the pool areas. Some jerk puked it up and then that went towards us. Yeah, moving along. When the party returned from Punta Cana, there was a delay in the landing. After 4 hours, it finally landed. The group rushed to get to the apartment. When they entered, they saw a vampire dude sitting on the couch. He was petting T-Ball. The guy smiled and said, well, said Candice, you finally have my attention. I wasn't looking for her, you weirdo, said Candice. The vampire fellow smiled and he made eye contact with Candice. He was disappointed to know that his charms were not working on her. Hoysana and Siddhartha were tense, waiting to see what the Kaiser would do. Don't you have any ambitions? Ambitions. Vampires are known to be ambitious, asked the Kaiser. Oh yeah, what time is it?
Still got like 9 minutes. I'm looking at it more.
If you ask me, only ambitious vampires are famous, for they are an overall pest upon the world. As for me, I am happy to do as I please, said Candice. How disappointing. Your father, Marlowe, was disappointing as well, said the Kaiser. He got up and he said, I will see you around, Candice. The Christmas time came, and Candice felt like going out. The party went to Santa's enchanted forest. The highlight of the Christmas season was the visit to St. Augustine. This time they joined a large party of humans in order to have a guided tour. The tour guide was a bit of a heel with his motto of everyone left behind. St. Augustine was the oldest city in Florida. The first part of the tour was a visit to a fortress, then to the historical prison, and then the shopping center. While roaming about the shopping area at night, Candice saw the weirdo she had seen down in Mexico, and then again in Key West. The creature without a face smiled when he saw Candice. It said in a woman's voice, Hey there, Candice. Hey, it's what's your face, said Candice, smiling. "Are you enjoying the holiday?" said the creature, an eye appeared on his forehead, and a nose in the middle of the face. "It is almost time to return home, Candice," said the creature. "Enjoy your holidays while you can." "That sounded ominous, said Siddhanta. It's fine, said Candice, laughing nervously. Later that night, they went on the trolley tour. They put on special glasses to make their lives resemble little Santa Clauses. It was a fun, interesting effect. The following day of the tour, the party visited the Fountain of Youth. The area had a little museum and everything. They saw there an astrology projection show. Candice looked at the sky and she pondered on life outside of planet Earth. When the group returned from St. Augustine, Siddhanta suggested that they visit the Theater Faena. Horsena had gotten a temporary gig as a violinist. Candice had believed that the show would be of the classical music variety. She was not expecting a burlesque show. Mind you, it was a tasteful show, with the lovely maidens dancing to the music of a handsome violinist. The ambience was nice and relaxing, with the dark red tones of the arcade-looking mini stage. Candice had a very nice round little cheesecake to top off this holiday. For New Year's, the group saw the Nutcracker. The years rolled by on a lazy pace. The vampires of the Sunshine State were no longer bothering Candice and her party. Finally, they were able to do as they pleased. By 2018, even Sofita was recalled to Martisol to help out with the final preparation. Throughout all of those years, Martisol had been bunkering down for the end of the world, for the world-ending cataclysm that Cassandra had foreseen. For her last vacation trip, Candice and Amber left for Cartagena, Colombia alone. They wanted to have a solo vacation. They got a hotel by the sea with the largest pool they had ever seen. It was also the deepest as well. At night, the baths would come down to drink water. In the hallways of the hotel, the deer would roam. The hotel was called Caribe. It was located in Boca Grande. When it came time for the guided tour, the little bus first stopped at the top of the church on top of the mountain. On the way up, it seemed as if the bus would fall off the mountain. The church had the best view of the city, and an interesting internal garden. Candice saw there a stand with lots of tiny little totems. Each one represented a prayer answered by the Virgin Mary. Candice said to Ambrose, "It seems that at least the Cartagena Virgin Mary answers prayers." "It is good to see that at least there is someone listening somewhere," retorted Ambrose. "What would you ask this Virgin Mary?" asked Candice. "I want for us and our people to be left in peace." "Is a little peace too much to ask for?" complained Ambrose. "Everything is do this for me. Or why are you not doing that? Geez, why can't folks just leave us alone?" The tourists and even the Colombians started to eavesdrop. Ambrose noticing them said, "What are you looking at? You jerks? I'm sick of everyone." After leaving the particular prayer with the Virgin Mary, the tour went down the mountains into the classical part of the city. They gave a short tour of Castillo de San Felipe de Barajas. It was a fortress built by the beach to ward away pirates. Aside from the church, this castle fortress had the second best view of the city. "Don't you just wish things were a little bit more classy?" asked Candice. "Yeah, modern stuff is fun enough, but at a certain point it can get kind of boring," said Amber. "Yeah, I like Super Bowl cars, television, video games," said Candice. The final vacation they took was to Riviera Maya in Mexico. The group went to Barcelo Maya Palace. Of all the vacation, it was the most pleasant. The beds were actually comfortable. The beach had plenty of fishes and sharks to look at, including a very mischievous barracuda. Candice liked the barracuda because he liked to nibble off human toes. The ice cream with the gourmet cookies was to die for. While the rest of the family and friends lost by the seaside, Candice and Ambrose decided to go on a tour. Time?
Just took up into 2 minutes.
They visited the nature park of Escaret. Aside from wandering around downriver, they tried out Despojo Maya. It involved taking some oils and stuff and then entering a thermal bath that was sealed up. The heat came from a volcanic rock. While there, a Mayan guy ranted about the elements. At a certain point, the folks inside the oven had to scream to release all their negative energies. The screams of Ambrose and Candice had no semblance of humanity. It freaked out all the humans that were in there with them. The Mayan went on with the show, and at the end of it, they took a cool dunking in a cold herbal pool that came with its own snake. After finishing their disposal, Ambrose and Candice went to visit the butterfly preserve. They were in luck. The monarch butterflies had arrived to Mexico, and the preserve was full of them. From there, they swam with the mantas. Candice had never swam with mantas before. They felt nice and sweet and a bit rough on top. When night fell, there was a show about the history of Mexico. It started with the Aztecs doing their thing and their mythology. Then came the Spaniards. This performance talked about the syncretism of both cultures. Both the Spaniards and the Aztecs were forced to coexist with one another. When the history lesson ended, the performance started introducing the music heritage of each of the states of Mexico. After listening to the fifth song, Candice came to the conclusion that all Mexican music sounded the same. When Los Tigres del Norte started playing, Candice and Ambrose ran for it. On the way back to the bus, they saw a carved face of Jesus on a tree that they had not noticed. The tree had a spotlight on to highlight the carving. It looked super creepy at night. The church that faced the tree also had a strange tree statue. The bus arrived and Candice and Ambrose spoke little to each other on the way back. The family concluded the relaxing trip to Riviera Maya. It was the perfect trip to unwind and create pleasant memories for Shane. September 2019 came, and with it, COVID. By now, Candice and her friends and family were safely isolated inside Marty's Resort. Candice naturally assumed that COVID was the world-ending disaster that Cassandra had prophesied. Siddhanta and Hosanna too had been granted safe passage into Marty's Resort. The town of 20,000 people was isolated outside by the mountains. The train tunnels had been caged in for safety purposes. Now the only way for outsiders to make their way to Marty's Resort was through the mountains. Between the random snow, the fog, the brittle ground, and the pits, and the gargoyle border patrollers, no outsider had yet to breach Marty's Resort. Not that any outsider was aware that the place even existed. Alright, we'll continue with the story later. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with part 3 or chapter 15 of My Sweet Vampire Candice, written by me, Teresita Blanco. Marty's Resort was one of the few places in the world that had not made it to Google Maps. The year 2021 came, and COVID had not gone away. Candice was content to have returned to her boring little town. In fact, she had grown to appreciate it. Boring was good. Boring was peaceful. Boring meant that she could indulge in her little hobbies. One new hobby she acquired was cloud watching. She would see how the clouds changed form, and she would sometimes even sleep at it a little. On October 31, 2021, her father had joined her in her boring little hobby. The two said nothing to each other. Candice sat up for a moment. She heard an unfamiliar sound. It had been ages since she had heard a plane passing by. It was almost imperceptible to the vampire ear. Candice heard the sound of the mechanism, and a large object fell from the plane she could not see, but she did hear it. And then everything turned to light. They dropped a bomb on the city. Candice awoke in the middle of the night. She saw her father looking very stiff beside her. Candice said to her father, "Dad, are you dead?" "What? You are in hell too, Candice?" asked Marlo. "What are you talking about?" asked Candice. "Well, you heard the plane too, didn't you?" "We are dead, I tell you, dead." "I don't know, Dad. I think I remember seeing more than a plane," said Candice. "You did?" asked Marlo. "Yes. I saw that squishy that's always whining about Osiris," said Candice. She added, "When everything turned white, I saw him and he said, 'Little creature full of joy and mirth, go forth without the help of anything on earth.'" "William Blake," said Marlo sternly. "Is that the name of the squid monster, Daddy?" asked Candice. "I don't know," said Marlo, getting up and stretching his legs. When he saw the sky, he saw that the placement of the stars were all different. The sky also even had twin moons. Candice ran through the fields to the former train station. There was a strong smell of sea salt. Candice walked till she saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Beyond it, she saw a beautiful sea. Marty's Resort was nowhere near the ocean, and yet here it was, a deep expansive ocean, so strange yet so familiar. Marlo landed near his daughter. He was in his pelican form. Candice opened her cell phone and she saw that it was not getting a signal or anything. As soon as the battery died, it would become a useless piece of junk. Candice chucked it into the ocean and she sighed with contentment. Candice entered the ocean to see what she could find. In no time, her lovely sharks swam around her. Yes, this strange world has sharks and many familiar fishes in the sea. Candice started floating on top of the water, with the pelican of her father floating beside her. She said to Marlo, "You know, I kind of like this place. It is so peaceful and serene. If it is hell, I think it is of the nice, boring kind. I'm starting to doubt if this is hell or not," said Marlo. "Does it really matter how, Father?" said Candice. "Let's just take things as they come. Everything will be fine as long as we help each other out." Back in Martisor, Horsana was calling Osiris. Osiris eventually manifested in the form of a masked lady wearing a Columbine dress. She introduced herself. "I am a shadow of Osiris." "What seems to be the problem, Horsana, my love? What happened to us?" asked Horsana. "The world tried to crush us, but I, your guardian angel, came to save you," said Osiris, laughing. "You are no angel," said Horsana. "Angel, demon, God. To an ant such as yourself, it makes no difference, love. While humans are content to let the spider eat the butterfly, I saved the butterfly, and I destroyed the spider's nest for good measure," explained Osiris. "What does that entail for planet Earth?" asked Horsana. "Do you care?" "My joy, my happiness," said Osiris. "Frankly, not really," said Horsana. "That's good," said Osiris. "I feel assured that in this world are also under my protection. Do care not to let the little humans become spiders. You know how I hate spiders." Horsana bowed and said, We shall see." "Yeesh, no need to be so formal. I saved you to be happy, not to be some pharaoh, some leader," said Osiris. Osiris drew near Horsana and she kissed him on the cheek before the party. Smiling, she said, "Take care of your happiness, love. Never lose sight of it for even a moment." Alright, and that's the ending of my sweet vampire Candice. Bye bye and God bless.